we're going to go ahead and have the weekly here, right? Weekly time frame is going to be our eyeballs. Okay, we're going to be able to see everything we need to see on the higher time frame basis. That's going to be pretty relevant. Then from there, you want to go ahead and head down to your daily time frame. Okay, you're going to go down to your daily time frame. It's going to show you a little bit more candles than you would see from your weekly. Okay, and each one of the candlesticks that you're going to see is going to determine the amount of price action that's happening within a certain time frame. So if you're on the weekly time frame, each one of the candlesticks that you see will represent 1 week. If you're on the daily, each one of the candlesticks will represent 1 daily. Okay, so that's how things fluctuate and change. Okay, so it's just about knowing when to use certain time frames and how to use the flow. Okay, and once again, the flow is going to be going from your highest time frame to your lowest time frame. Okay, highest time frame to your lowest time frame. So we're going to go from the weekly to the daily to the 4-hour time frame. Okay, the 4-hour time frame is going to be extremely important, and we're going to talk about why. So if I get on the 4-hour time frame, we're going to see here in the bottom right of trading view, okay, you're going to see the words ETH. Okay, so look in the bottom right here, you'll see the words ETH. ETH is going to stand for extended trading hours. Okay, it's going to stand for extended trading hours. And what that is going to show you more candles that would be hidden than if you didn't see. So market is open normally from 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, okay, to around 4 p.m. okay, Eastern time. Okay, that's going to be like the basic stock market time. But with extended trading hours and with futures, market is also open on Sunday. It opens at Sunday at 6 p.m. and is open until I believe Friday at around 6 p.m. as well too, Eastern time. Okay, so extended trading hour is going to show you the Sunday hours, which you need to see. Okay, if I turn off extended trading hours, okay, the chart is going to look a little different, and you're going to see little areas like this, okay, where you're going to see gaps in between certain spaces. But if I turn on electronic trading hours and I go back to the same place, I'm going to see price have a filled in area there. Okay, so that's why extending trading hours is extremely useful to use, and why you can't just live completely on your higher time frames. Okay, all your time frames are going to be useful. Okay, you got to use all your time frames. Got to. Okay, all of your time frames are going to be important to use. They're all going to help you out, and it's about knowing when to use what once again. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and be that. So you're going to go from your weekly to your daily to your 4-hour to your 15-minute. Okay, weekly, daily, 4-hour, 15-minute. Okay, that's how your futures flow needs to go. Do not just tunnel vision on the smaller time frames. Yes, the futures income is nice. Yes, you can scalp and make some money, but it's not just about that. It's going to be about the discipline. It's going to be about catching your nice big trades, okay? You don't want to be just trading for pennies, okay, especially on futures. This is why on futures, I recommend be on the live account, okay? Because when you're on the live account on futures, things are a lot different, okay? You can hold your trades overnight, okay? When you're on prop firm, you cannot hold your trades overnight, which hurts your profit significantly, okay? The extended trading hours time is going to be when a lot of price action decides to occur. So when you get a good entry and you see which way price is flowing in, you can make some nice money and turn a small account to a lot, okay? Fairly fast with futures. Now it's going to be a lot of power in your hand, okay? When it talks about futures, it pretty much just means make or break, okay? You can make or break all your profit, okay? So let's talk about some certain things when it comes to futures before we get into the chart. Let's talk about margin. So margin is going to be an important thing when it comes to the futures market. Margin is going to be the amount of money required in order to open a contract. So in order to outplay this, right, thank God we have the new micro futures accounts. So micro's futures accounts cost less than normal's futures contracts. So let's say you're trading the NASDAQ 100, also known as the NQ, okay, which mirrors the QQQ, okay, stock or ETF. So index. So NQ, right? Let's say it costs $1,000 to open up one contract of NQ. Okay. On most brokers, it'll cost you like at least $1,000 to open one contract of NQ. Thank God, though, we have something called the micros, which helps us trade more efficiently. And this way we can trim and get more value for what our account size is. So now we have micros. So now you could play something called MNQ. Okay. And instead of spending $1,000 on a contract, you can then spend $100 on a contract. Okay. And you could flip that fairly simply. Okay. Let's say you're on YM. Okay. Which mirrors the US 30. Okay. It might cost you $500 to open one contract. Okay. And if you're trading MYM, for example, it will go ahead and cost you just $50 to open one contract. Okay. And you could still make some great money. And instead of buying one contract of YM, you could buy multiple contracts of MYM and be in a much better position. Okay. So you could think about that. So the micro contracts are going to be new contracts. I believe they came out like 2021, something like that. Fairly new. Thank God. And now we have the ability to trade with less money. So even if you do have a big account, you could trade a bunch of micros and trim and trade how you want and hold your trade as long as you want. And as well, when you trade the micros, they're going to have lower overnight margin. Okay. So OVM, overnight margin. Okay. So it might cost $50 to open a micro contract during the day. But if you want to hold it past 5 p.m. Eastern time, then the margin might go up to like $400 a contract. Okay. So you got to make sure you're having the overnight margin and the day margin if you want to hold overnight. Okay. So pay attention to that. And every broker is going to have its own different amounts. Okay. It's a lot of important things to know before we just jump into trading futures, because you can get what's called margin called, where if your account goes underneath the amount that required, let's say MYM. Okay. Let's say it requires at least $50 in your account. If your account goes underneath $50, let's say it goes to $48, it'll go ahead and just wipe all of that and put it straight at zero. Okay. And if your price action goes against you too fast, you might even owe the broker money sometimes. Okay. So you want to make sure that your dollar amount is a pretty good amount over the amount of margin. So if it requires $400 to hold overnight, then try and have at least like $800, $700 or something like that. Okay. This way you're going to have some wiggle room and things like that. So the things outside of futures are going to be really important too. And how long you hold the trade is also going to go ahead and be limited. So how long you hold the trade is going to be based on the certain month too. Okay, you can't sit there and hold futures forever because they do expire and have certain expiration months, which the broker will tell you a lot of the times. So now let's go ahead, and which is why you'll see on your broker sometimes they might ask you to roll over your contract. Okay, so once again, starting on our higher time frames is going to be our bread and butter. Okay, it's where we're going to succeed at. We want to see the higher time frame trend. Okay, let's talk about some logical things too as well before we jump into the chart fully. Okay, I want you guys to pay attention to this. This is going to be MYM, right? Look at how this chart trends. Okay, year after year, even with certain dips, we're trending in an upwards positive direction. Okay, we're trending once again in an upwards positive direction year after year after year after year after year after year. So personally, I don't think it's smart to trade futures to the downtrend. Okay, the Forex community has spread over to US traders, and now US traders think that they should be shorting a market that goes up year after year after year after year. There's also certain laws in place called the short sale restriction, okay, SSR. And the short sale restriction prevents stocks from just flash crashing to 0%. Because if they stock, because don't forget, definitely remember this, but don't forget, futures are just indexes. They're just a bunch of stocks put into one big giant conglomerate, and then you can trade it like that. Okay, that's all it is. So if stocks crash, futures will crash. Okay, that's just how it is. So you want the stocks to be up and afloat. And same thing for the US government. It's beneficial for the world, okay, the global economy, okay? The more money the US has, the more we can look better and help other countries out, etc. Okay? So, if the stock market goes within a positive upwards direction, right? If futures goes in an upwards direction, okay, that's going to incline more companies to be able to hire more employees, okay? And the more employees that are hired, the more taxes that are going to be paid. The more taxes that are being paid is going to equal a richer White House. A richer White House is going to give the country more credibility, recognition, and ability to do more things. Okay? So, there's logical reasons why we want the stock market to go in an upwards direction. Okay, logical reasons why you don't want the market to crash down. So don't fear crashes whenever you're trading. But in futures, I recommend to buy lows. Okay, there's going to be two things we're going to be looking for in futures. We want price to already, and let's talk about support or resistance. So support is going to be an area where price is bouncing in an upwards direction. Okay, so if you're on your higher time frame and you see price made a certain low going in upwards direction, okay, that's going to indicate an area of support. Okay, it's going to indicate an area of support. Then the opposite of that is whenever you see price falling in a downwards direction. Okay, whenever you see price falling in a downwards direction, then that's going to be called an area of resistance, indicating that sellers are coming into place. So resistance is going to be when price is falling in a downwards direction. And then we're going to have support when price is bouncing in an upwards direction. Okay. And that's just going to go ahead and be the difference between the two. So putting this into perspective, we have to go ahead and realize, like, okay, support and resistance correlate with each other. Market can only go in two directions. Okay. But I can see on my weekly time frame, year after year after year after year after year, market's going in an upwards direction. Okay, so my US futures traders, please do not have that Forex mindset. Okay, I want you guys to look at the Forex chart real quick. A lot more sideways. This is why Forex traders short. Okay, there's a reason why they short. Okay, because you can get off with things like this a lot easier, a lot cleaner, and a lot better. Okay, this market is not meant to go in an uptrend. Okay, as we can see, futures goes in a consistent uptrend. Okay, due to the fact that it's going to help the US in a lot more cases. Okay, so we have to keep that in mind. That's why price is going in upwards direction. So let's talk about once again how we can go ahead and trade. We want to be buying two things. Okay, you want to be buying when price makes an area of support. Okay, because all your setups are going to look the same. Your setup should always look like a V. Okay, so market will always make the left side of the V, and we'll talk about this in a second. And then you're going to catch the remainder of the right side of the V, because price always wants to try and break all-time highs. So as we can see on the futures market here, we're always constantly making new all-time highs pretty much. Okay, and that's due to the fact that, once again, it's most beneficial for the world, the economy, and the global infrastructure of everything. Okay, so price is always going to be hunting towards all-time highs, which means price is always going to be hunting to go in an upwards direction. So even if price is in a downtrend, I personally don't like to short. I like to just wait for price to make a low, and then I'll go ahead and I'll take my trade. Okay, so let's talk about how you know when price is ready to make a sweep up. Okay, there's going to be two things we're going to be looking for. So you want price to be, once again, just bouncing at an area of resistance going in an upwards direction. Okay, and then you want to close at an area of resistance or support above current price. That's because price has an ability to reject at an area of resistance multiple times. Okay, and one day it might break, but you don't want to eat the reversal. Okay, you want to catch your formation and structure completion. Think of trading as a puzzle piece. Everything should click and form together. So resistance areas can short within a downwards direction twice. Okay, and then we're also going to go ahead and have an area here where resistance gets broken, turns into support, and then price goes in the upwards direction. Resistance here, getting broken, turn into support. Okay, this is going to be another example of the V formation too. Okay, and in this instance here, you would have bought at this area of support here. Okay, and catch it up, because you know price wants to mirror or at least reach the area of resistance. You don't know if it wants to break out immediately. Okay, but price at least wants to go ahead and reach it, and that's what matters. Okay, catching your resistance, gap fills. So let's go and let's keep talking about it here. So I like to go ahead and start on my weekly here because it lets me know, like, okay, am I at all-time highs or not? Okay, because if I'm at all-time highs, then I know I'm going to be needing price to dip down, make a certain low, and then I'll be able to go ahead and catch my sweep in an upwards direction. Okay, so let's go and let's go to daily here. Okay, now I'd like to go ahead and wait for certain formations. Okay, so take an area like this on the daily. Okay, I see price made an area of support down here twice. Okay, and even if I wanted to go ahead and just take it up to like this area of resistance, you know, that would have been solid. And as you can see, just based off this tiny support here, went ahead and caught the whole gap fill, and this would have been around 669 points within a couple of days. And on futures, that's disgusting money. Okay, that money is nasty. So what I'm looking for, especially on my, so I like to see my weekly here, make sure I'm not at super all-time highs, because I'm looking to long the market. Okay, and I'm waiting for price to make a little base on the daily. Okay, so I need price to make a little base. So right now I can see price making the left side of the V. Right now we're heading straight down. Okay, we're heading straight down, and then I need price to form a low, and then I'll be able to catch the right side of the V and catch it back up. Okay, so that's what we're going to be looking for. But in order to do this, we got to be patient. So right now I wouldn't short, okay, because people are going to be fiending to buy any low opportunity. So I'm going to wait for price to go ahead and create its low. Okay, I'm going to show you a good example of what that looks like. I'm going to go to my 4-hour again. Okay. When you start seeing price make that nice curl, especially with 4-hour closes, then that's when you know you're going to go ahead and catch your nice trade. Okay, take this little sweep curl up right here, right? Even if I decided to close the trade at this area of resistance up here, that's still a really, 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 really nasty futures trade. Okay, this is 862 points. Okay, just catching the V. Okay, catching it to this area of resistance up here. Okay, and as you can see, price decided to go ahead and fill the V. Okay, and you're just going to go ahead and be able to farm money on the micros, farm money on whatever. Okay, let me go ahead and just log into the paper trade here and just show you how much this would have made, for example. Okay. Go ahead and close that. So boom, even right here, right? So let's say you opened a trade right here. Okay, and I like to play with like 100 tick stop loss. Let's say I'm trading YM. Okay, 100 tick stop loss, right? I'm risking $50, and my take profit would be this resistance all the way up here. Okay, 473 ticks. So I'm risking $50 to make 236. And as you can see, price decided to continue forward. So as soon as price starts to make that nice V, so I'm looking for multiple 4-hour candles, and then I'm waiting for price to sweep in a upwards direction. Okay, I'm waiting for price to sweep in an upwards direction. So I can see price making an upwards V, even if I entered right here on this candle, okay? Because I want price to go ahead and make the formation of the bottom for me. Okay, I don't know where price is going to bounce at. Okay, it's too many people try to predict the ultimate bottoms. Okay, but you know that price at least wants to try and mirror areas of resistance. Okay, before it gets broken. So take advantage of the V. So even if you entered right here, right, you'd be able to enter right here. Okay, 100 tick stop loss. As you can see, stop loss just didn't get hit, and then we decided to go ahead and take profit all the way up here at this resistance of here, 484. Okay, and then you can go ahead and catch nasty trades over and over and over again, waiting for your V formation. Okay, so what I'm going to be waiting for is for price to make a certain low. I'm waiting for price to nosedive down. After price makes a low, okay, let's say maybe about this much on like the 4 hour at least, okay, then I'll be able to catch the remainder up until the previous resistance or support that it stopped at. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and close there. I'm not going to play for the breakout. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and catch the V fill. All your trades should look like a V for the most part. Okay, so right here, I'm waiting for price to go in a downwards direction. Okay, I'm waiting for multiple 4 hour candles. I don't like to just go off of one 4 hour candle. I can't just see price make this one wick area here near this area of support and be like, oh yeah, this is going to be the best trade ever. Nah, I want to actually wait. This is where the 15 minutes is going to come in too. So I can see on this area here, I have a previous area of support over here, and then I have an area of support over here too. Okay, price going in an upwards direction, starting to curl. Okay, but I'm going to wait for more 4 hour candles. Okay, maybe even some more daily candles to form too. Okay, and then I'm going to go my 4 hour here or 15 minute. Let me find myself a good take profit. Okay, so take profit here, even if I want to close at like this resistance area up here. Okay, so let's say I get like one more 4 hour candle or something like that. Okay, I might be able to go ahead and take this V formation up until at least this area up here. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and put a 100 tick stop loss. Okay, and then I can see if this area actually wants to go ahead and fill and catch it up to this area of resistance either here, or I could try and catch it up to the, yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be greedy. Try not to be greedy when it comes to futures. Just take your nice trades and just wait for redips and just do it again. Okay, because the greediness can really get you nipped in the butt. So I would really just take like your 15-minute take profits like this, catch your nice sweep, catch your nice V, close at this area of resistance up here. Boom, close out the area of resistance right there. Get on my 5 minute here, you're going to see the resistance here. You know, price might want to mirror that. And then you can go ahead and close your trade up there. Okay, very simple, very easy. And just go ahead and take your money. Okay, so even if price is in a downtrend, okay, price still has to go up to come down. And price has a better chance of going in an upwards direction than it is just falling in a straight downward direction. Okay, especially when it comes to futures. Okay, use your higher time frame, look at your bias, and put everything into perspective. Does it make sense to short something that continuously goes up in an upward direction year after year after year after year, regardless of inflation or anything? And the answer logically would just go ahead and be no in every single scenario. Okay, so when you're reading your futures chart, it's really just about taking your time, getting in your bag, and really just making sure you understand and can read what you're looking at. Okay, it's about taking your time. And when you take your trades, you got to take your profit. Okay, you got to be closing at these areas of resistance or support above current price. You got to. Okay, I wouldn't hold past up here. Okay, we also have this take profit up here too as well. Okay, if you wanted to take something like to up here. Okay, and this would be for like a 1-to-1, and then price decides to continue to go up in an upwards direction. Over and over. This area of support could be a take profit as well too. Okay, and then that's the cool thing about futures. As each take profit gets hit, you can go ahead and keep dragging your stop loss if you want, or you can go ahead and set your final take profit at a certain area, have your stop loss, and just buy at certain logical areas and just pray that you win. Okay, because price most likely wants to reach these areas of resistance again. Okay, even if price wants to fall straight down from these, that's fine. At least it went ahead and touched it. That's okay. Okay, it's not just going up for no reason. It might want to go ahead and touch this. Okay, and that whole window of it going up is just money sitting there waiting to be farmed. So collect your income. Okay, whole sit there, whole bit of money just sitting there waiting to be collected. Okay, so sit there and collect your money. Okay, even at this area of support right here. Because as we know, just like resistance can be broken, turn into support. Support can be broken, turn into resistance. Okay, so that's why a take profit right here would be reasonable as well too. So if price goes up, okay, let's say it does this, breaks this. Okay, price might want to fall down here. Okay, or price might want to fall here. Okay, so that's why these are all going to be different take profits. due to the fact that these are areas of resistances and supports above current price. And I can see price is trying to recover here. Okay, so you can see it on your smaller time frame. Price really trying to recover certain areas, and it's about making sure you know when to close. Knowing when to close is going to be the most imperative and important thing. The trend already started. Okay, the chances of the trend just reversing here super duper hard, it could be pretty low. Okay, so it at least go ahead and touch this resistance. If it breaks this, then try the support. If it breaks this, then try the resistance. And it'll keep trying each leg until it finds a place it might want to reverse at, find a super low, then break that previous high and do it over and over and over and over and over again every single year. Okay, so it's about playing logically. So if you're a futures trader, if you're going to trade some futures and you want to make some quick income, okay, because futures, you only got to deposit one time. Okay, and it's about waiting for the right setups too. But after you deposit that one time, you can go ahead and you can get in your bag. Okay, you can run up your bag super duper duper hard. Okay, and it really just depends. Okay, so do some practice. Stackmode.net for all trading mentorship. If you guys have any questions, stay prayed to God and keep grinding. That's how you guys are gonna be able to trade futures.
I want y'all to stay away from negativity. That is not gonna keep your life going forward. It's not gonna do anything for you. Negative people around you, negative people not believing in your dreams, people who don't have anything positive to say, people who don't wake up every single day and pour positivity and love and good ideas back out into the universe. That's really just the difference between a negative person and somebody who's really trying to propel society forward. So, watch who you're around. Like, really watch who you're around. You guys can fall into a sense of maybe needing to feel comfortable or being around certain people. You don't need to be around those negative people talking about things you don't believe in, having ideas or different perspectives than you have, right? I'm not saying everyone's going to be just like you, but try and stay around people who have a positive mindset. Try and stay around people who genuinely believe in your goals, and try and stay around people who have things going on for themselves. You know, I'm at the beach right now. I'm chilling out. You know, thank God, alhamdulillah, all credit to God. But not only would I not be here without God, I would not be here without God. Absolutely not. But I would not be here without the positive network that I've had around me, or without the certain people in my lives telling me to keep going, even while other people were hating on me. Even while people who didn't believe in me, who now do believe in me, didn't see the vision. They didn't understand what I was talking about, thinking I was crazy, thinking that they knew what I was going to be. And that's why I just want to tell you guys here personally, don't ever let people tell you what you're going to be. If someone tells you you're going to be X, Y, and Z, and you know in your soul, in your spirit, and in your body, you don't want to be that, or that you're not that negative connotation, or if they told you you're going to be a bum, if they told you you aren't going to succeed, if they told you your business is not going to work, if they told you your ideas weren't creative, fresh, or new, and innovative, and world-changing, why are you around them? And you also need to learn to take pieces of that, take the negativity, and just go forward. Okay? Learn to just go forward. So I just want you guys to understand that in order to get to the next level, you have to watch who you're around. Your energy is really, really important. How you perceive the world, how you perceive your reality, it's really, really important. And that's why I say try and stick around positive people only. People who have things going on for themselves. Don't just sit around people talking about negativity, talking about politics, talking about other people all the time. Focus on yourself. Most importantly, focus on God. How's your relationship with God? You know? And what are you guys, you know, this is why I love Rick Ross. Shout out Rick Ross. That's someone I really look up to, and he's an inspiration. And he asked himself, or he posted on his story, what are you trending for? What are you trending for? Are you trending for getting money? Are you trending for being a real human, being a real man, being a real woman? Are you trending for being honest? Are you trending for motivating people and helping get people to their destinations and their landmarks? Are you helping people get to the next level? That's what separates the consumers versus the producers. That's what separates the people on this earth who are just wandering and the people on this earth who have created what we have. The cars that we drive, the tables that we use, the floors that we walk on, the AC that was used, all just an idea at one point in time. Keep that in mind. All just an idea at one point in time. How world changing are your ideas? How hard are you going to change the world? What piece of the world are you trying to change? What piece of the world are you trying to improve? Are you trying to improve or motivate the whole world? A lot of that really depends. And in order to see that success that you want to see, in order to get to this next level, it's important. It's real important that we're focused on God, most importantly, and that we have a positive outlook on life. Sometimes people just have a straight negative mindset. I don't like to hang around negative people. Negative people, I don't hang around. I don't hang around. I'm not gonna lie. I don't hang around no negative people. I don't like controlling people. And if you guys feel like you need to get away from everybody to flourish, do that. That you need to do that. Don't let these people destroy your reality. Go hard. Okay? Don't let these people make you think that you shouldn't be here shining bright on this earth. Go hard. Don't be in a moment of darkness. Don't be in a moment of desperation or depression, making you have bad thoughts, making you not cherish and value your life. And it's really important that we focus on positivity. You know, I'm not just at this camera spewing you guys nonsense. I want you guys to get to the next level. I want you to be strategic. And I want you to operate your mind. You know, before you operate your business, before you even operate your body, your physical, you have to make sure that you're operating your mind first. You know, operating your mind first really separates the weak from the strong. People talk about the leaders of this world, the people who control the world. The people who control the world, and I'm talking about the humans who control the world, the people who run the governments, they have control over their mind, and they have control over their minds so much that they know how to control other people's minds. So it's really important. This also I spoke about politics, for example. When you're too caught up in other people's lives, what other people are doing, how are you ever going to think about what you're doing? How are you ever going to think about how you're going to improve or get to the next level or what you're going to do? How? And I just want you guys to understand that people just don't progress in this world because they're focused purely on the wrong thing. And I study older people, for example. Older people are just focused on the wrong thing. Especially. Not every older person, but I feel like my generation, we don't really care for things like going to war, going to cause certain stems of violence. You know, we're trying to propel society forward. We're trying to push peace, love, and positivity. And focusing on your unit, focusing on your team. Try and build a team of positive people who do different things, so you all have a network, and y'all could put each other on different game, etc. But having a network is really powerful. Having a network is extremely powerful. Make sure you have a network of people who can help you in different entities. Say you might have an individual who does rental companies on one side here. Then you might have an individual who trades the market, right? Can tell you about certain plays, can tell you about certain companies that are looking to expand, making certain deals, etc. Pay attention to people who are in shape too. You got to have control over your mind in order to be in shape. Keep in mind, you have to have control over your mind, your body, and your spirit at all times. The success that people crave and the success that people talk about and want to get to the next level towards, and the success that people have in their head, the dreams, the aspirations, the car they want to drive, where they want to live, how they want to hit the beach. You have to ask yourself, is your life in tune with that? Is your life in tune with this lifestyle? I want you to close your eyes and envision absolutely everything that you want right now. Close your eyes and feel it. I want you to feel the car that you want to drive. I want you to feel yourself giving your mom $100,000 if that's what you want to do. Your dad, your grandparents. I want you to feel yourself opening the door to the house that you want to live in. And we're going to take a deep breath right now. And I want y'all to really feel that, man. And then open your eyes and look around. And if your reality is not what it currently wants to be, I need you to pray on it. I need you to ask God to give you all the strength, all the discipline, all the wisdom that you can ask for. And I need you to go hard and go ballistic every single day. I don't care if you're doing nails. I don't care if you're doing tattoos. I don't care if you code websites or make apps for people. I don't care if you are just a social media content creator. I don't care if you do graphic design. I don't care if you play tennis. You gotta go hard. Where's your discipline at? How hungry are you? How motivated are you every single day? We gotta get motivated. We don't have time to focus on negativity or focus on negative people. We gotta get motivated. We gotta be happy. We gotta go hard. We gotta be inspired. And this isn't gonna happen when we're letting ourselves down. This isn't gonna happen, most importantly, when we're letting God down. So stay away from the negativity, man. And woman. Stay away from the sadness. Stay away from the people hating on you. Stay away from the people who aren't living the way that you want to live, trying to tell you something. Because I'm telling you that they're not in the position that you want to be in for a reason, but they're trying to tell you something. Don't listen to these people, man. Get away from them if you can. They're parasites. It's parasites out here, man. It's absolute parasites out here. So all the haters, people who don't believe in your dreams, thank them. Tell them thank you. Because I need you to take all of that negative energy and transmute that. Go forward. Envision yourself at the beach. Envision yourself chilling out. Envision yourself getting to the next level. That's what I want for you. That's how much I care about y'all. That's how much I really love y'all, man. I'm not out here trying to just sell some course. I'm trying to sell love. So I put so much time into my websites, put so much time into the prompt shop, put so much time into the business, put so much time into getting to the next level. And don't let no one try and break you down. Don't let no one try and tell you that they know more than you. When you know you. And I'm not saying be ignorant or don't listen to nobody, but don't let nobody tell you about yourself. Now, if it's a negative thing that you're doing, if it's a negative thing or that you're moving, hear it. If it's something that you truly do need to change it. Go forward, because that's love. But people around here are moving around with too much ego, too much pride. And they don't know how to put that to the side. You got to put your ego and you got to put your pride to the next level. To the side to get to the next level. You got to put your ego and pride to the side to get to the next level. Your mind and how you interpret everything is what's going to calculate your success. You are not going to be successful if you have a negative mindset. Take this beach, for example, right? All behind me, you have stuff like that. We have monuments. We added chairs and stuff like that. Now we even have boats and stuff out inside of the beach to keep people safe. Like, hey, don't go this too far out. This is the red zone right here. Okay, we got stuff to keep people safe. This stuff wasn't here when we first checked this all out. Someone decided to literally tackle the ocean head first, put on all the gear, and they tackled the ocean and said, you know what, I'm gonna conquer this, and created a boat so people can literally travel across the world. It's wild. People were able to take stuff like glass, for example, and make sand into glass. They made sand turn into glass. I learned that through Minecraft. Shout out Minecraft. But the fact that sand is even somewhat in the process of glass, it's wild. It's absolutely crazy what we have on this earth, man. God's earth. And that's why I'm so motivated and so hungry and so passionate about making sure you guys are just happy here on this earth. I don't want y'all sad. I don't want y'all depressed. I don't want y'all angry. I don't want you going through it. That's why I'm on here telling you, if you're around any negative people who aren't trying to push you forward, you should only be around people who are trying to get you right with God. People aren't trying, if they're not trying to get you right with God, what are they on? What are they on? If they're not trying to get you right with God, what are they on? If they're not trying to put some money in your pocket, what are they on? If they're not trying to protect you, what are they on? You gotta ask yourself this in every single scenario. What are they on? What are they on? Those people who are around you, do they really love you for you? Do they really hold you down? Do they really want to see you win? Because if so, help them. Help them, man. That means they're meant to be on your team. Take care of your team. If they really love you for real, if they're really in your corner, if they're really there for you, take care of your team. Hold your people down. Hold your team down. But your team will have to sacrifice for you. If you notice your team member doing you wrong, poisoning the team, it's time to let the team member go. It's time to let the team member go. Because they're weighing down the team. We really trying to build the team here. We're really trying to go hard. And we can't go hard when your brain is diluted by stupidity. Because you're so angry hanging around the wrong crowd. You should have free mental real estate. Your mind should be clear. Your mind should be absolutely clear. Okay? Clear. It should be clear. I need you to focus, man. Focus. 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 Get to the next level and focus. Live out your life and live out your dreams. It's imperative, man. It's imperative that we just don't give up. And it's imperative that you go hard. All right? Don't give up either. Times may get difficult. There might be times where you're not feeling encouraged. There might be times where you're not feeling motivated. But honestly, truthfully, those are the times to go the hardest. To be completely honest and sincere. Those are the times where you should be the hungriest. Those are the times where you need to want it the most. It's the times where you're just not feeling it. Go hard. Whenever you're not feeling it, that just means double down and go 50 times harder. Go 50 times harder. Because I need y'all to win. I need y'all to win. I need y'all to win. I love you so much. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch y'all on the next one, man. Peace.
Welcome to the beginner-friendly guide to trading futures. I'm going to make it extremely simple for you guys. Futures might sound intimidating at first, but here's the truth. They're just contracts that let you trade the future price of things like oil, gold, and even like the S&P 500 or NASDAQ 100 without ever actually owning them physically. And the best part, you can start small, control big positions, and react fast to the market. And here's how it works. You pick an asset, whether an index, currency, or commodity, decide whether you think the price will rise or fall, and place your trade and let the market move. If you're right, you win profit. And if you're wrong, then you lose, but only what you put at risk. And it's that simple. And when you understand the rules, it all comes together over time. But here's the real secret. New traders really fail because they treat futures like gambling. Successful traders treat it like a business and a skill. They use levels, trends, risk management, and most importantly, have a trading plan every single time. Because the thing about futures compared to any other asset, you know exactly how much you're going to make and exactly how much you're going to lose per trade. So in this video, I'm going to break down the basics in the clearest way possible, showing you exactly how futures work, how to manage your risk, and how to avoid the biggest beginner mistakes so you can trade confidently. Let's jump into it, inshallah. All right, let's talk about trading futures. I'm going to make this guide extremely simple, okay? I'm not going to make it difficult. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to keep it easy, okay? I don't want you guys to be struggling. I don't want you guys to be going through hardship, okay? Futures is a way different game, okay? The discipline required to trade futures is night and day compared to anything else, okay? Futures, you need that real hardcore discipline. High risk involved into it, but you get discipline. You learn how to control your flesh. There's a high reward involved into it, okay? And you can make money very, very quickly, okay? So let's go and let's jump into futures. So what is a futures contract in the first place? So let's talk about locking in the price. So a futures contract is simply an agreement to buy or sell something at a specific price on a specific date in the future. So let's say, for example, let's say a farmer grows corn, okay? And he's afraid that the price will drop before harvest. So he signs a contract today to sell his corn for $5 in December, okay? And no matter what happens, he gets $5, okay? He just traded a future, okay? Or a lot of people have been able to make money in instances like this. Say a price of something like eggs, okay, were to be increasing, okay? Some people were to buy futures and prepare for the increase and the cost of eggs, okay? So if you think the NASDAQ 100 is going to go up, the NQ, then you would go ahead and buy a long, okay? So a futures contract is being able to speculatively buy a directional bias and get paid based off of it. So you're buying whether or not, if you want to buy a contract for buys, okay? Or you can buy if you think something's going to go down, okay? So it's going to be two ways you can be able to trade futures. You can buy contracts, or you can sell contracts if you think things are going to go in a downwards direction, okay? So you can prepare for the future in whatever speculative direction. So what are we actually trading in the first place? So we're trading standardized contracts. So we rarely trade the actual physical corn or oil. We're trading the contracts, and it's standardized. So every contract is identical, okay? Has the same size, same expiration date. And that's what makes futures so linear. On futures too, you know exactly how much you're going to make and exactly how much you're going to lose due to the fact that the tick sizes, okay, which is how much money a futures contract moves, okay, it's going to stay the same. Okay, only thing that's going to ever increase is the amount of contracts that you're playing with. Okay, but as far as your tick size and as far as the amount of money per tick, that is always going to remain the same per whatever contract you're looking at. Let's talk about liquidity. So you can buy and sell these contracts in milliseconds. Now, futures gives you a lot of control in your hand in 1 second. Okay, you can instantly click buy, and once again, it gives you the ability to buy or sell and get some money based off a directional bias. Okay, so you have the ability to buy or sell and get some money based off a directional bias. Okay, so has a lot of self-discipline that comes into play when it comes to trading the futures asset. Okay, because you can instantly just get in and get out. Options, you got to go out, find the contract, etc. It's not that easy to just enter in a trade. Okay, but with futures, you can instantly just click buy or instantly click sell and be placed in a directional bias trade. Okay, So make sure that you know what you're trading, you understand margins, okay? And what margins are is going to be the amount of money the futures contract is going to require, okay? So say for instance, you're trying to trade the S&P 500 futures contract, the ES, okay? If you're trying to trade the ES, then you might need at least $500, okay, inside of your futures account in order to open the trade. Okay, so understand that all the tick amounts are going to be the same, and as well as the margin amounts. Please look at the margin amounts on your broker before you start trading futures. And traders usually close the contract before the date arrives, so they never have to store 1,000 barrels of oil in the first place. So a lot of the times you're going to see an expiration date on futures contracts. Okay, so let's say for example you're trading the ES. Okay, you might see something like ESQ. Okay, and when you see letters, each one of the letters are going to represent different expiration dates. Okay, so let's go and let's jump into the next slide. And the main reason why people like futures in the first place is going to be the leverage. Okay, it's an extremely powerful asset class to be trading. Okay, but you can't blow the bag. You can't blow the bag. Okay, so you're going to be able to control more with less. Okay, so this is why traders really love futures. With other things, you got to deposit and it has more upfront cost in order for you to see some profitability. But with futures, you could really just deposit one time. Okay, you only need one small deposit, okay, to cover the margin. So make sure you look at it. It's going to differentiate per broker, so I can't just give you guys a solid answer. Okay, on the NASDAQ 100, in order to trade the NQ futures contract, one broker might require $1,000 in order to trade it. One broker might require $5,000 in order to trade it. Okay, so whatever broker you're trading on, make sure you're looking at your margin, okay, requirements, so you know how much money you need in order to trade in the first place. Okay, so here's an example. Okay, so let's say your contract, once again, okay, is requiring a $1,000 margin. Okay, let's say you're trying to trade gold. Okay, let's say you're trying to trade the GC futures. You're trying to say trade some gold. Okay, and the margin for gold, okay, is going to be $1,000. That means you would need at least $1,000 in your account in order to trade this futures. If you have less than $1,000 in your account, then what's happened is your account has the chance to get what's called liquidated. Okay, so if you need $1,000 in order to trade the asset class, you cannot go underneath that. Otherwise, your account is what's going to be called liquidated. Yes, futures is a leveraged asset, but that comes at the cost. You have to have the bare minimum amount in order to trade with the leverage. Okay, that's the only reason why people trade things like prop firm and stuff like that, is because they don't have the capital for the margin up front right now. But be patient and stack up that capital, because trading on your own live account really does help, makes things a lot easier, and you have full control over your funds, so you could feed yourself and your family however you want. You don't have time to be playing on other people's rules. When you want to withdraw your money after you win a trade, you should be able to withdraw your money. So I really recommend live account. Okay, get your life together, grind hard. Okay, work on your business, work on your job, level up, get some money together, and boot up a live account. Okay, I don't recommend you guys try and rush and go the prop firm route just to go ahead and avoid the margin. Okay, take your time, learn the skills. Okay, pay for some mentorship first, or sign up with a free call at stackmode.net, and I'll teach you guys how we can trade futures before you just start trying to boot up a prop firm and trying to just take any type of ghetto weird trades. Okay, because there's a lot of things that come into the futures market. Okay, especially on a live account, your margin is going to be the most important thing. If gold says that they need $1,000 in order to trade gold, okay, you need $1,000, okay, in margin, okay, which is the bare minimum requirement in order to trade the asset class. If you go under that, your account could be zeroed out, okay, or your account could go into the negatives, okay, if price action moves too fast and clips past your stop loss, if you have one, okay. And if it moves too fast and clips into the negatives, then you would have to owe the broker money, okay. And if you don't pay it back, then they could sue you, etc. Okay, so make sure that you're paying attention to the margin cost on whatever broker that you're trading on. Every broker is going to be different. Okay, gold might require $1,000 to trade on one broker, might require $5,000 to trade on one broker. Okay, check it out and make sure you're doing your research. Let's go to the next slide. So up or down? Okay, let's talk about long versus short. Okay, the difference between the two. So in stocks, shorting. Shorting is when you're betting on the price direction to go down. Okay, shorting means down. Okay, and longing means you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Okay, so if you're speculating that the NASDAQ 100, gold, or whatever asset class that you're looking to trade is going to go in an upwards direction, okay, then what you need to be looking at is looking to buy a long contract. Okay, so you're going to be buying, okay, and going long. Since you think price is going to go up, okay, then you need to be buying, and that's going to be the long direction. If you think price is going to go down, you'd be shorting, okay, and you'd have to go ahead and purchase a sell contract. Okay, so go long, you buy a contract, and you'd profit if price goes up. And going short means that you're selling a contract, okay, and you're profiting if price is going down. And that can be for anything. Okay, I don't care if you're trading egg futures. If you think the prices of eggs are going to go down and you buy a short contract in egg futures, then inshallah you would make some money. So that's just exactly how it works. So because it's just a contract, you can agree to sell at a high price today, even if you don't own the asset. Okay, so do your research, and when you guys start putting the economy and your technical analysis information together, okay, because your economy information is absolutely futile to be looking at. You have to be looking at it. It's essential. Okay, it's very, very important to be looking at your economy information, the CPI, PPI, inflation rates, etc. Okay, seeing what recent laws are getting passed. Okay, things like that have a big factor in where the market is and where it's going, most importantly. Okay, so put your economy factors and then get your technical side. Be like, you know what, are we at all-time highs right now? Okay, ask yourself some certain questions. Okay, am I ready to buy on this pullback? Okay, I'm going to wait market to go down, and then I'm going to buy back up again. Okay, take your time and strategically plot and plan your trade before you make any rash, wild decisions. Let's head over to the next slide, class. So the danger zone, margin. Okay, just like we talked about, margin can be dangerous. I don't want you guys getting sued. Okay, I don't want you guys getting served court papers or anything like that because you owe some money to the broker. Okay, and understand that sometimes your stop loss, okay, stop loss, that's what SL is, stop loss. Sometimes, okay, let's say you have your stop loss set at a certain price. Okay, if price decides to run past your stop loss too fast, you could end up losing more than you thought. Okay, so if you have your stop loss set for $300, okay, and price action moves fast way past your stop loss, okay, you could end up losing like 380. Okay, and if that goes underneath your margin requirement, also known as your maintenance margin, okay, which is the minimum amount required to even have the trade open. Okay, so since you're using leverage, you must maintain the minimum maintenance margin. Okay, so if you're trading the NASDAQ 100 on a broker and it says it needs $1,000 in order for you to have one contract open, okay, then you need to have $1,000. If you go under that, then you're going to face what's called liquidation, which is pretty much account death. And once again, if price action happens too fast, past your stop loss or whatever, you can end up losing more than you actually expected. Okay, and that could lead to, God forbid, a margin call. So if your trade goes against you and your account balance drops below the minimum, okay, the broker will automatically close your trades and take the rest of your money. Okay, so rule number one, never trade without a stop loss. Never trade without a stop loss. Okay, and it's very rare too that price decides to just clip way past it instantly and it fills you for a different number than what your stop loss was set for. But just know that it can happen. So it is good to have more money than your margin account. Okay, so if the margin or the maintenance margin requirements, so if the margin is asking for $1,000, okay, I would try and have like 2K. This way you guys can take some losses, etc., and you're not going to be panicking. So let's head over to the next slide. So the ticking clock. Okay, so unlike stocks, right, which you can hold forever, futures contracts actually expire. Okay, they have a time limit, and they're quarterly a lot of the times. So most of them expire in March, June, September, and then you got December. Okay, and then we have rollovers too. Let's talk about rollovers. You might have seen this on your broker asking you if it wants to roll over contracts, etc. So if you want to keep trading, you must close the old contract and open a new one before it expires. Okay. So don't forget too, if you hold oil futures to expiration, okay, you're legally asking for oil to be delivered to your house. Okay. And brokers a lot of the time usually permit this. Okay. So if you're just trading for pure speculative reason, which means you're trading off pure technical analysis and the chart, okay, then make sure you guys are closing trades before expiration dates occur. Okay, close the charts before the expiration dates occur. Makes it things a lot easier, and you're not gonna have to stress out about anything. Okay, just keep your digital money and hop off, and then you could take that futures income and buy assets with it. Okay, take that futures income, buy real estate, buy real life stuff. Do what you want. Okay, and cycle your money like that. So, what can we trade in the first place on futures? So we got the big three. All right, the big three. You got the ES. Okay, the ES is going to go ahead and represent the S&P 500. Okay, and then we got the NQ. NQ is going to go ahead and stand for the NASDAQ. Okay, that's going to be the NASDAQ 100. Okay, which is going to be the powerful batch of tech stocks. Okay, and then you're going to have the YM. Okay, and YM is going to be for Dow Jones, also known as US 30 for any forex traders out there coming to futures. Okay, so you got the ES, that's the S&P 500. NQ is the NASDAQ 100. And you got the YM, that is the Dow Jones. Okay, so the big three. Okay, those are really going to be the big three. And yeah, and then you're going to have things too, like crude oil. Okay, people trade oil as well too. And then you're going to have things as well like gold, okay, which is a precious metal. So beginners often start with micro contracts too. Okay, so starting with micro contracts change the whole ball game. It makes things a lot easier when you can scale down, okay, and risk less. When you risk less, you have a lot less anxiety per trade, and you could catch way bigger trades as well too, due to the fact that you don't have that fear of, oh, I gotta hop off the trade, I have so much size in right now. No, you can let the trade ride out, do its thing, and play properly. Okay, you can let market do its thing. Okay, you can let market actually cultivate itself, and most importantly, you could risk a little and catch a big move. Okay, and continue to keep yourself profitable and stress-free just like that, inshallah. Let's over to the next slide. Breaking futures down, okay, from top to bottom is going to be extremely easy. Okay, so we're trading the US stock market. The US stock market, it's made to go in an upwards direction. Okay, and all of these stocks are put into one index, creating the futures indexes. Okay, so breaking everything down logically, if I head over to the stock screener, okay, and I have my market set to United States, okay, I can see the companies that are United States companies. I'm going to have companies such as Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, Google. Okay, the whole world is using iPhones. The whole world uses Google to search. Okay, the whole world owns Microsoft products. Okay, the whole world orders off Amazon. Okay, and we have to also understand that these companies employ hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, okay, all across the world. And these people are paying taxes. And the more taxes getting paid, the more beneficial it is for the United States government. So of course, the United States stock market would be made to go in an upwards direction. Okay, so forget getting lost deep in the technicals, okay, because market is pretty easy to understand technically. It's just support and resistance and understanding where market wants to go. But understanding where market wants to go and why is going to be a big part. When you're trading the United States stock market, stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction year after year after year, because that's the baseline of the company. America is built off of strong companies. Okay, so take this area for example. You're going to have areas where market decides to bounce from the bottom from. Okay, as you can see this area here, market decided to bounce twice from this area. Okay, and as we know, whenever we see market bouncing within an upwards direction, okay, that's going to indicate that, of course, buying is coming into place, okay? And when buying steps into place, that's going to let us know that that's an area of support, okay? And we want to be looking at everything on our higher time frames first, okay? So doing top-down analysis and looking at your chart on your higher time frames is going to give you that real bigger picture for absolutely everything, okay? So start on your weekly time frame and then head down to your daily, then your 4-hour, and then your 15-minute. Okay. Your weekly time frame is going to be your bird's eye view. Okay. We need to zoom all the way out to see the true trend of the market, where stuff is heading to, okay, and how market wants to react on the higher time frame basis. Okay. The higher time frame is going to show us the true price action. It's going to show us where price truly wants to go, what it truly wants to do, and where the orders are truly being placed and stopped at. Okay. Your daily time frame, okay, you're going to use just to see a little closer for take profits. Okay. And then your 4-hour. We know the 4-hour is going to be really important because on the weekly and the daily, you can't see everything you need to see. So make sure that your electronic or extended trading hours is going to be enabled before you start trading futures. Okay. So now let me go ahead and pull up the futures chart once again. So now we understand what's inside of futures. Okay. We understand how it operates. Now let's talk about how to read the chart. Okay. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is start off on my highest time frame first. Okay. I'm on the weekly with it. Okay. So breaking down certain logical things. We know that market wants to go in an upwards direction due to the fact that it's the most beneficial for the United States economy. Okay. Market wants to go in an upwards direction. Okay. It's the most beneficial for the economy. Okay. And the United States dollar is one of the most powerful currencies in the entire world. Okay. So all stock market is really, really important. We have innovative minds that build world-changing companies here. Okay. So putting that into perspective, we know that whenever we're trading the stock market or futures, as we can see on the weekly time frame, price is meant to go up year after year after year after year after year. Okay. Regardless of how many new lows are being made, okay, we could still see price heading in an upwards direction year after year after year after year. That's because that's what it's made to do. The United States' backbone is built off of companies and work. Okay. So this is pretty much going to be looking at real life in chart form. Okay. So as more companies get created, as technology starts expanding, okay, etc., you could start seeing more money being pumped in to the economy. Okay. Thus leading the index to go in an upwards direction year after year after year after year. Okay. So trading futures, a lot of the times, you're going to be looking to trade longs. Okay. So what a long is, means that you're going to be trading in the upwards direction. Okay. So futures, you get paid based off speculation, which means you get paid based off your directional bias. Okay. So primarily, since logically on the higher time frames, we see market going up year after year after year after year after year. Okay. We're going to go ahead and focus on buying up. Okay. Since the market is made to go up, let's focus on the direction where the market is made. Okay. The reason why people short is Forex traders came on and influenced US traders, and people who are in the US are now trying to short. Okay. So you can see this is going to be the United States index, the NASDAQ 100, goes up year after year after year after year after year, almost undoubtedly. Now let me go and pull up some Forex. So I got Forex here. Okay, I can go back all the way back here on Forex. We can see that all-time highs is way higher than it is today. It does not work the same. Okay, the United States stock market is meant to go in an upwards direction. Forex is going to be a lot more sideways. So don't let Forex traders influence you if you're a United States stock market trader. Meaning if you trade options, if you trade futures or shares, understand that these companies are meant to go in an upwards direction. It is not sideways like Forex is. It is two completely different instrument and asset classes and has to be treated as such. Okay, now let's continue. Okay, so we know price is going to go ahead and hunt this all-time highs up here. Okay, price is hunting all-time highs. And let's talk about the V formation. Okay, so market will continue to head up in an upwards direction year after year after year after year, once again for the greater good of the world. Now it's about knowing when to buy. So you don't want to buy when market is at all-time highs. Okay, because remember, we make money whenever we buy longs, which means we want market to go in an upwards direction. So in order to buy when and be profitable whenever market's going in an upwards direction, we can't buy at the tippity top, because then we're just going to eat the whole drawdown. Okay, so you never want to buy at all-time highs. Okay, never buy at all-time highs. Okay, so all-time highs is going to be the highest point into the market. Okay, you never want to buy at all-time highs. Not worth it. Okay, because then you're just going to get pulled back on. But understand that market always wants to try to make new all-time highs. Okay, so in that logic, let's put something together. That means that market will always want to hunt an area of resistance above current price. Okay, to try to meet it again and try to break it, or sometimes it might meet it again. Okay, and then price might decide to reverse hard. Okay, so this is why we want to go ahead and close at the area of resistance, okay, where market decided to fall down from in the first place at all times. Okay, all of our trades are going to look the same from now until we fall off the earth. Okay, until it's time to die, all your trades are going to look the exact same. Okay, we're going to focus on letting market make the top left of the V. Okay, that's going to indicate the area of resistance. We want market to fall down first. After market falls down, you want it to also make the bottom of the V. Okay, so you want market to do two things for you. Okay, you want it to make the left side of the V and the bottom of the V. Okay, the left side of the V is going to indicate where it decided to start falling down from. Okay, so the left side of the V indicates where market decided to start falling down from. And the bottom of the V is going to go ahead and indicate whenever price wanted to stop falling and catch itself. Okay, and whenever market stops falling and catches itself, okay, that's going to indicate an area of support. So support equals buying. Okay, support equals buys. And the top left of the V is going to go ahead and equal resistance. Okay, resistance is going to go ahead and equal selling. Okay, sells. Hence why market's going in a downwards direction. And then once people start buying, longing, okay, buying and longing is the same thing, then market's going to start going in an upwards direction. And understand that logically, okay, because market wants to try and always make new all-time highs, we can put some logical perspectives together. Okay, we can understand that wherever market decided to fall down from, market will eventually try and reach that area again to smash past it, or reverse from the area to try to smash past it again. Okay, so understand that wherever market decided to fall down from originally, okay, wherever market fell down from, it will try and recover to. I don't care what it is. Okay, wherever market fell down from, I don't care if you're looking at futures, stocks, options, whatever. Okay, wherever market fell down from, if it's a half decent asset that people invest into, it will try and recover and break past where it fell down from every single time, because that's the greater good for the economy. Okay, the stock market isn't just going up to go up for no reason. Okay, so I don't want you guys to just be faked out, and I'm not going to be just showing little 15-minute breakdowns of structure and this and that. Understanding the true logistics between everything is going to give you a lot less anxiety when you're in your setups. You're going to have so much conviction, you're going to have so much understanding, and understanding that, you know what, price has to go up. It's logically meant to go up. Price already sold off, buying has stepped in, price is going to go ahead and meet up to the area where it sold off at. to try and break into new all-time highs. And you continuously farm that logical structure. You continuously take the same setups. Okay, when you see the staircase stock chart emoji, okay, understand all you see is market going up, pulling back, going up, pulling back, going up, pulling back. Okay, and when you see market making these higher lows, okay, this low is higher than this low. Okay, this low is higher than this low. Okay, we got this low is higher than this low. Once you start seeing market making higher lows and breaking previous all-time highs, okay, you know you're trading a good asset class. Okay, that's going to be an asset class that you want to be focused on primarily, because all you have to do is wait for market to make these little pullbacks. Okay, please pay close attention to this drawing. Okay, that's exactly how market works. All market does is go up, come down, then go back up and break where it previously fell down at. Okay, and take advantage of that. Wherever market previously fell down at, it will almost always want to meet it, because it has to break it in order to make progress. So wherever market decides to fall down at is going to be your take profit. Okay, so your take profit, which is when you close and you get your money, that is going to be wherever market decided to fall downward at. Okay, wherever the left side of the V was created is when you're going to take your profit, because we don't know if market always wants to break into new all-time highs. Okay, market could easily come into the resistance again, okay, and fall down extremely hard, okay, and then break one day again. But still, you don't want to eat the whole fall down. Okay, just take advantage of the logic that's there. Understand that the right side of the V wants to be filled. Price wants to recover from where it fell down from. Okay, it may not want to break it immediately, but understand that a lot of the times it will want to at least recover from where it fell down from. And that window of price recovering to where it fell down from is our money window. Okay, that's going to be our money window. So using all of our time frames and seeing everything and doing our top-down analysis is going to help us put it all together so that we can make the right profitable decisions. Okay, so let's go and let's keep going here. So take here. Okay, even if I'm on here, let's say I start on my weekly. Okay, I know price wants to come up to this all-time highs. Okay, we just went ahead and broke down all the reasons why. Okay, I can see we're not at all-time highs right now. If you're not at all-time highs, okay, there could be a chance to get a trade in. If you're not at all-time highs, there could be a chance to get a trade in. If you're at all-time highs, you do not trade. Do not trade at all-time highs. Okay, we need market to make the left side of the V, let market pull back, okay, make the bottom of the V, form support, and then we catch the right side of the V right back to where it fell down from. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Some of you guys are making market way too difficult. No need for all this weird stuff on the 1 minute. No weird terms like the silver bullet. Just understand that wherever market fell down from, if it's a profitable asset class, okay, and the whole United States runs off of these futures, okay, if you turn on the news and you look at the bottom left, you're going to go ahead and see it tracking futures, okay? The whole United States runs off of the stock market, okay? So understand that. Once you understand that, you can easily just start using your higher time frames and making a lot better decisions, okay? So even here on futures, if I wanted to do something like this, okay, you could easily make your trades, okay? You could easily put down a trade, okay, and just catch it all the way to all-time highs, okay, and catch the whole thing. You know price wants to go ahead and fill all the way up here, okay? But even if you didn't do that, say you didn't have enough margin, right, to hold overnight, right? Here's what you would do, okay? What you can do is hop on your daily, okay? If you wanted, you could put your, depending on how big of it is, depending on how big of a stop it is, saying have your stop loss set, okay? Find a good stop loss that works for you and your account, okay? You can go to your 4-hour time frame after your daily, and you want to find yourself a support candle, okay? Find yourself a support candle if you can, okay? Whether it be this one, okay, this one, okay? Try and find yourself support candles, okay? Then from there, go ahead and just read the structure. Okay. So we can see market is making higher lows. Why? Because I'm looking at the support candles. Okay. So I'm seeing each of these support candle conjunction areas heading in an upwards direction. Okay. Time after time after time again. Okay. So it's letting me know that, okay, this asset class is definitely bullish. Okay. This low up here is higher than this low. Okay. This low up here is higher than this low. This low up here is higher than this low. This low up here is higher than this low. Okay. And you keep taking your formations like that. Okay. Now I can go to my 15-minute time frame. Okay. And I can see everything more logically for what it is. Okay. So I can see here. Actually, I'll stay on my 4 hour for a second. Okay. We could see price decided to come in contact with this area here of resistance. Okay. We could see price wants to come up here first on the 4 hour. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go to my 15-minute. Okay. And I want price to show me bullish structure. Okay. So this is exactly what I mean. So price decided to make the left side of the V here on the 15-minute. Okay. And getting on the 15-minute is where it gets nitty gritty. Okay. It's really turning on your Sharingan, making sure you can see everything that you need to see, and putting that same higher time frame logic on the lower time frames is what's going to make the world of difference. Okay. So go ahead and get on your lower time frames after you've done your highest time frame analysis. Okay. I'm trying to make you guys the best traders in the entire world because it's not that difficult. Okay. After I touch 1 billion from this, so many free guys that's going to be out for you guys. Okay. Because it's not hard. It's just you have to get your psychology down packed, inshallah. So look, you could see market decided to make the left side of the V here on the 15-minute. Okay. So on the higher time frame, this is the ultimate beginning of the V is up here on the 4 hour. Okay. We can see market topped out right here before it decided to fall down. Okay. Market decided to fall down all the way down here. Okay. Found an area of support and then started to make some higher lows. Once I start seeing things like higher lows come into place, I'm like, oh yeah, we're trendy. Okay. Because market doesn't want to go past these supports. Okay. Look at this line right here. Okay. Let me go ahead and change the color of this. So if you look at the yellow line, you can see market has these 2 wicks that did not want to go beneath. Okay. Now we have this line up here. Did not want to go beneath. Okay. And then we have the support accumulation zone up here. Okay. And price looks like it wants to hold this area right here. Okay. Price looks like it wants to hold this area very, very confidently. Okay. Price looks like it found another area of support right here. Okay. So I can start seeing here, I have my 4 hour wick and I have a 4 hour close above the zone. Okay. So I like that. Okay. I have a 4 hour candlestick above the zone and I have a 15-minute candlestick above the zone. Okay. So I can see that market is trending. Okay. In an upwards direction. Market fell down and it looks like it's trying to make the V right here. So then it can go in an upwards direction from here. Okay. And at least hit this resistance. Okay. And this profit window is what we're going to use in order to make our trade. Okay. Then from there, you'd be able to pull out your risk to reward tool. Okay. This will be long position. Okay. You could put your stop loss below this area of support if you wanted, and then take profit would go ahead and be the area of resistance up here. And we play this for a 1 to 2 about. Okay. So you play this for about a 1 to 2, catch your trade and hop off. Okay. Or even if you wanted to play the take profit up here, you could play this one too. Or if you had multiple contracts, you could do it like that. Okay. But if you just wanted to play the first 15-minute V structure after the higher lows were created, then you could go ahead and get in just like that. Okay. So it's doing that top-down analysis, seeing everything. Okay. And then catching the V structure, even on the smaller time frames, breaking everything down and seeing it for exactly what it is really going to help you put things into logical perspective and help your trades over time. Okay. So we could see market decided to make the main V here. Okay. So starting off on the weekly. Okay. We got all-time highs. Okay. I can see market decided to make some higher lows here, even on the weekly. Even on my daily here, I can see market made the top of this main V up here all-time highs. Market fell all the way down and made the bottom of the V on the daily. Now I'm going to go to my 4 hour time frame. okay? And I could see market deciding to do its thing, okay? Market's deciding to trend in an upwards direction, and I could see all the higher lows on a smaller time frame for exactly what it is, okay? I could see that market decided to make this area of resistance here, fell down, but it's still trying to trend up to fill in this V right here, okay? And ideally, it wants to fill in the whole V, okay? So what we can do, I could get on my 15-minute time frame here, okay? And I could open my trade, okay? Catch my 1 to 2 and catch it up here. Or I can move my take profit to up here if I wanted to as well, okay? And keep my stop loss as this support right here, okay? And have the take profit as the final V all the way up there, okay? So it's just about knowing when to enter, okay? So on your 15-minute, you want to make sure that you're seeing that recent support structure, okay? And you want to make sure that you're buying when everyone else is buying. Once again, let me repeat that one more time. You want to make sure that you're buying when everyone else is buying, okay? So if market right here just made the left side of the V, okay? And then the bottom side of the V already got made. So market already dumped down and it already made a bottom, okay? What direction is it most likely going to go into from here? Buys, okay? Because people already sold, okay? And the low already got formed again, okay? And understand that this asset class also has laws in place to make sure it doesn't flash crash to zero, the short sale restriction, okay? So don't expect more markets going in a downtrend for it to last too long, okay? Because people are going to be fiending to find a new low to buy it again because they know it's going to go up year after year after year, okay? So on futures, primarily try and focus on the pullback formations. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the S&P 500 futures, known as the ES. Okay, let's go ahead and let's cover this and break it down. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, just like we talked about, is I'm going to start on my weekly time frame first, okay? Then I'm going to go to my daily, then to my 4-hour, and then to my 15-minute, okay? Then to your 15-minute, finally, okay? So what I like to go ahead and do is ask myself, are we at all-time highs? We cannot trade if we're at all-time highs, okay? We just can't. We want market to pull back first, and then we take it back up, okay? Don't trade at all-time highs. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't short, don't long, don't do nothing. Wait for market to pull back, and then take it back up, okay? Wait for market to form. If there's no resistance above current price, do not trade. Once again, if there is not resistance above current price, okay, if you can't get on your time frames in market area of resistance above current price, like right here, okay, then you shouldn't be trading. If market's way up here and there's no resistance above current price, you're gambling, okay? You're not playing logically, okay? Market works in structured formations, okay? You know market wants to come up and head to this area of resistance right here. As you can see, market decided to make this bottom right here. Price went all the way up from this bottom and stopped up here, okay? After it stopped up here, it decided to make it flash down all the way to this low, okay? So this is a pretty strong area of resistance. If it can make it flash for about a month downwards, okay, that's a strong area of resistance. Market wants to dust off its knees, throw on its gloves, and get ready to fight again, okay? It doesn't want to lose at this area. Okay, so after it lost the fight once and it fell down, it's ready, you know, it's ready to go back up and fight again. So always think of market as a fighter, okay? After it got knocked out, punched in the teeth, all their teeth on the ground, okay? They come back, mouth guard in, gloves in, training sessions done, and it's ready to try and fight and break the new all-time highs again, okay? So it's real life too, okay? There's going to be seasons where you're dumb up, but when you fall down, are you going to panic? Okay, and trading's the same way. If you panic sell while market's falling in a downwards direction, okay, instead of just waiting for market to bounce at a certain low and then buy then you're going to get your results. Okay, so when you're drowning, you're falling down, you can't panic. Okay, you got to wait, catch yourself, and then go right back up. Okay, so right here, even logically, I know price wants to reach this area of resistance. Okay, price is upset that it fell down from here. It almost can't believe it that it lost. Okay, it lost at this area right here, and seller stepped all the way in. stopped buying from here. Okay, and market's like, hold on, you know what? Who said sellers could step in right there? Okay, it doesn't like that. It's gonna try and break past that area and do it over and over and over again until we die. Okay, that's just how it's created. That's how it works. It's welfare sitting here for us, sitting here. Okay, all you have to do is plant your seeds. So boom. So market is gonna go ahead and chase this main V up here. Okay, and I can know that because one, market decided to bottom out after making that heavy fall down. Okay, and we're almost fully recovered here too. But I can also see market making on my 4-hour higher lows. Okay, so I can see that this low is higher than this low is higher than this low. Okay, and I can start seeing this low even here too. Okay, and then let me get on my 15-minute time frame. Let's check it out. Okay, so I'm on my 15-minute time frame. Let's see everything a little bit more logically. Okay, even right here, this is going to be an area of support here too. Okay, that's a very recent low. Okay, and we could see, okay, price decided to fall downwards recently. Okay, price recently fell down from this area of resistance here on the 15-minute. Okay, so what we need is to see market hold an area of support and see if it's really for true. Okay, so after market decided to fall down from this area right here, okay, it came down and it looks like it made this kind of candle right here of support. Okay, so after a heavy sell off, you want to see, okay, did the market try and bounce from that at least? Okay, so we could see even right here for this top, okay, market decided to have a heavy sell off, but it decided to find a low right here, correct? Okay, market decided to even come down and test it in the same area. Okay, so I want to see, okay, is this a higher low? Okay, this low right here. Okay, I want to see if this low is a higher low than this low for real. Okay, so what I want to be waiting for is I want more 15-minute candlesticks that are green filling in the right side. Okay, so I can see this low right here is real. Okay, you know this low is real because outside of the zone, okay, you start seeing green candlesticks heading up in an upwards direction, buying multiple green candlesticks in a row. Even down here with this low, okay, you know this low is real because you start seeing green candlesticks heading in an upwards direction, ready to fill in the resistance gap. Okay, but we could see here from this low, okay, it's just a wick. Okay, after this, it's red candlesticks, green, red, green, red, green, really choppy. Okay, really choppy. Hasn't started fully trending yet. Okay, has not started fully trending yet. Okay, after market found this low, green candle, green candle, green candle, green candle. You start seeing them rapidly success in a V direction. As you can see, it decided to kind of make this wick, but then a red candle, and then a green, but then a red dojis, and then not really consistent. So I don't even know if this low is real. Okay, so I'm not going to take the trade here yet. Okay, I'm going to wait for more 15-minute candlesticks to keep heading in an upwards direction. Okay, I want to see price fully give me that V curl. Okay, one thing too, especially when you first start off and it's helping you eyeball, you can draw trend lines too. Trend lines, like when you first start, could help you out too. Okay, it's really just knowing where the area of resistance is. Okay, so look at where price decided to start falling down in the first place. Okay, so price started falling down up there. Okay, in this area up here. Okay, from there, you could draw the trend line off of that. And a lot of the times, by the time the trend line gets broken, it'll let you know if the area of support is real for the most part. Okay, but that's why trend lines work, because price is confirmed. Okay, but you have to close at the area of resistance above current price. Otherwise, it's all going to be shambles. Okay, it's not going to work how you want it to. Okay, so even with here, honestly, it's been a couple minutes, honestly. That's why I like to wait for multiple 15-minute candlesticks. So you have this low, and then you have a bunch of candlesticks above the zone too that's closed. Okay, So you could either wait for the trend line to get broken and then enter, and then stop loss could be under the low and take it up to the high. Okay. And it's about knowing when to buy. You buy directionally. Okay. You want to buy after market sells. Okay. We just play logically. Buy after market sells. Okay, that's it. You buy after market sells, and that's literally how you trade. Okay, that's how you trade the United States stock market. Okay, is you buy after market sells off. Okay, after it sells off, then you buy. Okay. So even this here too, like, yeah, you could avoid a fake out if you wanted to just wait for the trend line, honestly. Or you could take your chance and see if this low is pretty real. We're starting to get some more 15-minute structure here that I like. Yeah, and we could either do that, or I really like this too, though. We have a kind of higher low being formed here on the 15-minute. So a lot of the times too, you see how this area of support got tested like twice. So sometimes it'll do that. Take like a price like right here. We got two 15-minute candlesticks stopping in the same place. Okay, after I see something like that, that's going to let me know, okay, price doesn't want to break below the support. Okay, giving me way more conviction. Okay, price would have broke below the support if it wanted to, not bounce at the same place. Okay, once I start seeing stuff like that on my 15-minute, for sure, yep, I can go ahead and I can get in right here if I wanted to. Okay, stop loss underneath this low. Okay, and then take it all the way up here. Okay. Yeah, for it's a 15-minute time frame. So yeah, this could be like overnight. Could be a couple days. Yeah, for sure. A couple days at max if it's choppy. But a lot of times it'll be like a couple hours. So yeah. And then you just take that structure and you just keep taking your trades. Just keep taking your trades. Okay. And this is a very small stop loss here. It's 37. Let me go ahead and log into my paper trade here to break down the math. Okay. So boom, you'd be playing for about 108 ticks. Okay. So this is a really, really good trade. Okay. So you're only risking, okay, let's say you're on the micros. Okay, you'd be risking $45, right, to make 135. Okay. So that's over double your money. Okay, and this is a pretty small take profit. You could definitely take this take profit up here as well too, if you feel comfortable holding a little longer, for sure. Okay. So if you wanted to take the take profit up here, okay, that would be playable up here as well too. Okay, so you'd be risking $45 to make 180. Okay, and just wherever market decided to fall down from, it will want to return to. It will want to return to almost every single time. As long as you're trading, whenever market is making higher lows, okay, understand that market is always going to want to fill in and return and try for vengeance again from where it fell down from. Okay, wherever market fell down from, it's going to try to recover. Okay, it's going to try to recover, and keeping that perspective is really going to help you. Okay, after market makes its low and falls down, okay, let market make its own area of support. Okay, and we can see on the 15-minute here too, once again, areas of higher lows being formed. Okay, I have this area right here. Okay, I like this candle a lot. After that, price went all the way up. Okay, fell all the way down and then made this low. Then price went up. Okay, came down and then made this low. We got two 15-minute candlesticks chilling in the same place here. Amazing, amazing area. Okay, so I wanted to stop loss underneath this area of support since we look like we're trending here. Okay, and then take it up to this area of resistance. Okay, for the whole formation fill. Okay, and it's about just waiting for pullbacks, taking the trade. Wait for pullback and then take the trade. Okay, and being as patient as possible is really going to be the determining factor versus profitability and just unprofitability. Okay, and buying during trending times. Okay, because you can't just live on your 15-minute time frame and try and do things like that. Okay, it's still important to do the whole top-down analysis. Because we did the top-down analysis, I was able to understand the 15-minute time frame structure a lot different. Okay, because the 15-minute, if I just pull it up, it could be a whole different story. Okay. But when we're on our higher time frames, we can see everything for what it is. We can see that this is the bullish asset class year after year after year. And all we got to do is buy the dips and catch the sweeps back up. Okay. And that's it. So get ready to rumble, traders. Okay. If you guys want more help with futures trading, okay, whether it be education, technical analysis, or anything, head over to stackmode.net. You guys can book a free call with me. I got free courses, free ebooks for you guys, and there's just too much information out there, okay, that I really try and give you guys to help you get profitable, inshallah, if God wills, okay. And let's break down these things, okay. Understand that leverage gives you a lot of power, okay, but you gotta be in control of this. This could be a really good thing or a really bad thing if you don't have it down packed. So make sure you study yourself as a human. Make sure you're aware of your emotions and don't crash out and make irrational bad decisions, okay? And liquidity gives you speed, okay? When everyone is buying, okay, you're gonna start seeing price action flood in a upwards direction. When everyone's selling, you start seeing price action flood in a downwards direction, okay? And risk management is the thing that's gonna keep you alive, okay? And your risk to reward, okay? So if you're risking $50 a trade, you need to be at least trying to make 100 to 150, okay? If you make 100, that would be a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio. If you make 150, that would be a 1 to 3 risk to reward ratio, okay? And focusing on your risk to reward ratios is how you're going to become profitable. It's all in the math. So if you're making more than you lose consistently, you will become profitable, okay? And start with paper trading and start with mentorship first. Okay, so head over to stackmode.net. I love you guys so much. Keep grinding. Stay prayed up to God. And I'll catch you in the next one. Peace. So let's go and let's talk about central bank digital currencies, also known as CBDCs. Now, don't confuse this with cryptocurrency because cryptocurrency is decentralized and doesn't have a ruler. And CBDCs are money ruled by the government. And think of this as a digital version of cash in your wallet, but with one massive difference. It's programmable. So that means that in theory, the issuer could track every single transaction you make, limit how much that you could save, or even decide what you're allowed to buy. And supporters claim that it is the upgrade our financial system needs to be faster and safer, but critics are calling it the end of the financial privacy embedded in us as humans forever. So we're looking at the future of convenience, or are we looking at the ultimate tool for our total control? Let's jump into it, inshallah. So what is a CBDC in the first place? CBDC stands for Central Bank Digital Currency. So imagine if the cash in your pocket turned into a computer code, but it was still worth exactly the same amount. That is the basic idea of a CBDC. And it's digital money issued directly by the country's central bank. Okay, it's not physical paper and it doesn't come in coins. It exists only on computers or digital wallets. And unlike some cryptocurrencies that change value wildly, a CBDC is meant to be as safe as a dollar bill. Okay, so think of it like virtual cryptocurrency just created and ran by the government instead of it being on the peer-to-peer decentralized network. Okay, so the government's pretty much creating a currency in order to combat cryptocurrency coming out and its whole decentralized features. Okay, so we'll talk about the benefits. Let's jump into what it is and let's continue. Physical cash versus the CBDC. So we already use credit cards and apps like Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. So how is this going to be any different than things like that? So the commercial bank money that works today. So when you swipe a card, your bank promises to pay the store, okay? And it's an IOU between the banks, okay? And the CBDC, it's a direct liability of the central bank, and it's like handing someone digital cash directly without a middleman bank needing to promise the payment, okay? And as far as the speed, so regular bank transfers can take days, especially on the weekends. And also, when it comes to wire transfers, things like direct deposit when you're getting paid, things like that work on a time-based schedule, whether it be your direct deposit hit at 6 a.m. Some people have direct deposits hit at 6 p.m., okay? Some people don't have direct deposits that hit on weekends and have to wait for the following business day, such as a Monday or a Friday, etc., okay? But with CBDCs, payments and bank transfers are going to be instant, Okay, so they're creating a base and a way for people to instantly send money without having to use outside apps. Okay, so sending money today is like sending an email that goes through 3 different servers before actually arriving. And it has to all get approved too. Okay, if you decide to send money via wire transfer, it could definitely bounce. Okay, and sending a CBDC is like handing whoever you need to instant money, okay, or instant $20 bill, but doing it over the internet instantly. Instead of sending the $20 bill via the mail, waiting for the bank to sign off on it, and then sending the $20 bill to the person you want it to go to. That's how traditional banks work. So CBDCs really save a lot of time, make things a lot quicker, okay, and hopefully, inshallah, that'll bring a lot more control back into people's hands versus how we want to spend our money and when we need our money. So if CBDCs are out, what's the point of crypto, Chris? So if they're the same thing, and when they're not, and they both use digital technology, the real difference that comes in between them, okay? One is decentralized and one is not, okay? So they both use digital technology, okay? Sometimes the blockchain, but they're both different in the point of who controls it. Okay, so cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Solana, your XRPs, Ethereum, all decentralized. And the term decentralized means that it's not controlled by a centralized network. Okay, when you decide to send Bitcoin to somebody, okay, it directly gets sent to their Bitcoin wallet. Okay, no ifs, ands, or buts. Okay, peer-to-peer transaction system, also known as the decentralized system. Okay, then you're going to have the CBDC side, okay, which is going to be controlled just like traditional banks by that centralized bank fiat currency system. Okay, but the price will be stable. Okay, so $1 will equals $1. It's not going to be fluctuating as much. And as far as privacy concerns between the two, crypto is often anonymous. Okay, you have to go into the blockchain in order to check certain transactions out, etc. But CBDCs allow the government to see the transactions in order to stop crime, any type of money laundering, or any type of fraudulent activities happening. Okay, so think of Bitcoin kind of like a digital gold that you own yourself. And CBDCs are going to be like digital dollars managed by the Federal Reserve. So one is for freedom and investment and speculative purposes, and the other is going to be for stability and spending. Okay, so one's purpose, okay, it's going to be for speculative, freedom, and investment reasons. And the other purpose is going to be for stability, spending, and sending your money how you want within your centralized bank, okay, when you want, without having to use any type of external apps that you may potentially have to get approved for, especially when you already have your bank. Let's head over to the next slide. So let's talk about the 2 types of CBDCs. Not all CBDCs are for regular people, okay? There's going to be 2 main types. One, you're going to have the retail CBDC, okay? So this is going to be just for the day-to-day person. It's used for buying coffee, clothes, paying bills, and it really just acts like cash in an app, okay? And then you're going to have number 2. Other side of it, you're going to have your wholesale CBDC, okay? This is going to be for banks, and it helps huge banks send millions of dollars to each other instantly and safely, replacing the old slow systems. Okay, so retail is like the debit card in your wallet, and wholesale is like the armored truck that moves money between bank vaults. Okay, so really understanding the 2 different types of services and reasons why is going to help you make some future investment properties, especially when we start seeing banks implement CBDCs more and more due to the fact that they're trying to create some type of competitive edge against the whole cryptocurrency decentralized space. Yeah, so why create a CBDC? Governments aren't just building these for fun. Okay, one, it's for competition to create a space for them to still be profitable in the financial world, especially as cryptocurrency grows year after year after year after year, and people are starting to wake up to what's actually happening and how the currency works. Okay, and the efficiency of everything. So payments become instant and cheaper. So no more 3% credit card fees for shop owners, etc. And financial inclusion is going to come into play. So people who don't have bank accounts can still have a digital wallet on their phone to receive money safely. So that means you can still be able to do jobs and get paid exactly how you want. And in case you get declined by any app such as Cash App, Zelle, or anything like that, you're still going to be able to survive and pay your bills how you need to. And programmable money is what it is. So the government could send stimulus checks that expire if not spent, or can only be spent on food using CBDCs. Instead of having to get checks or use certain cards to spend money, CBDCs could be used to fund government programs to help out citizens. Okay, so during an emergency, the government could pretty much airdrop money directly to everyone's phone without having to mail paper checks and give everyone an essentially virtual card by using CBDCs. Okay, so we can start seeing things transfer away from traditional bank financial fiat currency system that we've been seeing for the past couple of decades into a whole new blockchain involved world. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. So let's talk about the risk and the concerns. So why are some people worried in the first place? So with great power comes great responsibility. Okay. So given the government total control over digital money has risk, and it's going to be a privacy loss factor that comes into play. So cash is going to be private. Okay, if you buy a candy bar with a $5 bill, nobody knows where it came from even. With a CBDC, the issuer can technically trace every penny that you spend, which takes away people's privacy, which adds control back into people's lives. So if money is programmable, they could stop you from buying things. Okay, so that means that they could deny transactions, freeze certain things, just as a normal bank account can. But banks and credit unions have a little bit more separate control from just the straight up government centralized system directly. Okay, so cybersecurity reasons as well too. If the central system is hacked, the whole money system could freeze, or even if it goes down. So let's say a CBDC risk system is running on like a system like AWS. Okay, if AWS were to go ahead and shut down, that means people weren't going to be able to access their funds. Okay, so do you want convenience or privacy? Okay, both things are going to go ahead and have concerns, and a lot of factors are going to come into play. So deciding what you're using your money for and how you want to invest is going to change year after year after year. So make sure you guys are staying on top of things. And as far as compliance for even your own stores, even if you want to take CBDC currency, and we'll see how the things change over the next couple of years. So are CBDCs real yet? Answer is going to be yes. Okay, it's not just a theory. Many countries are already using and testing them. Okay, for the Bahamas example, using the sand dollar. So the Bahamas is the first country to launch a full CBDC. So people use it to pay across different islands using mobile phones. And then we got China. Okay, China using the digital yuan. And millions of people in China are already testing the ECNY. Okay, electronic CNY. Okay, it's just digital fiat currency for China to buy subway tickets, groceries, etc. And then we got US. We got the Project Hamilton. Okay, the Federal Reserve and MIT are researching how our digital dollar would work, but haven't launched one just yet. But the United States is working on things. Okay, so over 100 countries representing 95% of the world's GDP are currently exploring a CBDC. Okay, and this is going to be research done as of 2023, and we can start seeing a lot of things change, especially when it comes to government-funded projects, such as like food stamps, unemployment, or anything like that. Instead of people getting the money placed on certain cards or traditional bank account systems, a CBDC wallet could be used in order to have people spend money on that throughout the entire network. So monies came a long way. It came from seashells to gold coins, seasoning, to paper bills, and now we got plastic cards, and now we can just send money digitally with numbers on the screen with our phone. And CBDCs seem to be the next logical step in a digital world realistically. So as you grow up, you gotta understand how money works, you gotta be able to adapt, and you gotta be ready to change how your asset classes are being moved and how your money is growing, especially as things get more expensive over time. Your money has to be working for you. Okay, keep that logical perspective. If the world is going to get more expensive over time, that means that your money can never stop working, especially when we have to do things like use the bathroom, sleep, etc. You have to be getting money while you're doing that stuff. Okay, if you want to be competitive in this world, you got to be getting money at all times. In your sleep, while you're awake, while you're getting money, you should be getting money, and it should be that serious, inshallah. Okay, so CBDCs offer speed and safety, but we must come to terms with the fact that you're going to be losing respect of privacy, but you are going to be getting a lot of convenience as well too. Okay, no more long paperwork, waiting for cards and stuff like that. And a lot of that stuff can be frustrating. Okay, just instant funds that come on a wallet, and we'll really see how it plays out for the future. Stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, and head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Passive trading, swing trading, making money in your sleep and while you're at work is all I'm pushing. That's all we're teaching here at Stack Mode. All that day trading, hustling to make some money real quick. Oh, we just got in, we just got out. All that anxiety trading, all that cringe. Not what we're pushing here. Okay, we're pushing stability, consistency, major growth. Only things I want to even instruct you guys when it comes to the market is to use your higher time frames. All that 1 minute, 5 minute scalping, all that prop firm day trading scalping, it's not going to get you to where you want to be. There's a reason why your P&L keeps going up and down, why you're upset that you're not profitable, that you haven't gotten the Lamborghini or the house that you want. Some of you guys are absolutely trading like absolute pansies. Some of the stuff I've been seeing online, especially from people who have views and stuff, it's crazy. These guys are on the 1 minute using EMAs, MACD, etc. Just use your higher time frames. Weekly, daily, 4 hour. All you need to know is like how market moves when it comes to sellers stepping in and buyers stepping in. Once you understand that, you can make profitable trades. Once sellers step in, guess what? We don't buy. And when buyers step in, we buy, and we sell when sellers step in. It's literally all you have to do. People are trying to make it so complicated with all of these things, etc. Especially if you're just trading the stock market. It's meant to go in an upwards direction. These companies hold up the forefront and the infrastructure of the United States on their pillars. And without them, the United States would definitely have a very, very hard time when it comes to maintaining its US dollar power. Because the reason why the US dollar is even worth as well is because not only do we have a really good military, but we do have world-changing companies that pretty much every country besides like some communist Asian countries used, such as like North Korea and stuff like that, etc. Other than that, Google, Microsoft, NVIDIA, etc., all that stuff is used all across the world. Say, for example, NVIDIA. If you put $5,000 in NVIDIA 10 years ago, you'd have $1 million today, right? And it's like people are still on here trying to day trade for what? When you could literally just be buying and holding. Even if you're taking a trade for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, I just want to break down to you guys and have a full presentation on why we need to just take our time, have some patience. What are we doing here? Okay, you guys are trying to, oh, I'm on the 5 minute, I'm scalping. Oh, I just won. And then the next day, oh, I just lost. And then you're crashing out your account and blowing it up, all types of bunky, crazy stuff. I don't want you guys going through any struggles when it comes to the market, when it literally is meant to make money from it. Okay, if you have any type of discipline, competency, and patience, you can make some money from the markets. Let's jump into this presentation. Let me show you how. Stop day trading. Start living. Start working. The whole point of investing, right, is to turn your money into more money. So if we're going to do this, we need to be working. Whether if you're a CEO, working on your business, or if you're working your job, whatever you're doing to generate income, you need to be focusing on that while your trades are cooking. So while your trades are in the background, while your trades are progressing level by level, you need to make sure you're working on something. Make sure you're consistently hustling, because guess what? Trading is a multiplicative game. It's not like a job where you sit there making the same consistent income, getting the same check every 2 weeks. Okay, we're not here for that. We're here to multiply our income. We're trying to get rich, inshallah, if God wills. So if you're trying to get rich, you have to multiply your income and you have to push it. You have to go hard. And you can't spend more time on the charts thinking that it's going to equal more income. Because I'm telling you, more time on the charts does not equal more income. Now, studying the charts, yes, but more time placing trades does not equal more income. So let's go ahead and let's continue the next section here. So let's talk about the day trader's trap. So the reality check. 95% of day traders fail to outperform the S&P 500 over a 5-year period. Why? And honestly, it's so easy to outperform the S&P 500. The year just started. We're already up like 11, 12%. I have to go check it. But I believe it was up over like 7%. Like first week started off really strong. It's really easy to outperform the S&P 500 whenever you're catching the innovation and you're playing stocks that have something to do with the future, whether it be getting in an AI health stock, whether it be getting in a certain tech stock that helps manufacture cars, etc., chips, microchips, a lot of different scenarios and cases, right? Investing your money long term, even if you're playing futures, forex, or options too, long term trading is going to be what you want to be doing. Okay. And 95% of day traders fail to outperform the S&P 500 over a 5-year period. And why is that? Emotional exhaustion. I used to be a day trader myself. Okay. And there was times where I was able to make some good income. And I realized that, wait, trading every single day, even when I streaked, say I won 25 trades on the month, right? But then the next trade, you're coming in, you're winning like 7 trades on the month because you're playing tops and you're playing bottoms. Okay, you're shorting and you're longing. If I'm playing the stock market, I'm only longing personally. Okay, and emotional exhaustion. So staring at the screen for 8 hours spikes cortisol. And what cortisol is going to be your emotion that lets you know you're upset. So it's your rage emotion, okay? And the more cortisol that you have equals the more stress. And the more stress that you have, you're going to be hopping on the charts like, oh my gosh, hold on. And you're going to be trading health for money. That's not what you want to be doing. You don't want to be trading no type of negative aspect for money, whether it be your soul, whether it be your health. You don't want to be trading that for money. And the tax drag. So short-term capital gains tax are up to 37%. It can really eat your profits alive compared to long-term rates, which have a 0 to 20%. So 37% is the max, and that's really once you reach over like 6 figures a year trading, 200K a year, which you can actually reach fairly quickly. But the 0 to 20% is going to be for the long-term tax gains, and the long-term tax gains are going to be for holding your trades for over a year. So they want you to keep your money within the market because it keeps the economy held up. And a zero-sum game. So for you to win a trade in the short term, someone else often has to lose, and you're competing against supercomputers and AI. And a lot of times that can be pretty difficult. And the math of churning. So if you make a 10% profit, right, for example, pretty easy to do, but you trade 100 times a year. Fees and taxes can reduce your real return to negative, honestly. And especially you future scalpers, you guys are placing 1 million trades a day, and your fees at the end of the year could really eat into your profits. So think about that. And ask yourself, do you own the charts or do the charts own you? Stop hopping on the charts fiending for money. Put your setup down after you've marked it out, after you've done your intellectual, fundamental, and technical research. Put your trade down. Let it hit TP or stop loss. And go on to the next trade. That's all you have to do. Stop making it more difficult than it needs to be. Please. Inshallah, if God wills, you guys have a lot of people to take care of, and you have yourself to take care of. Love yourself. Okay, if you master this, you could be able to take care of a lot of people, and I'm so dedicated to teaching every single person on this earth, to making sure that you guys understand every single concept of this. And the passive approach, right? So the passive approach within the charts is really good because then you get to be aggressive within your work in real life. You get to be aggressive within your business, so you have more income to throw into the charts in the first place. So buying assets that generate wealth while you sleep, rather than renting out your time to monitor price action and watching every single candlestick move, is going to be a lot better. So you're going to want to primarily swing trade. Okay, switch to your weekly time frame, your daily time frame, and your 4-hour time frame. And the reason why I even go down to my 4-hour time frame at the lowest, I really would just go down to my daily, but the 4-hour time frame, it gives you extended trading hours. So sometimes on TradingView and other brokers that you're on too, you might see some candlesticks that are hidden due to the fact that extended trading hours is not on the daily and the weekly, since it goes by the hourly basis. And time in the market, right? It's important to study the charts. It's important to know how market moves, okay? And historically, missing the best 10 days of the market cuts your returns in half. And passive investors never miss those days because your trade is always cooking. Instead of trying to be like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and buy here, market's going to short here, market's going to do. Buy where you think it's going to go ahead and long at, short where you think it's going to short at, sit on it for some days. A good trade takes days. Okay, a good trade is going to take some days or at least some hours in order to take profit. If your trade is not taking days or hours or even weeks, sometimes months and years, what are you doing? If you're closing a trade within a couple of minutes, literally exit the charts. You are not looking to build a life of stability from the market. And ownership versus speculation. So day traders bet on price movement and passive investors bet on business growth. You can use AI, get my course and my book in order to do accurate research and check the revenue out. Make sure you guys are investing into companies that are profitable or at least have some future projections to be profitable. And the goal is not just money. It's the liberty to not just sit there looking at the screen, candlestick by candlestick. It's not what you want to do. It can be extremely difficult. And if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you're going to work until you die. Okay. So make money while you sleep, because I do not want you guys slaving until you die in a way where you're unhappy. If you're doing a work that you love, keep doing that. May God bless your soul. And the eighth wonder of the world, right? So scenario A, for example. So the act of stress. So let's say you spend 20 hours a week trading and you make 15% one year, lose 10% the next, your stress level is going to be 10 out of 10. Okay, because you're going to be like, whoa, and then you're only up 5%. Still profitable, yes, but then say you're down another 10%, then you're going to be down 5%. Okay, not what you want. And then scenario B, the swing trader. The trader in stack mode, keeping their money in the account, keeping their account growing. Say you invest $500 a month into the S&P 500, right, with the historical 10% average, you spend 0 hours trading, okay? Or if you invested into a good tech stock, for example, in 30 years, you'd have $1 million. Just like I spoke about earlier, 5 years ago, $5,000 in NVIDIA, you'd have $1 million today. And the effort was 1 hour of total setup time. And compound interest requires time, not effort. Day trading interrupts the compounding process by constantly moving your capital and constantly moving your emotions. And I'm telling you, especially as you get older, it's not easy in order to keep that up. It can be extremely stressful. And I want you guys to live a stress-free life where you guys can chill out, do what you want, and ball. Inshallah. Set over to the next slide. So reclaim your mind. Get control over your mind. Don't stress out. Don't trip. And the hidden cost of day trading is going to be decision fatigue. And mental bandwidth is going to be required in every scenario. So every buy and sell decision burns glucose in your brain. By noon, a day trader is mentally depleted. You're sitting there looking at the chart all day. You spent all day pretty much doing nothing, not building, not growing, not grinding. It's not stack mode. So put down your trade, put down your alerts, make sure you have TradingView on your phone or put down your alerts on your broker, whatever is better for you, and let the trade rock out. Okay, don't sit there looking at every single candlestick movement. Grind. Take your time and grind. And by automating your investments, you preserve your mental energy for building a business, learning a new skill, and spending time with family. That's definitely what you want. And questions for the class. So what would you guys do with an extra 20 hours a week if your income was automated? Okay, I want you guys to leave a comment below and let me know. So what would you do for an extra bit of time? Okay, because the time is there. The market is waiting on you to invest. If you want to learn how, book a call at stackmode.net. or give me a call at 678-775-8532. And I want you guys to get into the process of being focused on God, most importantly, and being focused on yourself. Okay, being focused on your business, being focused on your work, developing yourself. Okay, grind. Spend some time with your family as well too. Build your relationships. Learn something new. Reclaim your mind, reclaim your life, and do not be a rat race rat for income your whole life. That's not what we're doing here. That's not what I'm pushing. And I want you guys to have some freedom within your life. Okay, we're here to worship God. I don't want you guys to be worshiping money. I don't want you guys to be slaving for money. I want you guys to be living a life of abundance, dominion, and yes, work hard, but I don't want you to be unhappy while doing it. Keep grinding and grind hard and do what you love. Take that risk. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't, and stay focused on your vision. And dollar cost averaging, let's go and let's talk about that. So how it works. So you invest a fixed amount of money at regular intervals, regardless of the share price. So market high, then you buy fewer shares, protecting the downside. So obviously your market's not going to be at all-time highs and you're loading up. No, you buy low, sell high. Okay. Or if you're shorting, let's say you're a Forex trader or something like that, you're trading more of a downtrending market, then what you're going to want to do is sell low, buy high. Okay. So either ways. So zero emotion. You remove the should I buy now anxiety completely by swing trading. When you're using your higher time frames, you know your trade is going to take days or hours in order to progress. Give it time. Let it chef, let it cook. Okay? Let it chef and let it cook. So the choice is going to be yours. Option number one, you're chained to a desk, fighting algorithms, and you're having extremely high stress. Looking at 1 minute candles, watching every single thing, speculate, and watching your P&L fluctuate insanely. Stop trading like that. It's not worth it. It's actually led a lot of people to suicide. And I don't want you guys to go through that. Okay? And option number two, the stack mode way. Automate your wealth, time, and live your life. Stop playing the game. Okay? Stop going to the casino. Stop gambling. And trade the markets. Okay? Trade the markets. Trading can be difficult sometimes, but through prayer, discipline, and being consistent, you won't have any days of you just sitting at your screen wondering how everything slipped out of your control. Emotional trading days feel heavy, but they don't have to follow you into tomorrow. The truth is, recovering starts with separating the market from your identity. One bad day does not make you a bad trader. Sometimes it's just the wrong mindset meeting the wrong moment. So let yourself step back and give your mind space to cool down, because the clarity never shows up when your emotions are running the show. Once the noise fades and once things shift, the mistakes you made earlier stop feeling like failures and start looking like signals, little messages from the market about what needs to change. And that shift alone is powerful. It turns frustration into fuel, because the real comeback doesn't happen on the charts. It happens in your head. When you decide that today's chaos isn't your story, it's just a chapter, when you choose to reset instead of spiral, when you remind yourself that disciplined trading is built on composure, not emotion, then that's when you'll start seeing the profits flow in. Let's go and let's jump in how we can control ourselves and become a more disciplined trader, inshallah. So, trading discipline, it's going to be the factor that determines if you're going to be profitable or not. Okay, if you're not going to stick to your trading plan, if you're not going to stick to your risk parameters, okay, and if you're going to lead with your flesh, you're going to continue to get those results over and over and over again. Okay, so being spiritually grounded is going to be extremely important. In Quran, okay, it states, and those who, when they spend, do not excessively or sparingly, but are ever between that, justly moderate. Okay, so that means that you want to be spending your money not in an excessive manner, even when you start making 10, 20, 30K a month from trading. Okay, you don't want to excessively be blowing through your money. Okay, take your time and having that grounded mindset, trade after trade after trade mindset, stacking it up over time. Okay, no matter how much money you make from the markets, you're going to stay patient. Okay, you're going to still stick to your risk parameters. I don't care if you start making 50K a trade. Okay, you still wake up, pray, stay disciplined, and keep taking the same type of setups, because exactly what got you there is what's going to keep you there. So don't lose that consistency. Don't lose that discipline that's been built into you just because you start touching the money and the numbers that you finally want to get. Okay. Do not start spending excessively, and do not start making excessive decisions once you start getting to a certain point. Okay. That doesn't mean once you start getting a 90% win rate, okay, to just start putting on 5 trades a day just because you have so much conviction, okay, based off of past results. It's about being consistent today and every single day, okay, and finding peace through God, balance, and moderation. So let's go to the next slide. So you got to recognize the tilt, okay? Check yourself emotionally, okay? You know when you're about to get upset. You know when you have a feeling of wanting to trade over and over and over again, okay? You know when you're having feelings of wanting to crash out, okay? So keep heed of your emotional red flags, okay? Before you can fix it, you got to admit to yourself, okay, that things got to change, that you're broken right now. So an emotional trading day usually involves revenge trading, okay? So if you take a loss for $200, okay, say that was in between your 1 to 10% of your account risk parameters, right? That's fine. But then you take another trade, okay? So instead of just using $200, you now lose $400, okay? And then say you try to put on some size trying to make back that $400, okay? And then you end up losing $800, okay? And that's how the cycle starts, and that's how quickly you can blow up your account. So don't revenge trade, okay? If you take a loss, close your trade, and that's it, okay? Plot out another trade, a cleaner setup, and stick between your 1 to 10% of your account rules per trade, okay? Because trying to make it back will end up turning your account into a whole different spiral in a different direction than you'd expect it to go, a lot quicker, okay? Because if you lose, you might lose again. If you lose again, you might try and risk more than normal trying to make back the double losses, okay? So I'm telling you, if you don't recognize the tilt, you could lead into a whole different spiral and mental mind space than you'd want to be in the first place. And paralysis, okay? So staring at the screen, making you unable to execute a good setup. This is why it's really important to have your stop loss set up as well as your take profit too, with limit orders, especially if you're trading futures or Forex. Okay, this way you guys aren't going to have any emotional paralysis. Say something just clips way past your mental stop loss, you're not going to freeze, okay? Because you don't want to lose all that money and close out your trade, even though you know you should, okay? And increased size, once again, increased size usually comes into play when revenge trading comes into play, okay? But for the most part, you shouldn't just be increasing your size out of the whim. Stick between 1 to 10% of your account per trade, okay? So don't double down on risky trades out of anger or out of past losses, okay? And check yourself, okay? So ask yourself, are you feeling anxiety? Is your heart racing, okay? Are you cursing at the monitor? Are you breaking things, okay? If so, you got to stop immediately, okay? You got to stop right then and there, okay? Get up, go pray, take a breather, hop off the charts, immediately check yourself right then and there, okay? It's not worth destroying your family's future, destroying your seeds that you have planted in the ground because of a quick moment of disparity and anger. It's not worth it. Okay, keep your account alive. In this game, it's not really about making money. It's about who can be consistent, who cannot be led by their flesh, and who can be disciplined every single day. Okay, so let's head over to the next slide, class. So the pattern interrupt. Okay, walk away physically. Okay, if you notice yourself, especially if you're on prop firm or trading something quick like futures or Forex, where you can instantaneously lose money fairly quickly, okay, you got to get off the charts. Okay, hop off the charts. If you notice you have a trading addiction, you got to pray to God, okay, and really ask to get better, okay? Ask yourself, why are you taking so many trades too? Are you chasing money? Do you have bills that you're trying to pay? Do you have some debt that you're trying to clear? Okay, because you can't trade out of desperation, okay? Trading is not something that you look to when you're dead broke trying to make it out, okay? You got to get your life together first, get some income, then come onto the charts, okay? Get closer to God. Build that relationship with yourself and know yourself intimately and deeply. This way you can check yourself and check any type of emotional parameters or boxes whenever you feel like you're about to crash out or having a rough trading period. Okay, you can't solve a trading problem with more trading. Okay, you need to sever the connection between your brain and the charts. Okay, so once again, you cannot solve a trading problem with more trading. You have to sever the connection between your brain and the charts. Okay, so close the terminal. Okay, if you notice yourself crashing out, taking multiple trades during a day, okay, you got to close TradingView. You got to close your broker and you got to just hop off, okay? Or sign out of your brokerage account and log into paper trading, okay? and change your environment. Okay, leave the room, go outside, take a breather, and the change in lighting will really help reset your circadian rhythm. So when you come back on the charts, you're going to be like, you know what, I was tripping. Why was I crashing out and doing all that? Okay, and don't check quotes on your phone. Okay, whenever you enter in a trade, stop staring at it tick by tick. Okay, enter your trade, have your alert set at your stop loss and take profit, or set your limit orders. Okay, and don't look at it. Don't look at it. Okay, because I'm telling you, you might look at it, make a decision that will ruin your trade. Okay, and then end up taking another trade, and that could start a whole downward spiral that you don't want. Okay, so understand that trading is pretty passive and hands off. Okay, after you've aggressively studied and gained the knowledge, once you actually hop on the charts, it's going to be pretty passive. Okay, so let's head over to the next slide, class. So you got to reset your biology completely and get out of survival mode. Okay, give yourself a cold reset. So your nervous system is in fight or flight mode, especially when you enter a trade for the first couple of times. Okay, and you got to force it back to rest and digest. Okay, so some actionable tactics. Number one, praying to God. Go to God about all your issues. It's really going to help and really going to build accountability within yourself too. Okay, you can't just be blaming the markets like, oh, market's doing this, market's manipulated, market's not manipulated. Okay, it's been going in an upwards direction, especially United States stock market, year after year after year after year after year. It's not manipulated. You have to check yourself and hold yourself accountable. Okay, if you're making monkey decisions, don't make monkey decisions anymore. Okay, check yourself. There's plenty of times where I've made monkey decisions. Okay, plenty of times where I blew an account within a couple of minutes. Okay, due to the fact that I was chasing that quick money. Okay, so checking yourself and staying in tune with yourself, even when you fail, is going to be an important part of being a CEO and being a boss. When you're a trader, you're not just on here trying to get some money. Okay, you're signing up to be a business person. Okay, you're signing up to be your own boss. You're in control of your finances whenever you come onto these charts. You're in control of when you get in, when you get out, and how much you're going to risk. Okay, so don't run around blaming the market when you got to take accountability for the actions that you did. Okay, so breathe. Okay, breathing is also going to be a really good tactic too, something I've been working on myself. Okay, so breathing is really going to help you out. Okay, if you notice you're about to crash out, close your eyes, take a big breath. Okay, and working out in the morning too. If you notice that feeling of high anxiety or intensity in the morning, make sure you guys start your day with a prayer. Okay, and then go work out. Okay, when you guys work out, your body is going to release a lot of cortisol. Okay, and it's going to be in more of that healing and building mode instead of fight or flight mode. Okay, so your journal. Okay, make sure you guys have a trading journal. I don't care if you do it on Notion, Discord, a physical trading journal, whatever. Okay, just get it out. Write out your emotions. Okay, write out your goals. Write out how you're feeling. Okay, and emotions loop in your head until you write them down. Okay, once they're on paper, your brain is going to feel safe. Okay, to let it go. Okay, so if you notice yourself, you're struggling with over trading, like, man, I keep taking 4 trades a day, I can't accept a loss. Write down why. Write down what you're trying to chase. Why do you want the money that bad? Okay, and break it down logically, and it's really going to help you be more intimate with yourself. Okay, and write answers to these 3 questions. Okay, what specific rule did you break? If you notice yourself losing consistently based off of just emotional decisions, okay, ask yourself how you're feeling before you enter the trade. Okay, and ask yourself, what's the worst case scenario? If stop loss gets hit, okay, because if I'm hitting my 1-to-4 risk to reward ratio trades, let's say I'm risking $100, okay, if I'm making $400 per trade, okay, then I'm still going to be profiting $300, okay, which is going to give me more extra room in case I ever have a losing streak. Okay, so the worst case scenario is that you hit stop loss, but the thing about it is that if you stick to your rules, okay, you stick to your discipline, you stick to the plan that you wrote down. If you stick to your stop loss, how are you going to be unprofitable? If you have a decent win rate, you're sticking to your risk to reward ratio, okay, and you're staying in between your risk management parameters, trading between 1 to 10% of your account per trade, how could you lose? The math is right there for you, okay? The only way you lose in this world is when you lead with your flesh, okay? It's the only way you will ever lose. If you are disciplined and consistent, it's almost impossible to lose. Let's head over to the next slide. So, radical acceptance. Okay, forgive yourself. Okay, beating yourself up creates more emotional pain, which leads to more bad trading tomorrow. Okay, and sunk cost. The money is gone. Okay, once it's gone, Don't try and chase it back. Don't try and boot up your account again and be like, oh, I'm about to recover all this. No, don't do that. Okay, you cannot trade to get that money back. Once it's gone, it's gone. Once something is gone in the world, it's gone. Okay, but that's perfectly fine. Okay, because you can only trade new setups. There's going to be better setups. Okay, and view every single loss in life, in business, wherever. Okay, just view it as a lesson. View it as tuition. Okay, some of you might be in college. Okay, paying for your tuition. Treat every single loss in life. I don't care if it's on the charts. Okay, business, relationships, whatever it is. If you need to view it as a lesson to learn and progress and go forward. Okay, and you're not your profit and loss. Okay, you're your risk manager. You're still going to be the same person if you're making $50 a trade or $50 million a trade. Okay, you're still going to be the same person. Okay, your spirit is still going to be the same. So the money is not the thing that changes you. Okay, the thing that changes you is the knowledge. Okay, and you learn how to keep your spirit happy, how to not go through pain. Okay, and that's what we're here to do on this earth. Okay, pray to God and find out ways to keep our spirit happy and avoid pain. Okay, if you notice yourself crying at the end of the night because you crashed out your account and you got bills due the next day, okay, you need to learn from that pain so it doesn't happen again, so you don't grieve your spirit. Okay, so if you're frustrated due to your own actions, stop doing it. Okay, pray to God on it, check yourself, and come back stronger and better. Don't let it happen again. Let's head over to the next slide. The return protocol. Okay, start small. Okay, don't jump back in with full size. Okay, if you got to scale down, take a step back. Okay, because it's not about the money. It's not about the money. Okay, if you notice yourself crashing out, if you're trading with $200 a trade risk, okay, and you're crashing out with that, lower it. Maybe you should be risking $50, $100. Okay, lower your size, especially when your confidence is damaged. Okay, so for the next 3 days, okay, try to trade with 50% size or less. Okay, if you just had a horrible streak of losing, crashing out, being led by your flesh and emotional decisions that led you to straight destruction, okay, take a step back. Okay, it's all good. You can always come back stronger. So try it for the next 3 days. Try and trade with 50% size or less. Okay, and prove to yourself that you can follow the rules before you're allowed to go back to risking your full normal size amount of capital. Okay, because before you can even start touching the money, you gotta have the discipline built in you. Okay, you're not gonna touch a thing, or you're not gonna be able to keep a thing if the discipline isn't built in you. It won't matter. I'm telling you, it won't matter. So if you're making $1,000 a trade, you should still be happy if you're making $100 a trade. Okay, just the fact that we can come onto these charts, look at candlesticks going up or down, and clicking buy or sell and being able to make money is a blessing. So why are you ruining it for yourself? Okay, please don't make it hard. It's welfare. Okay, it's welfare here. And all you have to do in order to get it, you don't got to go sign up on no website. All you have to do is be disciplined. Okay, be disciplined. And praying to God is going to be the #1 way on this planet to build discipline. Then from there, you guys can start working out. Then from there, start grinding every single day. Then from there, you're going to get very strict on your setups. When you're praying to God every single day, you have a strict health diet regimen, okay, and you're sticking to your trading plan. Trading is not going to be difficult for you. I'm telling you, it's going to be very, very, very simple, okay? But most people who struggle with this, and it just shows you how undisciplined 99+% of the world is, okay? The main reason why 95% of people plus aren't profitable is because most people on this planet lead with their flesh. Everyone always wants to feel good all the time. Everyone always wants to be comfortable all the time. Everyone always wants to be happy all the time. And that's not realistic. Okay, you have to be disciplined, consistent, and you have to have that iron edge regardless of what's happening in life. Okay, if you want to live in a fake realm, okay, being led by your flesh, that's fine. You'll continue to get those results. Okay, but if you want to be the 1% in the world who's ready to reap the harvest, okay, who's ready to get the resources, who can help everyone else out, okay, you gotta put yourself through the fire, okay, and you gotta come out not tripping. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. So tomorrow is a new market. Stop tripping about the past. Okay, that little bread that you messed up, forget it. That account that you blew up, forget it. Okay, whatever happened back then, it happened back then. That was a weak version of you, and it's time for that version to die. Put it away. Okay, come stronger. Build yourself a whole new version and come way better. Think different. Okay? So wake up, pray to God, and work out. When you guys are working out consistently, it helps your cortisol run through your body a lot less intensely. So you're not going to have random crash out spurts. Okay? Working out is really, really going to help you. Okay? And walk away from the computer too. If you notice yourself pansying on the market, spamming buy or sell because of a loss, relax. Walk away, go pray on it, check yourself. You probably did some emotional stuff that's your fault, and cool down physically. Okay, then go journal the mistake. Okay, throw it in your Discord, your Notion, your trading journal in real life, notes on your iPhone, whatever. Okay, you gotta release the loop. You cannot do the same things in life and expect different results. Okay, so if you're doing something in life and it's working, okay, you notice you're waking up, you're praying to God, you're grinding, and you're getting somewhere, continue to do that. Okay, but if you throw off the loop, if you notice yourself throwing in random days of doubling your leverage, okay, then your risk to reward and your consistency is not going to be able to be built like that. You can't be risking $100 one day and then 2 days later you're risking $400. It's not how you're going to build yourself, okay? And then when you return to the market after a crash out series, start smaller, okay? Start smaller because you're not even ready for the money right now. So if you're blowing up your account, you're not even ready for the money. Some of you guys are thinking about the money, but you're not even ready for the money. Too many of you forget about the grind. If you have a skill, a talent, and discipline in this world and you pray to God, you'll get to some money. But some of you forget about praying to God. You forget about the grind. You forget about the hours of studying that it takes to be successful in whatever you want to be in. Okay, I don't care if you want to be an athlete, if you want to be a CEO of a business, okay, whatever you want to do in this world. If you forget about the grind, and most importantly, if you forget about God, you're not going to be able to be successful. That emotional turmoil might catch you, and that one bad day could destroy you. But understand that one bad day does not define who you are in your career. Okay? Stay hard, stay disciplined, stay focused on God, and keep grinding. Don't ever give up. I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Trading without discipline, you might as well go take yourself to the slot machine. And God says not to do that for a reason. You can be extremely disciplined and you can grow your account to 5, 6, 7 figures just by staying consistent. I want to teach you guys about being disciplined and about taking accountability because I want you to get to the next level. Let's go and let's jump into it, inshallah. So the accountability hierarchy. So not all accountability is created equal. You must construct layers of defense against your impulses. So level 1. So system accountability. So the hard stop. Automated rules that are physically set on your chart, okay, and set in your brain that prevents you from trading, such as a broker daily loss limit. You can go into your broker settings as well too, and have a certain amount that you can lose per day and per trade. Especially on that futures, you're gonna want to set your loss limit, especially if you're struggling with over trading, struggling with yourself, okay, and peer accountability as well too. Or mentorship. Head over to Stackmode Network if you're looking for mentorship. A trading buddy on the same journey really helps you. Okay, helps you share plans, not just P&L, because I really care about getting you guys better. And a coach, okay, such as myself, someone with more experience who can spot behavioral leaks that you might miss normally. And systemized accountability prevents the action even in the first place. If you got your stop loss order down placed, right? Let's say you're in a setup, okay? If you got your stop loss order placed down, and you got your take profit already placed down, it's going to be a lot harder to crash out when you already have your orders placed down in the proper areas. But if you come into a scenario where your stop loss, your take profit, your orders aren't placed down, and say price goes below your stop loss, okay, there's going to be times, because you're a human being, where you could potentially just ultimately freeze, okay? You might freeze. It might be hard to close because you don't want to lose a certain amount of money that's past your stop loss. Okay, so this is why it's going to be really important for you guys to play with a stop loss and take advantage of your limit orders on your brokers. And data entry as accountability. If you don't track it, you can't improve it. Your journal is the evidence log of your business, and screenshots are going to be mandatory. Okay, try to keep it in a Discord. You can go ahead and put it inside of a Notion, and I'm working on the Stackmode app right now where you guys can also put your trades in there as well too. And emotional tagging. Record your state of mind. How were you feeling? You know, were you feeling pretty happy? Were you sad before the charts? Were you feeling quite mellow? Okay, all of these different factors and emotions are going to determine how we are for the day. Okay, are you greedy? Okay, revengeful from yesterday? Ask yourself these questions. And then the feedback loop. Okay, accountability isn't just writing it down, it's the review process at the end of the week or the day, asking yourselves, why did I take this trade? Where did I take this trade? Okay, why, where, and what did I make from this trade? Okay, so ask yourself why you took the trade, where you took the trade, and what did you get out the trade? Okay, and before every trade, write down your setup criteria, especially in the beginning. Ask yourself, does this line up? Okay, if you're going to play a pullback, for example, okay, if you're expecting price to curl back in an upwards direction after downtrending, we're going to ask myself, okay, did price create support? Did price create an area of resistance causing it to fall down in the first place? Okay, do I have 2 to 6 4-hour or daily candles going in an upwards direction after a heavy selling period? Okay, if so, I'm going to go ahead and take my long and take my best opportunity. So I have these things baked down into my brain of my criteria of what I'm looking for a setup. If I'm going to take a short, for example, I'm going to ask, okay, if I'm on my daily or 4-hour, is there an area of resistance to the left? Looking for a resistance mirror. Is there a reason why price wants to dump here again? So having your plan written down is really going to help you bake it inside of your brain. Okay, and the goal is to bake everything inside of your brain. Okay, as human beings, we can make mistakes, but through repetition, discipline, and grind, inshallah, and prayer, most importantly, we can definitely build this habit, the successful habit. So let's continue going. So a mentor, also known as the partner protocol. Okay, structuring the relationship. So choosing a random person from Discord often fails. Okay, you need a structured agreement. Okay, you could sign up at stackmode.net and get some trading mentorship. You guys can speak with me for free for the first call. Then from there, we'll go ahead and I'll give you a price and we'll talk about how I can make you guys better investors and traders. Try to have scheduled check-ins. Okay, this way you guys are going to be able to meet your status quos, improve, and have a more of a reason to be more educated and bring better results to your mentor or your coach. Okay, and a good partner and a good coach is going to criticize your mistakes. I try and just make sure you guys are always catching the right setups, and I don't high five your wins all the time. Okay, I want to ask you guys, did you follow your plan? Not just worried about, did you guys make money? Okay, even if you guys did make money, I want to ask you, was the setup correct here? Was it greedy? Was it an accident? Etc. Because I want you guys to make sure you're understanding what you're looking at wholeheartedly. And screen sharing. So I screen share my setups and you screen sharing for me, for example. If you sign up for my mentorship, it really helps you. Because then from there, you're not just looking at somebody else mark the setups. You're going to be able to mark the setups on your own. And avoid coaches or partners who are also struggling with massive discipline issues. And the blind leading the blind creates a toxicity loop where you validate each other's bad habits. So that's why ideally it is a lot better to get a coach or a mentor, somebody who's just on the better side, and it's going to be a lot easier to improve. So social pressure. Social pressure is extremely, extremely lame. Do not worry about what anyone thinks on this planet about your trades, about your money, about your P&L. Okay? Who cares what they think? Who cares what people have to think? Okay, who cares if you've been trading for a while and people think you're not going to be successful at it? It doesn't matter. Does not matter. Leveraging the fear of embarrassment for positive gain is going to be building in public. So posting plans, not just P&L. So try and post your plan before the market opens, especially early on in my career. That really helped me build a lot of confidence, like posting my certain setups and then seeing things play out. And now if you deviate, then you would look foolish publicly. Okay, and the Hawthorne effect. Humans perform better when they know they're being observed. Okay, and risk. So be careful not to trade for the audience. And the goal is to adhere to the rules, not just showing off profits. There was a little season in time where I was on prop firm, making really, really good winning days. But then I would crash out my account on like right before a withdrawal day due to the fact that I wanted to just have a big giant withdrawal that I could flex to everybody. Okay, so I had to start trading for myself, had to redo my mindset and get detached to the money and work on my own spirit. And you can create a small private Twitter circle or just a Twitter where you can tweet your setups as well too, and your breakdowns as well, and it really does help. And you could really have a lot of people come in as well too and see the same things that you see, and building that public confidence, be like, you know what, this trade I believe will go here, and being able to say that and stand on that, and then it happens, builds a lot of confidence. Okay, so if you want, try and post your trades on Twitter, Discord, share them with a friend or somebody, and it really does help. And gamification is really, really going to be important to understand. Okay, so rewire your reward system to prioritize process over outcome. So the carrot, it's going to go ahead and be the reward. If you follow your plan 100% for the week, regardless of the profit, okay, treat yourself to a non-trading reward, whether it be a nice dinner, a massage, or something like that. Okay, whether you guys like to go outside on runs or hikes or whatever, follow your trading plan and then live your life. The more you follow your trading plan, inshallah, the more money you'll be able to have, and the more you're going to be able to live your life. So fix some balance with that. Live your life and then enjoy your trading. Live your life and then enjoy your trading. And that's going to motivate you to stay a lot more disciplined. And the stick, it's punishment. If you break a rule, then that means that you're going to be banned from trading for 24 hours. No exception. Okay, if you break a rule, then you need to unplug your keyboard, lock it in the closet, and you're not going to be allowed to log on for the day because you broke your rule. And that's going to bring a really big neurological shift. So eventually your brain is going to associate following rules with pleasure rather than just winning money. Okay, and give your accountability partner, whether $500 or something like that, or your mom or something. And for every rule you break, then they keep $50. And the immediate financial pain of breaking a rule stops the behavior faster than a futures trading loss. Okay, I do not want you guys destroying your account in 1 second. So if you take a loss, take it extremely seriously and discipline yourself. If you care, you need to discipline yourself. If you ever overtrade, if you ever crash out, if you ever buy too early at an area that you know wasn't confirmed, discipline yourself. Okay, this way it's going to be a lot easier for it to not happen again. You have to be your own business person. You have to be your own boss and your own parent. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. In the forensic analysis, so post-mortem. So accountability, it's useless if you don't learn from the data. You must be a detective of your own failures. And reviewing the why. So did you just lose because the market was choppy? Or did you lose because you were impatient? You didn't wait. Waiting is going to be the number one thing that separates a profitable person from a not profitable person, is literally just waiting. You have to wait for the setup to come. You have to wait for market to form the way that it needs to. Okay. And categorize certain errors. Identifies an execution error. Did you fat finger or did you buy the wrong side? Did you take a short and then maybe you bought a buy on accident? Okay. Did you take a buy and you accidentally bought a short on accident? Okay. Analysis error. Did you read the chart wrong? Did you think price was in a downtrend the whole time it was in an uptrend because you weren't on your higher time frames? Ask yourself these questions. Analyze what went wrong. A lot of times there's a reason why you lost. And psychological error. Did you enter out of FOMO? Okay, fear of missing out. Or did you enter on revenge? Ready to crash out, ready to tweak, trying to farm for some money back again. And then guess what? It just doesn't happen. It just leads to more gambling, more random impulsive decisions. It makes things really, really hard. And the fix. Create a specific rule to address the most common error found in your review. And traders find 80% of losses. Okay, let's just say a trader finds 80% of losses happen between 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. Okay, that's going to be the lunch chop. And during that time, European market is no longer active as well too. And the new rule, okay, they're going to tell themselves, you know, I'm accountable to not be on my desk during lunch hour. So they don't place down a trade, destroy their account for absolutely no reason, trading at the times that they don't even like. And the compound effect of discipline. Consistency is the only grail in trading. And accountability bridges the gap between knowing and doing. So small wins. Being accountable for one small rule today builds the muscle for bigger rules absolutely tomorrow. And the equity curve. An encounter trader's equity curve is smooth. And an undisciplined trader curve is jagged, stressful, super duper high, super duper lows, and sporadic. You want your account to be looking consistent and slowly curving up like this. Okay, in the infinite game, you're not trading to win today. You're trading to stay in the game forever. Accountability ensures survival in every way. And discipline is doing what you don't like to do, but doing it like you love it. Okay, and accountability makes sure you do it even when you don't love it. Okay, so real trading is going to be pretty boring. It's never going to be like, oh my gosh, we'll do it. Like a lot of times when you're on your higher time frames, waiting for confirmation, you already know what you're looking for days ahead of time. So when it finally comes, it's more of like, oh, finally, it's here. Because it's a patience game. All right, so that's going to go ahead and be it. Head over to stackmode.net. I want to be you guys' accountability partner. Make sure you guys are setting hard stop loss and take profit limits so your trade automatically closes and you don't have to worry about that. And commit to the post-mortem reviews. Okay, read your journal. Jot down anything you need to in here, and it really helps you be a lot more successful. So let's go and let's jump into these charts.
Future trading can be a little tricky if you let it be. You only want to buy when buyers are buying. Try not to ever buy when sellers are selling. In this video, I'm going to teach you guys exactly how to trade pullbacks and how to buy when the buyers are buying and what to identify and look for. Let's go and let's jump into it, inshallah.
All right, so here's going to be buying at the right time. You want to buy after sellers are done selling. So sellers need to sell first, and you want to buy when buyers are buying. If you buy when sellers are selling, you're going to go ahead and just get destroyed. Okay, if you're looking to buy at the right time, we have to wait for pullback. We have to wait for price to form an area of support. Okay, so playing pullbacks is going to be really, really important. And here's going to be the things we have to look at. Okay, one, you need to make sure that you're trading in a trending market. So if we're going to trade pullbacks, which is just price coming down, lower, and then going back up. That's all it is. So if price goes up, comes down, and then goes back up, that's a pullback. So you want to get on your weekly time frame ideally, or be on your higher time frames, such as your weekly, daily, or your monthly. And then we need to analyze the full chart. So I'm going to start off on my weekly here and get the full bird's eye view of absolutely everything. So I can see here on my weekly that price decides to trend upwards year after year after year after year, no matter what. Okay. We're still ending up at new all-time highs, regardless of how many dips that it's made. Now, the way that price works within a staircase manner. And in order for price to progress, it has to make higher lows. So that means that the new low that price just made is going to go ahead and be higher than the previous low that it made. If that's happening, then that means price is trending within an upwards direction. Okay. And you need to buy when price makes these areas of supports, also known as the higher lows. Okay, so I'm going to break down how we can time and what we're looking for. So you want to buy when market is down, so then you can profit on the sweep up. Once again, buy when market is down, so you can profit on the sweep up. So in order to do that, you have to be trading something that's trending in an upwards direction anyways. Okay, so get on your higher time frame, start off on your weekly, and look at absolutely everything. So on my weekly here, I can peep. We have this low starting from 2020. Okay, and I could see here, we have not stepped back here since. And I'm on my weekly here. So I can start marking from the bottom of this low. And I'm going to go through and mark all the higher lows up until current price, just to show you that price is trending. So I can start seeing price trending in upwards direction after it hit this 21,000 area here. Then price bounced super duper heavy. Okay, made another higher low here near this 26,000 area. Price came up, topped out right here. Okay, when price tops out, all it is making the left side of the V. Then once price makes support, it's making the bottom of the V. Our job is to catch the right side of the V. So even right here, you could see price come up, top out at this area, and then come down. After it come down, stopped right here, then bottomed up. Okay, price stopped up here. Price came down, and then bounced up, stopped right here, came down. Okay, so this is going to be a whole area in itself. Got price coming up here. Looks like price stopped towards this top, bottomed out right here, and then kept going. Right here, came up, stopped at this red candlestick, pulled down, made a low right here. Stopped up here, pulled down, made a new low right here. Okay, then over here, price decided to get underneath the lows. Okay, made a higher low right here. So even though we fell all the way down right here, it's still higher than this low right here. Okay, so that's good. So this higher low is still valid. Price was deciding to come in the cut here. Decided to bounce at the same area twice. We just still see price just trending, doing its thing. Trying to make a low here. Kept trending up, kept trending up. Price came down. Okay. And this low is still higher than this low here. So we're still in an uptrend, regardless of how hard we're dipping. We're still in an overall uptrend. I have this low right here, this low right here, low right here. We can see price heading in upwards direction. Okay. Now, what is price hunting? Price is hunting these areas here, these areas of resistance. These are going to be the areas that price are hunting. Price can't make new all-time highs unless price breaks previous areas of resistances. So after market decides to pull back, okay, your take profit, ideally a lot of the times, is going to be an area of resistance above current price or an area of support above current price. So you want to wait for price to pull back, wait for sellers to stop selling. And once you've identified sellers have stopped selling, which you'll see, and a good indicator to know that sellers have stopped selling is going to be on either your daily or your 4-hour candlestick. After you see a candlestick make an abrupt stop on your daily and 4-hour, pay attention to the next candlesticks. If you're looking for a long trade, if price action decides to randomly stop in the bottom, and then you start seeing multiple green candlesticks going in upwards direction, then you know buyers are going to be buying. And ideally, you're going to be looking for around 2 to 6 daily or 4-hour candlesticks after an area of support was created. If you see 2 to 6 daily or 4-hour candlesticks going in an upwards direction after it makes an area of support, then that's how you know it's going to be true. Okay, and you want to be looking on your daily or your 4-hour. And you're going to be looking for 2 to 6. So even take this low right here, for example. Price decided to make this super low right here. Okay, and so here's the super cool thing. Market does all the work for you. You don't got to do too much. You just got to chill. Be patient. Okay. Pray to God and just live your life. So boom. Market made the left side of the V for us right here. Market came down. Sellers were selling. Boom. Made an abrupt stop. Okay. And here's how you know if it's true. The candlesticks afterward were multiple green candlesticks. So after that abrupt stop, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So that went 4 green candlesticks on my 4-hour here. Okay. And then even on my daily, I would have had 2 green candlesticks at the bottom, and then I had 1, and then I could have entered on this candlestick here and caught the rest of the resistance fill. So let market make the left side of the V. Let market make the bottom of the V. And you could see if the bottom of the V is real, knowing and seeing what candlestick come afterward. Okay, take this example. You see price trending in a higher low scenario here. You see this low right here. Okay, price bottomed out. I'm on my daily candlestick right here. Okay, I'm on my daily. After it bottomed out right here, I'm looking for 2 to 6 candlesticks, either on my daily or my 4-hour. So I can see price made the left side of the V up here. It's about patience. It's really about patience. Market decides to come up, top out right here, and then fell all the way down right here. This is how I know that the bottom is real. Okay, I paid attention to the candlesticks afterward. Okay, so after this bottom got created here, and sellers were done selling, you could see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 candlesticks. And as soon as we got to like this upwards direction, I would have liked that. So I probably would have entered around like right here. Stop loss below the daily candlestick supports. And then take profit at previous resistance from where price decided to fall down from. Okay. Because I could see price already made the ultimate support, and all I did was catch the higher low entry. So let's go and let's do a fresh example here and see if I could find the setup. So I'm going to pull up the micro Bitcoin. Let me analyze from start to finish. So I'm going to get on my weekly time frame here. Okay, great looking thing I'm looking at here, because we're not at all-time highs. So that's why it's a great looking thing. If you're at all-time highs, you can't long. Okay, you cannot long at all-time highs. Don't do it. Okay, because price always wants to be chasing an area of resistance above current price. That's going to give a reason for buyers to step in. If there's no resistance above current price, there's no reasons for buyers to step in. So only play pullbacks, okay? Because then you're going to be buying when buyers step in. It's going to be extremely, extremely simple. So buy after sellers have sold. So I can see here from all-time highs, heavy aggressive selling has been coming into place these last couple of weeks. Okay, extreme selling to the downside. We met up near this area of support here. Okay, met up near this area of support here, and we're gonna go ahead and see what this is gonna entail. So on my weekly here, we have a red candlestick. Get on my daily here. So on my daily here, start seeing price try to curl up, but it's a lot of mixed match candlesticks. A lot of green, red, green, red, green, red, not the same color. Okay, if these were just straight green candlesticks for the most part, heading in upwards direction, then it'd be a lot more definitive. But in this case here, it's very, very spotty, not direct big candles. Right after like this low, for example, okay, heavy green candles, 1, 2, 3, 4 heavy green candles. Even after this one, kind of, we had a heavy green candle here, had to run one. But then after this higher low, straight green candles. This one here, we hit this low, and then a green candle, then a red candle, a green candle, and then kind of a doji, and then a red candle. So this one, I don't believe is fully ready yet. We could see this could be a higher low in the formation, and then we could see if maybe this low wants to hold or something. This low right here, price seems to be trying to find itself some support here. Okay. So this is why we scale down to our smaller time frames, just to see things a little closer. So we're gonna go ahead and have this. We have this super low here. We got a higher low than that. So as you can see from this higher low, the V did get filled in from right here. So that's really good. So we'll see about this V. All right, because we're looking for a setup right now. So on the 4-hour here, I see price. I actually like this a lot, honestly. Even if I don't take it to all the way up there, this area of resistance will be fine. Same thing with this area here. Okay. Even if I wanted to just take it to this one up here, that'd be fine. So I like this a lot, actually. This is what I've analyzed. Is price making higher lows recently? Yes. Bottom, up, pause, down. Okay, and the pause that it made down is higher than the previous pause. So this high is higher than this low. Higher lows mean staircase trending in upwards direction. Okay, and we're buying after sellers sold. We're buying after all-time highs dump. So I like this a lot. Okay, I see higher lows being in place, and I think this is a new low being in place. Why? Because I have one area of support here. And guess what? I also have a whole nother candlestick. Has me so excited right now. Boom. Whole nother candlestick. Boom. And I'm on my 4-hour here. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 green candles headed in an upwards direction. So get on my daily here. I could wait for one more daily candlestick to be green. Like if this daily candlestick closes green, then I would feel comfortable for sure taking it up to maybe like at least this resistance up here. Honestly, I won't be scared. Play big, take profits. I would at least take it up to this resistance up here for sure. So I need at least one more. I'm gonna be patient though. Patience is everything. Don't just get in and be like, oh, higher lows, because sometimes your lower time frames could be your worst enemy. So on my 4-hour, do I like it? Yes. But we don't tunnel vision, you know what I'm saying? We need the real thing in life. So boom, have this super low being made, higher low being made, and then another higher low being made. Okay. So I have 4 green candlesticks on the 4-hour. I like it a lot. Okay. I'm going to decide I'm going to close all the way up here at these 2 areas of resistances. Right here. This is where I want to close. Okay. This is the strong area of resistance. You see how price marked it and hit it twice? Definitely not for no reason. So strong area of resistance, price has beef with. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is you can either do this too. But yeah, you can analyze your higher lows. And I can get on my 15-minute here. Four-hour. Okay, so either going to be looking for like a tiny little 4-hour wick. Okay, because right now the 4-hour candlestick is red. So right now selling is in place. Okay, so I only want to buy when it's buying. Okay, so right now it's making a little mini V. So I believe this is the top of the V right here that it's making with these 2 resistances. Let's get on to the 15-minute. You see these 2? Okay. So you want to remember, you do not want to buy when price is selling. So you would not buy right now on the 15-minute and the 4-hour. Price is heading in a downwards direction. But overall, we're in an uptrend. Okay, but you want to be buying at the right time, though, is the thing. You want to be buying at the right time. So right now, sellers are in place, but overall, buyers are in place. Okay, so to get that specific entry, you can scale down to your 15-minute, be like, okay, I could see these 2 areas of resistances. That's why price is falling down. Once you start seeing green candlesticks, or once you start seeing a green candlestick on your 4-hour or your 15-minute, then a lot of times that's how you know buying will be ready. But right now it's falling down from an area of resistance. I need to wait for these, wait for this candlestick to go from red to green to show me that buying is real again. Okay. I do not want to buy when selling is occurring if I'm trying to buy a pullback. That's just not what I want to do. It's not what you're going to be looking for. It's called a pullback for a reason, because you're expecting it to go back up and it's just pulling down for a second. So right here, sellers are in place. Red candlestick, price is heading down even on the 15-minute. Okay, now if I'm on my 4-hour and I get a red to green candlestick, then I would feel a lot more comfortable with going ahead and to enter. Because price might want to honestly fall down a little bit lower. I could get a little bit lower entry and save myself on some drawdown. But if this red candlestick were to go from red to green, that means buyers were to go ahead and be in place. And then from there, I should be able to go ahead and you can have your target all the way up there, for example. And then, you could do your stop loss under here. And this would be, give me about a 1 to 3. Okay. So this would be about a 1 to 3 here. Extremely profitable trade. Really nice trade. So catching your setups is about taking your time, really. It's about just seeing what you need to see. So I'll do one more setup here. So I hit on my weekly. Not mark out all-time highs, because this is going to be the most obvious place that we've recently fell from. So I'm on my weekly. Okay, not quite all-time highs. It's going to be over here. It's exactly what we get on the weekly. You want to zoom all the way out, see all the price action you can. That's going to be all-time highs. Then from there, I'm going to go ahead and put a line down at this new area of resistance here. Okay, the area of resistance where we're recently falling down from. I could see price making higher lows. Price has a super low here. And I could see higher lows being put in over time, which means that we are headed in a upwards direction. Okay, we're trying to get up here to all-time highs. So this is what I analyze here on my weekly. So on my weekly right here, the current candlestick is red. So we would not be buying right now. Okay, we would not be buying right now because we're currently selling at the moment. So we want to see if there's any reason why. Yep, I can see exactly why we are selling. So try and analyze why price is doing it, what it's doing. It's the price doesn't just do stuff randomly a lot of the times. As you can see on the weekly, I have this area of resistance here. You'll be able to see it a little clearly on the daily. This area of resistance is linked to this new area of resistance that just got created. So that's why price is falling in a downwards direction, logically. Now let me head over to my daily here. You're going to be able to see the curl a little bit closer here on the daily. Okay, price at the area of resistance that it matched with over here. Okay, price did some break and retest. Price came down and then wicked back up to the specific black line and then tanked down. Okay, so this is a very, very nice area of resistance that price likes. So we need to get back to this area though. So now this is so simple. It's the easiest way to play pullbacks. Just wait for sellers to sell first. So you can see that's why sellers are selling. Price at an area of resistance. So right now sellers are selling straight red candlesticks on my daily time frame with it right now. I'm waiting for price to bottom out. Okay, and this is the easiest way to not get faked out. So people got faked out on this candlestick, for example. And let me head over my 4-hour. Okay, so this candlestick right here, people bought this. The price decided to wick up, and people probably thought they caught the ultimate bottom. You never want to try and catch the ultimate. Okay, you want to catch the higher low entry. So check it out by staircase. You see how this low is here, and then you have this low. Then you have this low. If I zoom in, I have this low. This low. This low. This one. Okay. So we could see price dumping in and making each of the higher lows. We'll go ahead and start it from all the way over here. Got price all the way down here. Support. Higher low. Another higher low. Price continues to just go in an upwards direction. Okay, we got these areas of support here. Mixed with this one. Mixed with this. Trending. All we're doing is buying the bottom, higher, low entry. Exactly, yes sir. That's all we got to do. Just buy the bottom entry. You see how these two supports over here are correlated with each other? Very, very cool. Let's check this out. Check out this higher low right here with the recent higher low that we just did. And then we're still trending in the upwards direction here. I'm on my 4-hour right now with it. You can see we came down a little bit. Still, this low is higher than this low. And then we decided to trend up again and continue the higher lows. As you can see, we're filling in multiple of these. Each one of these pullbacks are a trade. Each one of these pullbacks are a trade. Boom. Pullback. Pullback. And it's the same parameters every time too. No. So boom, pullback. So now we just need price to bottom out at an area. And we need 2 to 6 green candlesticks. And once I start seeing that and price filling in the right side with some green candlesticks going up, I'll catch the right bottom. Okay. But right now, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. People probably got burned right here with these candlesticks. Yep. But if you get on your daily here, we only have 1 candlestick. So this is why you need your daily. This is why I say 2 to 6. So that's why your daily and your 4-hour is really important. You can't just tunnel vision on your 4-hour. You need 2 to 6 candlesticks on your daily and or your 4-hour. Okay, so right here, it was only what, one green candlestick on the daily probably, and then another one open red. So if we have one green candlestick on the daily and another one open green and we're heading in an upwards direction, I'm taking that. Stop loss below the lows, taking it to the highs. Gotcha. So a lot of the times I'm overnighting. So I'm always overnighting actually. So each one of the setups I'm overnighting because I can just focus on my higher time frames, which is the real bread and butter. And yeah, and that makes it really, really easy. And that's going to be how you can play pullbacks. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hakesfield Cinema Studio. This video is going to be sponsored by Hakesfield, and the link in description is going to be below if you want to learn how to use this tool. This tool is absolutely crazy. It's a crazy cinema studio, and I'm going to teach you guys how you can generate images that look crazy like this, that literally lets you turn images into videos. It's wild. You can use this to create business ideas, create videos that you can post on YouTube, TikTok, different social medias, so you can get monetized and start making some money. Okay, there's so much opportunity around, and Hakesfield AI really gives you the whole world in your hands. Let's go ahead and let's jump into it. So we'll go ahead and we'll start off with the explore section up here in the top left, just so we can go ahead and check it out. So you guys will be able to create images, create videos, has some motion control options, and you'll be able to edit images, as well as gain access to certain things such as Nano Banana. It's going to have Soul ID, have lip sync features, and upscale features as well too, in order to make your images look better. It's also going to have really dynamic things and add-on tools like Angles V2. So if you're dropping an extremely high quality animated movie using AI, then you're going to be able to get those nice camera angle shots to make it look realistic and extremely presentable. So for to start off here, we're going to go ahead and just create an image. So for the top left here, I'm going to go ahead and click on image, and you'll be able to see a list of the features. So here we'll have create image, cinema studio language. You can create a storyboard. We got relight, image upscale, draw to edit. You got insta dump, to where you can turn a selfie into a full content library. This is literally one of the greatest tools on the internet right now. And this is really just crazy. It's crazy how fast AI is progressing. So we'll go ahead and we'll create an image. Okay. These are some images I went ahead and created earlier, but in order to show you guys, this is how we do it. So first thing that you're going to have to do, come down here, and once you click on create an image, I want you to select your model. The model that you select is going to determine the quality of the image. Okay. So for this, we are going to have Hakesfield Soul available, which I'm going to use for this video. Hakesfield Soul is going to be one of the highest quality models out there available, and it's only available on Hakesfield, of course. So I'm going to use the Hakesfield Soul. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and generate an image. Generate a image that is cinematic for a movie. Use a character that is brown skin, has brown eyes, and is inside of a hut. Make it detailed. Make it a good looking picture. Okay. So then from there, after I type in my prompt, I want to make sure that my resolutions are selected properly. So if I'm on 9:16, then it's going to go and give me a mobile size video. So if you're trying to make videos for mobile content, then do 9:16. Okay, if you're trying to make videos for desktop size content, such as computers, then you would do 16.9, for example. So if I'm going to create a desktop picture, okay, let's say I'm creating a desktop movie, let me go ahead and do that. I'm also going to have the quality here too. We'll have the 2K and 1.5K, and it'll determine the quality will determine how long it'll take to generate and how many credits it'll use as well too. And then we have prompt enhance. I'm going to go ahead and keep this on too, and enhance is going to go ahead and just enhance the image in any way that I need it to. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and keep unlimited relax off as well too for faster priority results. And then from there, let me go ahead and just click on generate. I'm just going to go ahead and generate the picture here, and we're going to go ahead and wait. It's going to go ahead and throw it inside of the queue within the top left, and I'm going to go ahead and just give the chart and give everything some time in order for it to generate. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and be right back. We'll come back when the image is done. Boom, and it generated a crazy image for us here. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on it here. And in the top right, it gave us a nice prompt. So it tells us that warm, late afternoon. It's gonna go ahead and give us good sunlight filters, giving us good camera angles as well too, and just making sure that the image looks realistic in general. And the really, really cool thing about this is you can actually animate these pictures too. So you can click on animate here, and then you can click on start frame. And then if you wanted to, you can go ahead and animate, which I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the video section next. So you can go ahead and click on create video. And then when you're in the create video section, you're going to be able to grab whatever you want and generate a video. So for my start frame, right? So start frame, let's say if I did want to use a certain picture, okay? Let's say I wanted to create a picture for really whatever. Let's say I wanted to use a stack mode video. Okay, so if I wanted to make a stack mode video, let me grab 2 stack mode pictures here. Okay, I'm gonna grab this picture here, and I'm gonna grab this picture here. And then from there, I'm gonna say, combine these 2 pictures and make me a great ad to promote trading and business. Make it cinematic and engaging. Use dynamic colors and lighting and angles. Okay, and then from there I'll do that on the Higgsfield Turbo if I want to. Okay, or I can keep it on the Clean 2.5. Actually, I'll keep it there. And then if I want to make it 10 seconds, I can do that. We'll keep it at 5 seconds, 1080p, and I'm going to go ahead and just generate an ad here. So let's go ahead and let's do it. So after I click generate, it's going to go ahead and throw itself into the queue. We're going to go ahead and wait, give itself some time. And then hopefully, if God wills, we're going to be just trying to get an ad. Okay, we're going to be just trying to get an ad from this. And I just want to show you guys how you can pump creatives using Higgsfield AI. It's such an extremely powerful tool. And with all this AI infrastructure out there, there's really no excuse. I'm just going to be completely honest. There's absolutely no excuse why your business isn't up and running off the ground. If you want to learn how to use this, you guys can go to the Higgsfield link in the description, and you guys can also learn at Stackmode.net, where I'll teach you how to use it as well too. This program, it's crazy. It's broken. It's overpowered. It's way more intuitive as well too than any other AI program that I've seen, especially the video editor sides. Other video editors aren't having things like click to add, having lip sync studio, having WAN 2.6, which we're going to jump into. Okay, Higgsfield AI is really the best, and I'm not just saying this. So we're going to go ahead and come back once this video is done. Boom, and we got the ad here. So as we can go ahead and see, let me go ahead and play this, and it just turned those 2 images into a great ad that I can use forever for the rest of my life. Okay, and it's that simple. And I just showed you guys how I used it with images that I would actually use it for. Okay, it's a great tool. So we have introducing here WAN 2.5 AI video with audio. Forget the static clips. You can create dynamic HD videos with synchronized voice, audio, and real camera movements in seconds. Okay, it's really simple, and you guys can just click on generate unlimited here in order to see what you need to see. So I'll go ahead and I'll click on generate unlimited here, and it's going to go ahead and just give me options all over the place. Okay, so if I wanted to, I could click on either upload image or generate. Could keep it on this, just keep it all simple. And I could just say general. Okay, we can use this. If I want to use this, I can use this. Okay, so we have the MP4 here. I like that a lot. This is going to be the start frame and the end frame. We're going to upload the image here. So these are some past images that I went ahead and uploaded. You guys can use any of these that you would want to use too. So let's say if I did want to animate this picture that I did make earlier too, then it could do the same thing. And it's going to go ahead and link it with things. And it's going to be extremely effective. Here's the other ones that I did make in the past. And a prompt that could be required: make the boy start talking and make the lips move properly. Make sure audio is on, and then I can go ahead and generate here. Okay, it's gonna go ahead and throw it inside of the queue. And then once this is done, I'm gonna go ahead and come back and show you guys this again. And check it out. This is what the power of Higgsfield AI is. Boom. The boy literally started talking. We just turned the image into an entire cinematic video. Go drop a movie, okay? There's so much to be done. So much stuff you guys can do with this tool, man. Same thing with the image generation stuff too. Nano Banana, different prompts you guys can use as well too. And you could just generate any image that you want in the world. You can also just give it a random prompt too, and it'll generate the image for you. Okay, it'll give you random prompts if you guys can't think of anything. You can also go to AI sites, tell it to give you a prompt, and then you can go ahead and use that as well too. And then we have the Clean 2.6, right? The motion control and the native audio and video generation. Let's go and let's try out the native audio here. Okay, so for here, we went ahead and we have this here as well too. We are back inside of this, and let's go ahead and change this here. So you guys have different options here too that we can go ahead and use. Once again, you have all of the Kling sections, all of the Google sections, the Sora sections, and then the audio is just really, really fantastic. So what you can do if you wanted to is you can edit your video. Okay? You can edit your video, and you could decide what edits that you would want in there. You could say change the sound, do what you need, and it'll go ahead and change that. So I'm personally really, really happy with this though. I think the ad and stuff like that all looks great. I think everything's looking fantastic. And so it's really going to be one of the greatest tools in the entire world. Whatever you guys need, whether it be at the cinema studio, whatever, click what you need at the top. If you want to do a face swap for your characters, okay, if you want to change this character's face, then you can do things like that as well too. This tool is crazy. Higgsfield, shout out you guys. Link in description below if you guys want to learn how to make content on this, and you guys can get access with the links. I'm gonna catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Let's stack cash. We need to get to a different level. Check this out. Listen to that. You want your engine to make some noise. It's time to start grinding. It's time to start putting in work. And it's time to get to a different level. I don't want you guys being stagnant. I don't want you guys suffering. And I don't want you guys living the same type of lifestyle that you've been living the past couple of years. Let's go hard. Let's push it and let's go forward. Forget what everyone else is talking about. The people that's around you could also be holding you back. If you want to stack cash, the number one thing that you need to do is check your environment. See who you're around. Are the people around you grinding? Are they hustling? Are they tunnel vision on the same vision that you're on? Because if not, it's going to hold you back. It's going to slow you down. And I want you guys here at Stackmode to get to the next level. We have to progress and we have to go forward. Depression, anxiety, fear, any type of scared emotions, we don't have time for. You should only fear God. And that's it. That's it. Only fear God. Don't fear no person, no man. Don't fear any thought of you failing. There's no such thing as failure. You only fail when you stop. Keep going. Even if you have what's called a setback, take that as a lesson, go forward and go harder. Don't waste your time on this earth. We have one life to live, and if you want to stack cash, you have to be disciplined. You have to be extremely disciplined. Because even if you get the money, you have to be able to keep the money. You have to be able to grow the money. You have to be able to invest the money. So when you're stacking cash, right? Say if you have one source of income right now, you need multiple sources of income. If you have one source of income right now, you need to go to stackmode.net, go to the description, and you need to change that. Okay? Book a trading or business call. I have courses and ebooks, because there's no reason why you have one source of income. You are one bad decision, one car wreck, one bad choice away from a downhill spiral. Especially when you're waiting on that job check, when you're trying to wait for that every 2 weeks check. Now, I know you guys might understand. There might be times when life hits you. There might be times when life sneaks up on you. You might have some debt. You might fell on hard times. You might feel like things aren't going to work out.
But I'm telling you, you have to stay tunnel visioned and focused, especially if you're going to be a CEO, if you're going to stack cash, and if you're going to be the one to do it for yourself and your family, then you have to understand that it's going to come with some different trials and tribulations. We cannot give up. We have to be hard. We have to be direct. We have to be disciplined. We cannot run around faking ourselves or being fake with the people around us. Everyone has to hold each other accountable. We have to be upright. And we have to be focused. Stacking cash involves an ecosystem. I call it the asset river. The asset river means you have your sources of income being funneled into other sources of income. Money is a tool. Do not get rich and start thinking that you can lifestyle inflate. You're not going to be able to stack cash if you're leasing cars just to post YouTube video like a lot of these mentors and stuff are doing. I do not want you guys in that type of bad financial position where you're going to be struggling because you're trying to flex or you're trying to inflate your lifestyle for people who don't really care. Now, if you love it, if you want to do it for you, 100,000%, do your thing. Okay? Do your thing. But outside of that, your goals and where you want to achieve, okay, you have to put that to the forefront. Okay? Wake up, pray to God, goals. Make sure you're eating healthy as well, too. You're not going to be able to stack cash if you're feeling bad. If you guys are doing anything bad, substance-wise, too, okay, it could also slow you down. You got to make sure that you're drinking water. Make sure that you're staying tunnel vision and focused. And just make sure that you're staying hungry for it at all times. You cannot let your hunger ever succeed or ever die. You have to just love the game. You have to go forward and you have to be able to push through any trials and tribulations. And let's talk about the checking account. Stacking cash inside of your savings or checking account is not stacking cash. Houses 10 years ago, let's say a house 10 years ago was $50,000, is now $250,000 today. Which means that if your money is not making you money, you logically will not be able to keep up with inflation. You will not be able to keep up with how expensive things are getting. I do not want you guys to be suffering in this world. And there's so many logical perspectives that I want you to break and get to. You have to be able to transmute your energy. I don't care if you're going through a breakup right now, if you're going through hard times financially, if you are going through hard times with substances, with your mindset, depression. You need to get right with God, pray that all the way, and stay disciplined and go hard. We do not have any time to give up. We do not have any time to subside. I need you guys to stay disciplined and stay rock solid. You're ready to be a boss, right? So you got to be ready for the trials and tribulations that come with this. You're stacking cash for a reason. And when you stack that cash, put that into other ventures so you don't have to be able to, so you don't have to hustle 24/7. Now, if you like doing that, it keeps you happy, it keeps you sane, okay, you could do that. But when you want to spend time with your family, when you want to chill out, when you want to take a vacation, you still have income flowing in, coming in at all times because you set up a system in place. So you're not only just trading your time for money for a check every 2 weeks. Instead, you're trading your time for ownership over your life. When you own your house, when you own your business, so you have consistent payments coming in. Imagine just chilling out with your family. You're on a yacht, on a cruise, just balling out, hanging out. Boom, payments coming in on your phone because of your business. Boom, trades being hit because you got in and you learned at Stackmode.net how to catch the logical trades, take profits, just getting smashed. Okay? So many perspectives within this game that you guys can change and rewire your whole mindset, and then it starts there. Once you rewire your mindset, you're going to be able to change your life. You have to rewire your mindset in order to change your life. You have to be able to be a solid rock. You cannot let yourself falter. You cannot let yourself get depressed because of anybody's actions either. Okay? I don't care if someone's telling you, oh, you're the worst trader in the world. Your business isn't going to work out. If God put that idea in you, you need to stick to that. And don't let anyone break your vision. Stay focused and stay hard. Don't let anyone throw you off course. Don't let anyone ever make you give up. And if you feel like you're not going hard enough, take that hunger in your stomach, transmute all of that pain and energy, and put it into some work. We have to get to the next level this year. We're not playing around. If you're tired of being in the same spot, if you're tired of failing, head over to Stackmode.net. I'm trying to put in so much work for you guys, giving you guys so much education, because I want you guys to flex. I want you to pop in. I want you to live life feeling good. I want you to be proud of yourself. I want you to be proud of yourself, man. And anyone around you who's complaining about money, if they're not trying to get money, tell them to be quiet. Stop complaining. Stop wasting time. Stop being lazy. We're going hard. Don't fail yourself. Start your goals up this year. Push yourself harder than ever. Forget what anyone has to say. Focus on your goals. Focus on God. And whatever idea God put in your brain, go forward. Put your whole heart and passion and soul into it. And don't stop. And that's how you're going to be able to stack some cash. I love you guys so much. Stackmode.net. Go get the free course, free ebook. You can catch my trades there too. Business mentorship and trading mentorship. Get a first time free call. I love you guys so much. Let's go hard this year. Let's not fail ourselves. That's another episode of Coop Talk. God is good. Peace.
Most people work all of their life and still retire broke, and I don't want you guys to be in that scenario. So let's go and let's talk about how we can change our psychology and be prepared for the future. Let's do it. So we have to rewire the brain for seven-figure freedom. You have to execute your plan. Whatever ideas you have within your head, whether it be a software that you've been thinking about coding for some years or months, it's really, really possible now. You have a lot more opportunity with AI. Things are a lot more structured, a lot easier. And understand that wealth is not a math problem. It's a psychological operating system. And you have to, once again, delete your middle or lower class programming. So let's jump into it. So why 90% fail? So the evolutionary sabotage. So we'll talk about the caveman. So for 200,000 years, human survival relied on two things: eating high calorie food immediately and avoiding high risk completely. Your brain is hardwired to literally prefer a guaranteed comfortable $10 right now, for example, over a probabilistic $100 next year. When you try to build, understand that you're fighting your own DNA. And that's why a small percent of people even win when it comes to building a system, building a brand, building a company. Okay, so you have to restructure your brain for success. So we'll talk about the safe paycheck illusion. So this is why people cling to a job that they don't even like. The bi-weekly paycheck satisfies the caveman brain's need for guaranteed survival calories, even while inflation slowly starves them. So think about keeping your money in a checking account, for example. Say you have $100 within your savings account, okay? Say you wanted to transfer that over to your checking account, okay? Say you already have $20 in your checking account, okay? So now you have $120 inside of your checking account, right? So you transferred it from your savings to your checking. You already had $20 in your checking account. So now you have $120, right? Okay, cool. Say if instead that $100 was inside of something like some stocks, instead of something like some crypto. If you're using that $100 as an active income, by the time it's transferred to your checking account, instead of it just being $100, you could have transferred $500 into your checking account, making it $520. Okay, and then from there you can pay off your credit cards, pay your bills, do what you need to do from your checking account. Okay, so it's about structuring what you need and keeping your money always flowing within a constant asset river is what I like to call it. Keep stacking your assets so then your cash flow you're not even going to have to worry about. The more assets that you stack, the more you're not going to have to worry about chasing that active income when it's time to pay bills, when it's time for you to execute on certain things, or when it's time for you to recover if a bad situation occurs, God forbid. Okay. So look,
Your money is pretty much being slowly eaten alive when you just keep it sitting within a checking account. Don't stack up cash, okay? Don't stack up cash. There's pretty much no point to stack up cash within a checking account. Put your cash to use. Put it inside of stocks. Put it inside of crypto. Buy some cars. Start doing rental businesses. Start buying houses. Put them on Section 8. Buy some multifamilies. Get a plane or helicopter. Start a business with that or rent them out privately. Okay? Start putting your cash to use, because you have to understand that the government does nothing but print. Money is nothing but a printed resource and numbers that are digitally put on your devices. Okay? When you load up your checking account app, the digital numbers that are there, and it's just money, physical, paper dollars, was just a piece of paper that was printed out of a machine. At the end of the day, that has a little bit of jurisdiction because it has a seal and a stamp and a person on it. So understand what money actually is, and understand that it's a tool. And when you use it as a complete tool, your mindset changes. When you understand that credit is really, really powerful too. Don't use credit for consumerism. Don't use credit to ball out on vacations. Use credit to put yourself in tactical advantages financially. Say, for instance, you wanted to buy a house. Say you have enough money in order for the down payment, right? Say you're trying to buy a $100,000 house. Say they want $5,000 down. FHA loan, right? They want 3.5% down. Okay, just for instance. Okay, or you put more than that down. Okay, you just have $5K for them. They're like, all right, cool, we're with that. Instead of you putting your $5K down, you can go keep that $5K in your assets, and then from there you could take that to the bank, and then they'll be like, okay, cool, here's 15K, here's 10K. And you're going to be able to use that money for the down payment, and then keep your money stacked up in your assets, in your stocks, in your crypto, while that's generating you more money. So when it's time to pay off the loan for the monthly payments or whatever terms you agree on, you're going to have some extra overhead because you planted your money in more assets. Keep your money flowing and take advantage of the free money that's available within the world. Okay, credit systems, the banks, loans. Now, you do have to pay this stuff back, so be responsible. But take the risk. I'm going to ask you guys. Let me know in the comments below. Have your friends or family ever called you crazy for wanting to invest or start a business? Okay. If so, understand that that's their biological herd mentality, reacting to your breakout. And if people aren't living the lifestyle that you want to live, don't listen to them. People aren't where you want to be, don't listen to them. Okay. Negativity can destroy a positive dream if you let it. So don't let it. Okay. If God put that dream and that vision inside of you, you need to put whatever's inside of your head into the forefront. All around the world, this cup, for example, okay, this mic I'm recording on, this computer I'm recording on, these are all people's ideas being pushed to the forefront. And they believed in themselves. They wanted to win. They wanted to get to the next level. So you have to do it too in order to innovate a product that's going to push society forward so we can get better as humans. So you can help people create. So you can help people stay on earth. So you can keep making people smile. So we'll talk about dopamine, right? It's the poor man's drug. So we'll talk about the destructive loop, okay? Modern society has weaponized your attention. Constantly scrolling. TikTok, Instagram. Me and my boy talked about this today, okay? I feel like Reels was put here to attack. You know, sometimes Reels can be funny, but as far as just having a unprogrammed algorithm of unproductive social media reels constantly being put in your head, it can really, really hold you back. Okay. That's why I come on here on social media. I try and post positive content that you guys can at least learn from, because people are going to scroll anyways. So when you're able to capture somebody's attention, gravitate your attention, and transmute their scrolling into a whole self journey that they can go on, due to the fact that they saw your product, due to the fact that they saw your video or your mentorship or your agency, whatever business you're running, or they used a rental car in order to go on a trip that changed their life that you owned. Okay. Focus on ownership and use social media for positivity and to build an intellectual brand in order to push people forward so they remember you. Okay. Because it's really, really crazy too. It's really cool when you meet people from social media in real life too. Definitely have done that a lot. And when you're able to connect with people all over the world, you're able to gain a different type of intellectual infrastructure too. So if you waste your motivation, right? I don't really like that word because motivation is temporary. But if you waste your drive, right, your energy on scrolling, you're going to have zero drive left to study the markets, build your assets, code your software, work out, pray to God, get closer to your family, have a conversation with your mom or dad. Okay. Important things you really need to be doing. Checking on your spouse. Okay. Rewire your brain. And we'll talk about the amateur. So the amateur checks their crypto wallet 40 times a day for a dopamine hit. They're opening up TradingView. They're pulling up Webull. They're pulling up Robinhood. They're like, oh my gosh, I need to go ahead and get in this. I need to see how my trade is looking. I need to, oh my gosh, they're just freaking out all over the place. You got to relax. Keep it chill. And the professional, someone who's in stack mode, they lock their phone away. For instance, me, I have two phones. One for social media that I post on, then the other one for clients. And the professional locks their phone in a drawer to focus on deep work for at least 3 hours. Okay, put your phone away. After you post, after you promote, after you do what you need to do, put your phone away. Focus on your deep work, focus on building, focus on going forward. And we'll talk about the detox hack here. So to become wealthy, you must make hard work your main source of dopamine. So celebrate the flawless execution of your daily plan, not just the financial result. That's where the whole game is going to change. When you understand that you're going to take a win, okay, whether you financially win during the day or not, okay, you're going to take a W as long as you followed your plan. If you followed your plan, you'll take a W, okay, if God wills. So make sure that you follow your plan, whether it be it on the charts, whether it be it on your posting consistency, whether it be it on your schedule that you set for yourself in order for you to succeed or get to the next level. Follow your plan. Otherwise, you won't get to the next level. If you say you're going to do something, you have to do it. You have to go hard. You have to go hard. If you don't go hard, you're not going to streamline the success the way that you want it to. The success is not going to develop in certain ways that you want it to, and you're going to be frustrated. At night, you're going to be like, dang, I'm not going hard. Why am I not going hard? It's a muscle that you have to train. You have to train yourself to constantly record if that's what you want to do, where you want to be a coach, okay? Constantly train yourself to always be recording, to always be thinking in a business-like mindset, to always be going forward no matter what happens. That's what's really going to separate the successful people from the unsuccessful people. And you have to break any loops that you have, whether it be you're scrolling, whether it be an addiction cycle to certain food you should be eating or something like that. Okay, you have to break these things in order to go forward. You have to structure your discipline, and the more that you do it, the longer that you do it, the more that muscle inside of your brain is going to be trained. Okay, you have to train that muscle over time. Keep going forward, okay? So, mastering delayed gratification. So we'll talk about the bamboo tree principle here. So a Chinese bamboo tree requires daily watering for 5 consecutive years. During this time, it shows absolutely zero visible growth above the soil. and the roots are expanding underground. You're building your ecosystem. The reason why people are frustrated when they go to work is because they're getting that paycheck every 2 weeks, every week, right? But you notice that it's still not enough because it's hard to build. It's hard to build when you're spending your majority of your time at that job. And then from there, you don't have enough time to think, to progress to the next level because you're sitting at that capped income the whole time. How are you supposed to get to the next level? So it's really, really important that if you're working right now, especially, or if you're coming out of school, or if you're in school right now, you need to be maximizing your time afterward. Otherwise, you're going to stay trapped in the loop. And that's not what I want for you guys. Okay. I want you guys to break free from that. So even if you're not seeing financial gains right now, even if you're not seeing wins right now, understand that you're building the ecosystem. Every hour that you put in studying the markets, studying a piece of code, understanding how AI works, and just getting ready for future you, the more that you focus on future you, every single day, the easier and the quicker you'll win today. Okay, I'm telling you. So understand that with the bamboo tree, in the 5th year, it grows 90 feet in 6 weeks. Just absolutely sprouts, goes up. Okay, so sometimes you got to go hard. You might not see everything that you want to see right now, but just keep putting in the hard work. Keep putting in the grind. Keep going hard. So the lesson here, the amateur quits in a year, okay, because they see absolutely no results. The CEO knows that they're building the root system, and wealth compounds invisibly before it compounds visibly. Think of your business as kind of like dominoes, okay? The more that you set up, the more that you set up, the more that you set up, okay? And then boom, you're going to be able to have a nice stream or a nice, cool looking animation, whatever they call them, knock all the dominoes down because you set up each one. You set up each one. You got to set up each one every single day in order for you to get that ultimate, yeah, that was cool to look at the end of your life, okay? Keep going hard. Keep going hard every single day. So the ultimate trade-off, understand that you have to sacrifice weekend parties. You have to sacrifice leisure for the next couple of years in order to buy back the remaining 40 years of your life. I don't want you guys to be sacrificing your older years, the time that you should be spending with your family because you didn't go hard when you should have been going hard. So go hard, put everything else to the side, put everything that doesn't involve God, money, your health, or your family, or your loved ones, just put it to the side, okay? It's all nonsense. We got to go forward. We got to go hard. I'm telling you. So we'll talk about the employee paradigm. So the treadmill. If you stop running, the money stops flowing, especially when you want to be a CEO. If you want to call yourself a boss, you want to call yourself a CEO, you're responsible for yourself to eat. You're responsible for your business. Whenever you stop working, your business is starving. It's dying. You have to feed it. You have to go hard. And the more videos that you pump out, the more products that you have out, the more that you have control over the internet, okay? The more that they see you, the more time you're going to be able to have to relax in the future. Okay, so go hard, go as hard as you can every single day. So then in the future, you guys are going to be able to relax. Set a time for yourself. Okay, by this age, I want to be able to chill. So before then, you got to be going extremely hard. So the broken math. So the employee paradigm is built on a fatal question. So time equals money. So because you only have 24 hours in a day, your income has an absolute unbreakable ceiling. You cannot scale a single human body. So your core desire, safety and predictability, okay? Getting that check every 2 weeks, getting that check every week, relax. Become a boss. You're a CEO, okay? You're a CEO. You don't have time to rely on somebody else paying your bills. You pay your bills based off of how hard you're going. So real danger. Having 100% of your income controlled by one boss has a single point of failure. Having your family's reliance of whether or not they're going to eat the next day based off of somebody else's decision or emotions, not safe. Not safe. So I understand that you might not think it's safe to start that business, but it's a lot safer to do that than get punished and get destroyed later and be like, dang, why didn't I start that business? Why wasn't I building on the side? Start building today. Right after you watch this, start building today. Join the Stackmode Academy if you need to. Start learning the skills and let's get started. If you already have a brand and it's not successful right now, then head over to CBO Turbo. So the fix here, So you must fundamentally divorce your physical time from your earning potential. Yes, you can go hard. You have time to reach out to clients and go hard, but you need to be also building an ecosystem in the background that's going to make you money. So whenever you do get a lot of views, you're going to be able to make some money. Streamline everything in a smart way. So the owner paradigm. So building the machine. So the owner does not carry buckets of water. The owner builds a pipeline. They use leverage to multiply their efforts exponentially. Okay. And coding software, okay, works 24/7 and never sleeps. Whenever you make a software, you can constantly sell that. People can constantly subscribe, whether you make a SaaS product, that stands for software as a service, okay? And then you guys can go ahead and make whatever you'd like, okay? And media content, whether you're making an animation series, okay, you're going to be able to put that animation series on all types of media platforms, Netflix, Hulu, Tubi, YouTube, etc. And then from there, you can make some money while you're on vacation, while you're sleeping. You need to be making money while you're sleeping. You need to try and get to the point to where you can make as much money as you can while you're asleep. And then you have labor as well too. You can buy back your time by hiring others, or you can cut time by using AI as well, which I teach you in the Stackmode Academy, and which you can access at stackmode.net. And the output, right, as far as your effort. So society praises hard work. Digging a hole with a spoon is hard work, but it pays absolutely $0. Owners are rewarded for value output, not hours logged. So you have to restructure what you're doing. If you're posting for viral content, make sure that you have a website. If you don't have a website, head over to CEO Turbo. I'll design one for you. Let's get one built. Okay. So you have to understand that you can't just post or do things trying to go viral. Streamline your views into a system so that you're not just trying to go viral. They're not just doing commercials for no reason. They want you to actually go to their stores. They already have the physical stores there. So build your underground system, and then from there you're going to be able to have some dominion on the overhead. Okay, if God wills. So the transition example here. So an employee fitness trainer trains one person for 1 hour, right, for $50. Okay, an owner trainer records a course once, sells it to 1,000 people online while sleeping, and is training people during the day. So not only are they making more money than the employee actively, they're also making that quote unquote passively too. So keep going hard. And that's just because the owner trainer went hard. That's why he's the owner trainer. So you got to go hard. So the investor paradigm, right? So the core truth, if your money isn't making money while you sleep, then you're the one doing all the work. And the ultimate leverage. This is the apex of the wealth pyramid. The investor does not deploy time, and they don't even deploy physical effort. They deploy capital. And the soldier analogy. Every dollar that you own is a little soldier. If you spend it on some designer, right, that's cool sometimes when you get there, okay? But you assassinated your own soldier. You could have put that money into some crypto, into some stocks, into a real estate property, into a car. You have to think progressively. And if you invested into ETF, ETF stands for Exchange Traded Fund. It's pretty much a bunch of stocks bundled in once, okay? You send that soldier to a positive war, okay? They're going to go slay all the bad guys, but you have to fight your desires. And it's pretty much a battle of who can fight their flesh the most. Whoever can fight their flesh the most will be successful. You have to remember that. So the mental architecture of a CEO. So the emotional baseline. So a true CEO possesses a neurological fortress. They do not allow external market conditions to dictate their internal state. So you need to have extremely stoic execution. So you must execute your daily habits exactly on the same day. Otherwise, you're going to lose compound effect over time, okay? And process over outcome. Surrender the immediate result to probability. Focus 100% on executing your edge every single day. Be as consistent as you can, and the muscle will build. You're going to get to the point where you're not consistent. Your body's going to be screaming like, hey, you need to be going hard. You need to be consistent. And second order thinking. Amateurs only think one step ahead. CEOs must think at least like 3 steps ahead. You got to be going hard. So first and second order, right? First versus second order. So an amateur, they'll be like, oh, I'll skip the gym to trade an extra hour to make more money, right? That's the first order. So the CEO, they understand that skipping the gym will raise their cortisol, which causes brain fog, leading to a tilt trade that blows their funded account, for example, okay? I know, and not everyone plays funded. I don't really watch you guys on fundeds, but just an example. Okay, if you just put $10,000 into your live account, then it's going to be the same case there. Okay, your routine, your structure that works for you, that keeps you happy. Okay, not every day is going to be smiling and rainbows. Some days is going to be rainy. And that's cool. Put that money to the side and make sure you're absolutely praying to God every single day, because some days will be rainy, and that's cool. Go forward, stay strong, and don't let things break you down. For example, I'm sick right now. I'm still trying to record. I'm still trying to go hard. Okay, I want to get this video out. I want to make sure these streams are out. I want to make sure I'm getting as much content for you guys out as possible. I don't want to be wasting my time. I don't want to be wasting my ability to transmute my emotions. Okay, whatever you're feeling right now, if you're feeling sad, if you're feeling angry, put that into something. Create the biggest product in the entire world. Go hard. The world's waiting on you. Go hard. The fact that we have the ability to transmute our emotions, it's a real beautiful thing. You know, it's a real beautiful thing, and transmute that into positive things that not only does make you happy, that will bring you success. So you're going to be able to feed your family and feed yourself. So wealth doesn't happen by accident. It's the inevitable mathematical outcome of mastering your discipline, your dopamine, and shifting your identity from a consumer to owner. Once you shift from scroller to poster, that's when things change. And executing with mechanical discipline. And an action item for tonight. Audit your actions. I want you to go to your phone, pull up your phone, and look at how much time you're spending on social media. If you're spending more time on social media than productive time in real life, then understand that you're acting like a consumer. Are you acting like an employee seeking comfort, or are you acting like an investor building an empire? Are you going hard even though you're tired? Okay, because that's really going to dictate what's going to bring the wins to you. Are you going hard when you don't want to go hard? And then you need to translate that to, wait, I'm alive. God woke me up today. I need to be going hard. Okay, so no matter what, go forward. I don't care what you're going through. I don't care how hard of time you're having. Go forward. Try and post the most quality content that you can. If you want to be an artist, post the most quality music that you can. Paint the most quality paintings. If you want to be a coder, put some real time into your software. Make sure all the errors are sorted out. If you want to write copy, okay, make sure you're spending time scanning for errors, making sure there's no spelling errors. Okay, just do what you need to do and go hard. I don't care what you want to do. Go hard. I don't care if you want to make tiles, if you want to sell wood. Go hard. Make sure wood doesn't have any bugs in it. Make sure it's the most high quality wood. Make sure it doesn't whittle after a bit. Do what you need to do. Just go hard. Do your research. All right. Love you guys so much. Head over to stackmode.net. Head over to the Stackmode Academy. You're going to be able to learn AI, coding, trading. And then you can head over to CEO Turbo as well too. If you want to build your brand, design your website, and get your digital business card. I'm going to be showing you guys a lot of that too. Catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Peace.
If you have trading anxiety, you break your rules, or you overtrade, we have to rewire your brain completely. I'm going to go ahead and teach you guys how we can profit within this guide. Let's do it. Welcome to the Triple Threat course. So we're going to be talking about neuro trading here within the first episode here. So trading, whenever you become an investor, you have to completely rewire your mindset. Think about work, for example. What do? You get paid every 2 weeks, every week. Okay. Get that deposit. You get that consistent $15, $20, $25 an hour. Okay. Plus onward, the more you go to school, the more you level up, etc. Trading is completely different. This is a completely different realm. I'm not going to lie. Thing about trading is your income is going to be multiplicative. Not only is your income not going to be, I'm not going to say consistent, because you're consistently going to be making money, especially after you finish this, inshallah. But
your income is not going to stay flat. It's not going to just stay the same. So if you hit $250 on a trade, you put that money back into it, then your next trade you could hit $450. Loop it back, next trade you could hit $750. And then it keeps scaling up. The more that you win, the more consistent that you are, and the healthier that your mindset is. And that's going to be exactly what we're going to be covering in this course today. So you're not losing because you can't read a chart. You're losing because you can't control your own biology. So let's go ahead and let's jump into exactly what we need to cover in order for us to be successful. So why do smart people make stupid trades in the first place? Fiending for money. Okay. You cannot fiend for money. You have to follow the process, and you have to follow the anatomy 101. Do not break the cycle, and your brain is not one single unit. Okay. It's 3 brains stacked on top of each other, constantly fighting for control of the steering wheel. Okay. You're going to have 1, the reptilian brain, also known as the basal ganglia. And this is going to be your instinctive brain used to react. And it's pure instinct. It controls heartbeat, your breathing, and your fight or flight senses. It is fast, dumb, and reactive. So if you ever made a irrational, impulsive decision, a lot of the times it's due to the fact that your basal ganglia triggered an emotion that just made you do a certain impact. Okay. And the mammalian brain. So the center of emotion, it seeks social status, pleasure, and connection. It hates pain. So the mammalian brain, the limbic system, this is going to be more human based. Let's talk about this, for example. This is going to be a very, very, very important topic here. So whenever we are progressing, we have to understand what we're trading for. What are you on the charts for? Okay. Are you trying to buy a house? Okay. Are you trying to just increase your income if you already have a house? Are you trying to take care of your family if you have one? There's going to be a lot of different factors, but the main factor is the fact that you're trying to provide for yourself and build a better life for yourself. So do not do anything trying to please people. Do not fiend for social media screenshots, okay, to go post on Instagram your P&L and be like, oh guys, look, I'm making all this money. Okay, we're not trading for people. We're trading for ownership. It's really important to have a mindset where you're just focused, you're locked in, you're dialed in, and things can't break you down whenever you have an iron mindset like this. And I'm trying to prepare your brain for the dramatic numbers that you're going to reach, because the thing about trading too, it's really easy to get to the income that you want to get to. But once you get there, staying consistent, staying afloat, and not getting greedy and losing yourself is going to be a challenge a lot of people struggle with. And I don't want you guys to struggle with that. So that's why this was being created. And the human brain, right, as far as the neocortex, this is the logical side. Okay, the side used for math, planning, and risk management. Risk management is going to be the amount of money that you're going to be risking per trade. Let's say you have a $1,000 account. If you're willing to risk $100 for the trade, then you're going to be risking 10% of your account, or a 10th of your account. Okay. Since 100. Okay. Is going to be a fraction and a 10th of 1,000. That is why you're going to get the 10%. So that's how you do your risk management. If you have a $500 account, if you're going to risk 10% of your account, then you're going to be risking $50. Okay, that's how you break it down. And the human brain, this is the only part of your brain that can actually trade profitably. Okay, the neocortex, you have to function with this. You have to understand that in order to progress, you have to be one with your mind, body, and soul. You cannot be making impulsive decisions, random stupid decisions, and you have to just be extremely locked in, stable, and you cannot be an emotional human, especially if you're going to talk about being a trader and getting to where you want to be. And the saboteur, okay, the amygdala, okay. There's a lot of deep neuroscience involved into this. Let's talk about it. The fear center. So the amygdala is 2 almond-shaped clusters deep in your brain, and its job is to detect threats. And the problem, your amygdala cannot tell the difference between a lion chasing you and a red candle on the chart. Okay, it thinks fear As soon as you see red PNL, as soon as you see PNL going in a downwards direction, fear comes in, sadness comes in, anxiety comes in when you're not a prepared trader. When you're a prepared trader, and especially after this course, all the sadness, anxiety, and even red PNL consistently should be gone. Okay. And when your amygdala detects a threat, which such as losing money, PNL going in a downwards direction. And let me talk about this too. If you're noticing PNL going in a downwards direction when you open your trade, you have to ask yourself, why are you sitting there staring at the chart? There's a lot more work you could be doing. There's a lot more work you could be putting in, and you could be building. You have to always be building so that you don't get in your head, you don't get emotional, and you don't make decisions that you shouldn't be making. A lot of the times, if you're sitting there staring at the charts, you could close your trade early. Okay, you could end up dragging your stop loss or moving your take profit, ruining your whole plan, and ruining what's called your risk to reward. So your risk to reward is how much you're risking and how much you're gaining. Okay, so let's say if you're risking $100 to make $400, okay, that's going to be a 1 to 4 risk to reward ratio. Okay, due to the fact that 1/4 is going to be part of the fraction here. Risk 100 to make 400. Okay, it's going to be a 1 to 4 risk to reward ratio. And you literally become incapable of rational thought when it comes to your amygdala detecting threat. Okay, if you don't train that, if you don't train your emotional side, your brain could definitely take over and chemically shut down the connection to your logical side, also known as your prefrontal cortex, which you guys might have heard of. And the prefrontal cortex gets developed the older that you get, and I believe it gets fully developed at around like 25, 24. And you literally can become incapable of rational thought for a second, which is why you freeze or panic sell, even if you have a giant account. And honestly, the bigger your account is, the more it really could affect you. So you could freeze, you could shut down, and I don't want you guys to be panic selling and losing your account for no reason, especially if price ends up blitzing way past your stop loss. Please don't freeze, just close your trade for a loss. If it's way past your stop loss, you don't want to delve deeper into the red, okay, just hoping that price is going to come back up, especially if it's already past where it's supposed to even be in the first place. Okay, do not gamble with your account. Do not risk your account in certain ways. That's not going to benefit you. Okay, I just want you guys to be successful. I want you to go forward, and I don't want you to have any fear. Okay, your fear can be an issue. It's gonna hold you back. You cannot be scared. You have to be cautionary, and you have to make sure that you can progress. And the CEO, the prefrontal cortex, right? PFC. So the executive center. So located behind your forehead. So this is the newest part of your brain it handles, right? And it handles probability analysis, impulse control, and long-term planning. So your prefrontal cortex, once again, it gets developed the older that you get, but you can train it by doing more logical, hard analysis, as well as hard tasks too. So let's talk about hypofrontality. It's a state where the blood flow to the prefrontal cortex is really reduced down due to stress. When you're stressed about bills, okay, or a loss, your trading CEO goes on vacation, leaving the lizard in charge, putting you in panic mode sometimes, also known as survival mode. So you have to trump out survival mode. Even if you have $0, you got to just trust God. Okay, you cannot panic. You cannot fold. Even if you notice your account is blown, don't fold. You have to be able to get in stack mode, have a good mindset, and be a CEO. When you're a CEO, you're going to take some losses. Okay, there's going to be times where things aren't going to go your way, and there's going to be times where you're going to hit certain lows. But if this happens, don't crumble. Don't crumble. Okay, even if it's outside of trading. Okay, even if it's not trading related, if your car broke down. Okay, that's more inspiration to hit better trades. That's more inspiration to wait for the setup. You need to get on your higher time frames. Okay, ideally be using your weekly, daily, and your 4-hour time frames. And you need to be waiting for the proper setups in order for you to make that income so you can get out of that bad situation. Okay, I don't want you guys to struggle, and I want you guys to focus on long-term planning as well too. So even if you are a futures, Forex, or options trader, okay? These are all what I call the income generators, okay? If you're getting profit from these, what I recommend is taking at least 50% of your profit and funneling it back into the stock market. Put it into some shares. There's going to be a lot of companies we're going to go ahead and talk about how to research, but especially recently, there's a lot of new tech companies coming out, innovating the world, changing things around, and creating a lot of new technology. So I don't want you guys to struggle, okay? You guys have to be strong. You guys have to be logical, and you have to stay humble as well too. Even when you start touching 6, 7, 8 figures, 5 figures a trade, stay humble, okay? And shares are going to be important too, because at a certain time, your futures, Forex, and options account, especially once you start getting in the 7 figures plus, it gets a little bit difficult to trade. So that's why you want to funnel it into your shares account, because shares, you could trade billions and millions of shares. And why can't you stop over trading? Ask yourself that, okay? Let's talk about it so we can trump this disgusting disease called overtrading. It's holding you back. I know you guys have goals, you guys have dreams, and it's a lot of chemical warfare going inside of your brain. You have to be focused, you have to go hard, and you can't let things slow you down, break you, or stop you. Let's talk about dopamine. Dopamine is not the pleasure molecule. It's the molecule of craving and anticipation, and the reward prediction error. When you take a random trade and you win, your brain releases a massive spike of dopamine, okay? It's like, whoa, we're the best trader of all time. Let's go ahead and let's keep doing this. You have to rewire that. Even if you make $1 million from the trade, you have to be able to come back to the charts the next day, keep your risk management intact, stay consistent, and not get overzealous, okay? Your brain learns random clicking equals pleasure. So you've now trained yourself to be a gambler, and God says not to gamble for a reason. So do not do that. We're here to be traders, we're here to be investors, and we're here to be serious about the money we're putting into the market. Do not trade off of dopamine. And some of you, for example, scalp, okay? I do not recommend scalping at all. Even if you're able to make some okay money from scalping, it's not worth the stress. You could be building a business, working on work, and spending time with your family instead of scalping, okay? Instead of staring at the charts all day taking risk, you could take one calculated risk, hold that position for multiple weeks, days, or hours at least, and then from there, you can go ahead and work on other things in real life, generating more income, and then you could take that income, funnel it back into the charts, and you're going to go ahead and have the asset river flowing. And cortisol, the stress hormone. Chronic cortisol from watching the charts all day kills brain cells in the hippocampus and shrinks the prefrontal cortex. So do not sit there scalping all day, taking 1 million trades a day. It literally can fry your brain and make you feel burnt out, never make you want to trade again, give you a whole bunch of anxiety, and just make you feel stressed that you do not need to be feeling. And as a result, you become biologically worse and more reactive the longer that you stare at the screen, okay? Do not sit there staring at the chart, watching every single candlestick go by after you've entered in. Please rewire your mindset so you're able to make some progress. You have to lower your cortisol too. There's a lot of herbs, okay? A lot of herbs I recommend. You guys can get these on Amazon too. You guys are going to have things like ashwagandha. I would check that out. You're going to have St. John's wort. You're going to have things like teas, chamomile tea if you want to calm down and breathe. And another thing too is make sure you exercise. These are going to be all good ways in order to reduce your cortisol. And try and eat a good balanced diet. Try to stay away from things like canola oil. Okay, you don't want to be eating canola oil. It's really, really, really bad for you. And you don't want to be eating things like fried foods. Okay, try and stay away from fried foods. That also fries your brain, makes your brain more mush, and it just makes you struggle in ways that you just don't need to be struggling. Okay, I want you guys to be successful. I want you to get to where you need to be, and I don't want you to stop. Okay. Keep going. Do not trade for pleasure. You are trading for consistency, success, and if you have one, to provide for your family. You have to go hard. Do not disappoint yourself. Do not break your rules. Keep going. Once again, there's a lot of herbs you could take as well too. Black seed oil. Make sure you guys are eating honey, eating fruits, vegetables, eating a highly good balanced diet, so you guys are going to be able to go ahead and progress forward the way that you need to. And the neuroplasticity has to be rewired in your brain completely. Let's talk about the solution phase, how we can fix these things. Okay, there's a lot of good news involved into this. Okay, put a smile on your face. Let's solve these issues. Let's get to it. And even if you lost it, we can get it back. We can fix it. And there's a lot of forward momentum you can pick up. Do not give up, even if things are hard right now. Okay, even if you bought this course with your last couple of dollars or not, even if things are hard mentally right now, even if you're struggling, I don't care if in real life, relationship, whatever, you have to stay forward. You have to stay focused. You cannot give up. So the good news, the brain is soft and it can be remolded. So let's talk about neuroplasticity. So the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections. And these are neurons that fire together and wire together. So think of your brain as a big connectivity receptor, okay, connecting multiple pathways, doing different reactive things so we can function. Hence why we have different emotions, such as happy, neutral, and sad, of course. And of course, mad. Okay. So then from there, we're going to go ahead and have awareness involved into us, so we don't get ambushed by life. So recognize when the amygdala is active, and you can tell that by having anxiety, your heart pounding. If you're feeling cold hands before you're about to enter a trade, you do not need to be entering that trade. Okay, why aren't you confident? You have to fix yourself. If you're not confident, you're probably risking way too much money. Okay, if you're afraid of losing, you're probably risking way too much money. And you have to give yourself time on the trade too. I don't recommend you guys trade prop firm due to the fact that you cannot hold your trades overnight. Most of the price action happens overnight, and most of the millionaire and billionaire traders hold their positions for multiple days, months, and years. You have to play with the big boys. You have to play with the whales. Wherever the money is moving and flowing, that's where you need to be moving and flowing too. And let's talk about the pattern interrupt. So physically stand up, walk away, and make sure you disrupt the loop and have some repetition. So every time that you wait for a setup, you strengthen the prefrontal cortex, which is going to be your patience muscle. Do hard things. If it's cold outside, go on a run. Okay, go on a run. Challenge yourself. If you feel like you're not going hard enough in your business, post more, do more, put in more volume, try and get more clients. You have to maximize your time. The prefrontal cortex is something that can be trained even if you're a young individual, but it's not going to get easier if you don't put yourself through hard, disciplined things. You have to be extremely consistent. And a hard discipline thing is going to be waiting for the trade to hit, take profit, or stop loss without watching it. What we're going to go ahead and do is get on our phone, make sure you guys have TradingView or whatever broker you're using, and set your alerts. When you set your alerts, you're going to go ahead and get a time notification letting you know that it's time to close and that either take profit or stop loss was hit. You're going to go ahead and set that alert at your stop loss level or your take profit level. In this way, you're going to be able to not stare at the charts all day, focus on getting more income outside of the charts. So when you come back to the charts, you're going to be booted up, ready to progress. I don't want you guys to be held back by yourself for literally absolutely no reason when you don't have to. Let's go harder than that. And the power of God, okay? God is absolutely our creator. Okay, he's created us so special, and even down to the fruits that grow out of the ground. Okay, this world is built absolutely perfect the way it is. Fruits grow consistently, they have seeds within them, and you have a seed within you. You have to grow that seed, but that seed is not going to grow within you without consistency. You have to wake up and make sure you guys are praying and taking care of yourself. Okay, and this is biological optimization. Trading requires you to accept uncertainty. Okay, for real. You could wake up and your trade just straight down to zero. Okay, and the human brain hates uncertainty. They think it's in control of everything. Okay. We have to understand as humans that God controls everything, and everything is already wrote. So you have to understand that when you put down your trade, it's going to go to either take profit or stop loss. You moving your trade or you looking at it has nothing to do with anything. It's going to go where it needs to go. And you need to just focus on putting yourself more on the wavelength of life so you can continue going forward instead of trying to control and jurisdict everything. Because that's going to give you a lot of anxiety, frustration, and it's going to be hard to get to where you want to be when you're not expecting certain results. Sometimes you got to just sit back, stay consistent, keep hustling, keep praying, most importantly, and then see where you're at and be happy with your results. Yes, have certain goals and objectives, but you can't control things that take time. If you know the trade takes time to hit take profit, why are you trying to risk 80% of your account to make some money? You could risk a smaller percent of your account, hit a bigger trade, have less anxiety, and keep working harder so you don't blow up your account and go back to zero. Stop going back to zero. I'm tired of you guys blowing up your accounts. I'm tired of seeing people even committing suicide due to the fact that they're not able to keep a consistent account. And I was tired of myself back in the day of blowing up accounts too. Okay, even when I was greedy, making $1,000 days and not closing, etc. Okay, so I have a lot of game to teach you guys and learn because I don't want you guys to go through painful, hurtful things like that. And how prayer affects your brain. So vagus nerve stimulation. So prayer, especially when you get down on your hands and knees and you're really just talking to God, prayer calms the nervous system, shifting you from sympathetic fight or flight to parasympathetic rest and digest. And as far as the surrender of control, so by giving the outcome to God, you release the burden of needing the right section in your brain to be in control of everything. Okay, this lowers cortisol instantly. You already planned out the trade. You already planned out the take profit and the stop loss. Otherwise, you shouldn't be in the trade. If you planned out the take profit, your stop loss, and your entry, what are you tripping about? Okay, leave it up to God. And if you lose, take it to the next trade. If you win, take it to the next trade. You have to learn how to be based. Even if you win, you have to literally pretty much be at the same emotional status, even if you lose. Okay, don't crash out. Don't be mad. And even if when you win, don't get overly zealous. Don't be overly happy and start breaking your rules. You still have to have tons of detachment. And detachment is going to be the spiritual state where you perform the action perfectively, but have zero emotional attachment to the result. And once you guys get to this point, you guys are going to be in Zen. Okay. You're going to be in Zen once you have detachment to your trade. Put down the trade and have no emotional attachment to it. Whatever God plans out is whatever's going to happen. Okay. You marked out your levels, right? You know that it's a good trade. You're confident in it. Let it rock out. So have you ever put down a trade and then checked it back and been like, oh, why did I close this trade? And then take profit got hit. If you're tired of that, why are you doing it to yourself? Some of us as humans don't realize that you can literally just do things. You can take control of your emotional state. Instead of trying to take control of the uncontrollable, take control of the thing that you can take control of in this world. Us, ourselves, okay? Take control of yourself. You're in full control if you're moving your stop loss or take profit. So don't do things like that and don't hold your account or yourself back. You got yourself to be taken care of. I want you guys to see the world, drive what you want, eat where you want. I'm extremely passionate about this because getting to where you need to be is literally a couple of emotional changes away. You have to change the way that you think, the way that you are, and the way that you're going to progress. I'm telling you. And moderate living, okay, that's going to go ahead and equal maximum performance. Your environmental control is going to be extremely important. I don't care if you live in a high rise in Miami, okay, that doesn't mean you need to be going out every single night to the club, for example. Okay, you need to be living an extremely disciplined lifestyle. If you're going to focus on getting income, then the income has to always be flowing. Has to be more income coming in than out. Okay, we want income coming in. We want more coming in than out. Okay, do not start living a bad lifestyle. Do not start ramping up your income just because your income is ramping up immediately. Give it time. Give it some months and years of consistency. Build up a stash. Try and build up at least 6 to 7 figures. Okay, get in stack mode, eat groceries, stay down, and take your time. And let's talk about the needs versus wants trap. So if you increase your lifestyle expenses as soon as you make profit, you trap yourself in a high stress loop. And high expenses equals the high need for cash. Okay. And a high need for cash equals a fear of losing. So the higher your bills are, the more you're going to be starving to hit a trade, the more desperate you're going to be to hit a trade. And you cannot be desperate in this market. Like I said, you have to wait for take profit to get hit. I don't care how long it takes. You have to let the trade do its thing. You have to let the market makers in the market flow the way it needs to flow. Do not try and oversize or scalp just because you need some money fast. Stick to swing trading, give your trade some time, and the cash will come. But do not hyperinflate your lifestyle immediately, okay? You have to be hustling, you have to be grinding, and you have to be putting money away. Put it away into your Webull, to your Robinhood, whatever broker you use. Put it into some shares, so your money is always making you money, and I just want you guys to progress. And the fear of losing is going to be the amygdala activation. And the amygdala activation equals bad trading. So the fix. So live below your means, okay? Live below your means. Groceries. You guys need to get on DoorDash, and if you have it, you guys can look up something called Restaurant Depot. Okay, they have halal meat on there. It's meat that's prayed over. It's clean, and it's really, really cheap. I recommend you guys go into the farmer's market as well too. Okay, stop DoorDashing. Okay, quit DoorDash. If you're DoorDashing, you need to hop off of that right now. Delete it from your phone. Unless you're ordering groceries, but if you're ordering single meals, spending $20, $30, please, for the love of God, stop. That could be $20, $30 into some shares, into some options, which could be multiplied 5, 10x really, really easily. Okay. Please do not do that to yourself. Do not hold yourself back because you're wanting to feed your flesh today. Think about your future self. When you always think about your future self, you're going to live a happy life. I'm telling you. That's why it's really, really important for us to pray to God, even if we make mistakes, so we can repent, so we don't get punished in the future, inshallah. It's important for us to eat healthy so that we don't get health problems or get fat in the future. It's important for us to consistently invest and save our money so we don't go broke on a rainy day in the future. Okay, you have to think future. When you think future and you live like that in your present day by day, you're going to be ruthlessly consistent. It's going to be really, really easy for you to progress, and I want you guys to get to where you want to be. So the fix: live below your means, cancel some subscriptions, cancel that Amazon Prime, cancel that Netflix, that Hulu, all those little random subscriptions you guys got going. You got to fix that. You got to change that. Okay. A trader who doesn't need to win today is the one who will win today. Have that future mindset. The trader, once again, who doesn't need to win today will win today. I want you guys to be focused. I want you to be strong, and I want you to be able to progress the way that you need to. Don't give up. Even if you got to stay down, eat rice, tuna, just stay patient. Stay patient, stay down, pay your bills. Okay, even if you got to live a couple of years of staying down, you're going to get to where you want to get. When you're running around with bands, 4, 5, 6, 7 figures on you, okay, based off of a couple of years of just being disciplined, future you later down the line is going to be extremely happy that you put in the work. You're going to be talking like, yeah, you know, I put in the work, I stayed down and I invested, and I'm here today. So live below your means. That's going to be the fix to where you want to get to. Live below your means and invest more. That doesn't mean save it in a checkings account, because checkings account is literally a scam. Okay. And the reason why checking account is a scam, let's go and let's talk about it. So a house, let's say 10 years ago, a house that was $50,000 would now be $250,000. Okay. Due to the fact that inflation exists, the United States keeps printing money, giving out free money, things like food stamps and stuff like that, etc., are going to be printed virtual dollars. So since we have more dollars floating around, in order for things to compensate with that, things naturally have to get more expensive. Now, one thing that hasn't changed much is going to be job income. Job income is pretty much the same, although things have gotten more expensive. I do not want you guys to be suffering in this economy because of not making smart financial decisions. We are heading forward into an economy where if you are not making smart financial decisions, you will struggle hard. If you are not hustling in a strategic way, you will struggle hard. And here at Stack Mode, that's not what I want for you. And the ecosystem approach. Do not let your trading account be the only source of dopamine or survival. So your trading engine, okay, this is for high velocity growth. It's risky and it's aggressive, okay? And rule, never pay your bills directly from here. It creates performance anxiety, okay? Try and pay your bills through your business, okay? Your business is going to be your investment engine, and this is going to be for stability. You're going to go ahead and take that trading profit and buy different assets. You can buy real estate, buy business inventory, index funds, or put it back into more shares as well, so your income continues to progress. And rule, reinvest profits. Compound interest in a business creates a safety net for your mind so you can progress. You have to stay hungry for it though. If you're going to trade and run a business, then you're signing up to be disciplined. You're signing up to be consistent. You cannot be having things alter your mind. You cannot be having things slow you down. Monitor the people who are around you. Watch who's around you. And if anyone who's not hungry, who's not on the same path as you, could slow you down extremely. And that's not what I want for you. I want you to be able to achieve your goals. So it's important that we are extremely focused during these times. And let's talk about how to never blow up an account, inshallah. So risk management. So blowing an account is a mathematical certainty. And if you don't understand drawdown recovery, right? If you lose 10% of your account, then you need 11% to recover. You lose 20%, you need 25% to recover. You lose 50%, you need 100% to recover. You lose 90%, then you need 900% to recover. That's literally just how it works since the math decides to go down like that. And the 1% rule. So whenever you first start trading, you can start off with just risking 1% of your account. So if you risk only 1% of your account per trade, then you would have to lose 100 trades in a row in order to blow your account. And this keeps the amygdala quiet, and a 1% loss is not a threat to your survival. Now, as you get better, you're going to want to go ahead and increase that as you get more consistent. And I want you guys to monitor your progress within a trading journal. You guys can use Notion or book a free call with me at stackmode.net, and I'll go ahead and make a full plan for you guys in order for you to track your trades. But after you start being consistent, making some money and being profitable consistently, then you could increase that 1% to maybe 3% per trade. Then after you're consistent from there, up it to 5% per trade. Okay. If you do 5% per trade, then you're going to have 25 trades. Okay. Then if you want, you could up it to 10% per trade once you get better. Okay. That's going to go ahead and give you 10 trades. So the more that you increase it, the more that you're going to make per trade, but the more that you're going to also lose per trade. So the better that you get, the higher that your win rate is, the lower and better position size you're going to be able to put down per trade. And what is conviction in the first place? So let's talk about model number 2. So conviction, it's not hoping a trade works. Conviction is the biological state of certainty within your edge. And probabilistic thinking, it's the ability to accept that any single trade is random, but a series of 100 trades is predictable. Conviction comes from knowing the math, knowing the fundamentals, and knowing the technicals, especially about the V setup. Let market make the left side of the V, we catch the bottom, and close at the top, especially if you're trading the stock market, options, or futures. Okay. And the conviction gap. So amateurs have high conviction in the outcome or prediction, and professionals have high conviction within the process. Boom. Does the entry criteria look how I want? Is the market trending in upwards direction? Yes. Am I on my higher time frames? Yes. Am I marking out my take profit before I enter in? Yes. Do I have my stop loss down? So if price goes down, do I know where I want to close? Yes. Okay. So you have your entry, your take profit, your stop loss, and you have certain factors of how much you're going to risk as well too down packed. Okay. That is what makes you a good trader. Even if you lose the trade and hit stop loss, if you put your whole process down, you're a good trader. Okay. You won the trade. Even if you didn't make any money, if you stuck to your plan, you stuck to your process, then you're a good trader. And why you sell winners way too early. So let's talk about the advanced psychology. So the disposition effect. So this is a cognitive bias where traders lock in small gains, not only to feel good, but to hold onto large losses to avoid pain. And dopamine urgency. When you see green on the screen, your brain screams, take it. to secure the dopamine reward. It fears the profit will vanish, disappear. And the fix: you must train your brain to view unrealized gains not as your money, but as market money risking itself for you. Do not interrupt the compounding, do not stop the process, and do not fail. Okay? You need to stick to the plan. I don't care if trades go to stop loss, at least you stuck to the plan. You won your trade if you stuck to stop loss, you committed to it, and you didn't alter your trade. But if you're selling your winners early, you are staring at the charts way too much. You have dopamine urgency, and this isn't it. Okay? You need to completely change your brain, and your brain must view unrealized gains not as your money, but as market money risking itself for you. Do not interrupt the compounding. Do not interrupt the compounding. And the art of taking a loss, ego management. Why is it so hard to cut a loss in the first place? So because to the brain, being wrong feels exactly like physical pain, death, but it's really not. So cognitive dissonance. The mental stress caused by holding two contradictory beliefs versus I'm a smart trader versus this trade is losing money. Your brain solves this by denying reality, hoping that it comes back. And the sunk cost fallacy. I've already lost so much, I might as well hold. Okay. And that's financial suicide. That's literally giving up. That's what we call low thumos. We call that low thumos. Extremely low thumos. Okay. That's not it. Okay. That's giving up. We are not here to give up. Stop. Do not just blow up your account because you're already down. Stop. That's crashing out. Don't do that. Have a great stack mode alpha mindset. Okay, a small loss is simply the cost of doing business, and it's an operating expense. You didn't win that trade, it's cool. Take another one. Come back stronger. See what you can do the next time. Don't let yourself get broken down, especially by the charts. And build mental iron. Okay, the brain gym. Make sure you guys are hitting the real life gym too. Get strong. You cannot just decide to be tough. Okay, you must train for it like a muscle. And here's a training protocol. Okay, wake up, pray to God, work out. Try and wake up early in the morning. Try and wake up 6 a.m., 7 a.m., start the day early, and just grind. Hustle hard, put down your trades, do your market analysis. After you're entered in, do not stare at it until your alerts go off. Rinse and repeat, and I promise you, watch how this works. And the progressive overload. Do not jump to large lot sizes. Slowly increase your risk as your nervous system adapts to stress. And as far as certain visualization. So before the market opens, visualize yourself taking a loss calmly. Breathe. Whew. Okay, visualize yourself holding a winner through a pullback while you're in drawdown. And then boom, market decides to sweep back up. Like a boss, you held through it, CEO. You got it. And pre-program the amygdala. And post-game review. Journaling activates the neocortex and helps process the emotions of the day, turning trauma into wisdom. Okay, so you have to learn, you have to progress, and you have to get past whatever trauma that you were going through. Okay. And consistency versus intensity, the boring truth. Okay. And amateurs look for home runs, which is known as intensity. And professionals look for base hits, which is consistency, constantly winning, constantly compounding their account, multiplying it, getting that multiplicative effect, and taking the same type of setup over and over and over again, regardless if they have 4 figures, 5 figures, 7 figures in their account. Doesn't matter. You're literally going to take the same setup over and over again until you perish off this earth. And that's literally the challenge of trading too, is who can literally continue to do the same thing. And the compound effect. And it's crazy because it's not really the challenge. It's not meant to be fun. Okay. It's cool learning it, but after you learn it, you're just going to keep taking the same setups over and over again. Small, consistent gains reinvested over time produce exponential results. This requires patience. And neuro tip, celebrate following your plan, not the money. Okay. Rewire your dopamine to trigger when you follow your rules, even if the trade is a loss. Okay. Once again, if you put down your take profit, you knew where you're going to enter, you have your stop loss, and you stuck to your plan with your risk to reward, you won the trade. Whether take profit or stop loss gets hit, you won the trade. Hunter versus prey. Identity shift. Okay, the prey. the impulse trader looking to get hunted, and what we call liquidity. Okay. So what liquidity is pretty much all the traders who are losing. Okay. It's trading for a reason. When you're winning, somebody's losing. When you're losing, somebody's winning. And the prey, the impulse trader, they run around chasing price, FOMO, and eats whatever is in front of them, which is known as bad setups. And they just get eaten alive by the market and all the decent patient traders. And the sniper, right, the patient trader, they lays in wait for days, controlling their breathing, and they only pull triggers when the probability is overwhelming in their favor. And the art of absolutely doing nothing. 90% of trading is waiting. If you cannot sit on your hands, you literally can't trade. You have to have patience and impulse control. The psychological strength to override the urge to act. This is the defining characteristic of a professional. And mantra, okay? Let's say that you're paid to wait and you're paid to execute your edge. Okay, you're not paid to gamble. God says not to gamble for a reason. Do not come on here doing random bonky things, blowing up your account for no reason. Please treat your account more preciously than that. And the neurotrading protocol, your biology, okay, you're fighting your amygdala. That's the fear, the stradium, and that's the greed part of your brain. Rewire that. In your chemistry, stop chasing dopamine hits and detox your brain. And as far as God, okay, use prayer to stabilize your nervous system and just leave it up to God. Have some conviction within your setups too. Understand the math in your risk to reward. Cut your losers at your stop loss and hold your winners to your take profit. Be a sniper, wait for A+ setups, and start your risk stall and continuously increase it up to 10% of your account as you get better. Get in the stack mode alpha state. Do not have a beta brain. Get alpha brain. Be proactive, logical, grounded, patient, manage your risk, and that's how you get wealthy. Okay. All of these emotions here, we're not even going to go ahead and name. Let's go ahead and head over to the next part of the course. Peace.
Organic content will always be better than AI content in literally every single way possible. If you want to succeed in business, you have to know how to get into your clients' and viewers' hearts before you just jump into their wallet. Let me show you guys the exact guide how. Let's do it. Yo, so I just want you guys to know that organic content will always outperform AI content. Once again, organic content will always outperform AI generated content. So understand that there's a couple of reasons why for this. Okay. One, especially when it comes to social media and things like that, you have to know how to get into the user's hearts. Okay. Whoever's watching your videos, make sure that you're getting into their hearts before you just try and get into their wallet. Okay. It's very, very important that we pay attention to that. If you're able to get into a user's hearts, right, they're going to come back to your business, come back to your service. Let's say you do hair, for example. Okay. If you're able to give them a good quality hair service or plumbing service, HVAC service, trading mentorship service, whatever you do, and they're able to leave feeling joyful, or they're able to scroll on your post and feel joy, feel happiness, that is going to stick in their heads, and most importantly, stick inside of their hearts. Okay. You want to get into their hearts before you just try and get into their wallet. So that's why it's really, really important to understand that organic content will always get into the user's hearts quicker than AI content can. Okay. So we have to always keep that in mind. So look, take person A, for example. Okay. My amazing drawing here. Okay. Picasso. So person A. Person A is scrolling on their phone. Let's say person A is looking to get into trading. Okay. Person A wants to learn how to trade. Okay. There's going to be two types of reels they're going to be able to see. Okay. You're going to have reel number one. Okay. Reel number one is going to be a testimony. Okay. So they saw a whole life change, or someone 360 their whole life because they were able to make it from trading. Or let's say they see post number two. Okay. They're just going to go ahead and see a Gemini image ad.
Okay. The life testimony, really showing people how you were able to change your life, right? Real pictures, real results, real situations of you not being as successful as you wanted to be. Okay. Those types of videos will always outperform the best Gemini image ad that you could find. Okay. Because you were able to capture the user's emotions. So capture the user's emotions. That's going to be extremely, extremely important. So we're going to start it off with this. So how do we capture the readers or watchers? Okay, if it's a post, then it's going to be the readers. So the watchers, or let's say the viewers. So how do we capture the viewers' attention? Okay, there's going to be a couple of things that we can do. Okay, one, be genuine. Okay, talk about real situations that have occurred in your life. Okay, talk about real situations. If you're a plumber, for example, maybe trying to start some plumbing mentorship, or maybe just trying to teach people more about plumbing, okay, etc. So just understand that whatever you do teach, whatever you do teach, just be genuine. Okay, be genuine. Have real funny perspectives, real life perspectives that people can actually feel. And then it's going to be a lot easier to get into the framework of success, because people are going to be able to feel you. And once again, once you're genuine, you're going to be able to have trust and get into their hearts. Okay, they're going to trust you. Okay, two, another way to capture viewers' attention: results. Results. Show some work you've done. Show some results. Show some clients that you've helped. Show yourself doing live actual examples. Because once people start seeing results, okay, once people see results, then people start to build trust. Okay, results equals trust and retention. So when they're seeing results from your service, from your education, and they're seeing other people get results as well, that's going to be a good way to incline trust and retention. Okay, so trust is going to be really, really important, because one, you want people to whip out the card and buy your service in the first place, or feel confident enough to get in a position to even want your service. Okay, and then we're going to have retention. Okay, retention is going to be extremely, extremely important. You want retention. Okay, you want customers to be retained to your service. You want them to be coming back over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, take Tupperware, for example. A company, Tupperware, went out of business due to the fact that their product wasn't retention based. Okay, it was a product that people bought once and then they never needed it again. Okay, retention. Focus on your retention, and retention is going to bring you your monthly income. Okay, retention is going to bring you your monthly income. So you need your customers to stay retained, you need your customers to stay engaged, and you need your customers to stay paying every single month. Okay, so that way you're going to have an easy time when it comes to paying your bills. So how do I get more followers? Okay, so how do I grow on social media? Okay, a big question a lot of people have. One, for example, on Instagram Reels, one of the videos that I posted that blew up firstly was just a video of me talking about God and just talking about real stuff and how you shouldn't give up on trading in the backyard. Okay, so number one, understand that genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. So understand that genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content-wise. Okay? This is because it's going to be something that everyone's going to be able to have a laugh at. Everyone's going to be able to feel. Everyone's going to be able to understand. And that directly correlates right into the user's heart. We want to get into their heart. Get into their heart. So when you're dropping relatable content, even if it's something that somebody hasn't done yet, post stuff that people want to do. If you know people want to learn how to trade, then you need to be dropping videos of you teaching people how to trade and showing your results of you actually getting in actual setups, etc. Okay, so it's going to be really, really important. Understand that genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. I want you to win and be successful. Okay, but we can't do this without getting into the client's heart. I cannot emphasize that enough. AI content, okay? AI does not know how to get into the user's hearts or the viewer's hearts. Okay? So being an empath in business really, really helps too. Okay? Make your post emotional. Okay? If you were having a hard time trading and then boom, you hit a massive breakthrough, that's going to build a lot of trust. Okay? People are going to be like, whoa, I was struggling just like that guy and he was able to climb over the hump and become profitable too. It's going to build a lot of trust in your community. People are going to know you, especially when you're a mentor. People have to know you. It's really, really important for people to know you. So that's why you're going to, guys are going to start seeing more of my life story and stuff come out as well too. So understand that AI, once again, does not know how to get into the viewers' hearts. You must make your post emotional. You have to. Absolutely. No ifs, ands, or buts. Okay. Too many people make social media too hard. And too many people just don't trust themselves. Okay, you have to trust yourself in the first place. So, how do we capture viewers' attention? We're going to be genuine. Genuineness equals trust. Results as well too, when you're posting that, equals trust and retention. When you're posting your results, then they're going to want to get results just like you, keeping them shopping for your client, getting your mentorship service, etc., so you can progress along, or they can progress along with you. Okay. Number one way grow on social media is you need to drop genuine, relatable content. Genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content-wise. I'm telling you guys. Okay. I'm telling you. So AI does not know how to get into the viewers' hearts. Make your post emotional. Okay, make your post emotional. That's how you're going to separate yourselves from other content creators as well too. What type of emotions can you engage from your user whenever they're watching you? Okay, stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I should catch you guys at Stackmode. .net. Okay, I should genuinely catch you there. If I don't see you at Stackmode.net, you're gonna confuse me. Okay, you're gonna confuse me and you're gonna make me think that you don't want it, you don't want money for real, and you don't want to improve your life. Let's grow your business and let's take that business profit and let's go ahead and let's translate that into more money with trading. Okay, trading, business and trading. That is what we teach here. Okay, and we funnel these into each other to build a giant income loop. Okay, love you guys so much. I'll see you there. Peace.
Yo, Stackmode Chris here. AI engineers, coders, web developers, traders, we spend a lot of time at the computer, a lot of time at the PC. Just because you're spending a lot of time at the PC doesn't mean you got to be fat, lazy, and disgusting. Take care of yourself. God put us here on earth for a reason, so let's cherish the bodies that God has blessed us with. Let's take care of ourselves. Let's be healthy. Let's understand that without health, how are we even going to succeed in the first place? How are you going to think of the next big SaaS or the next big product or the next big idea when you're worrying about high blood pressure or cholesterol or you're sick in a hospital bed, God forbid? Goofy stuff. Goofy stuff. So make sure we're working out, man. I just hit the workout hard. I want to show you guys some combos real quick. You know what I'm saying? It's the physique right now. I'm trying to get back in shape. This is a 5. Shout out my mom. She got this for me a couple Christmases ago. I think it's like a 10 pound weighted vest. I don't know how many pounds it is. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know. I'm gonna find it though. But yeah, the weighted vest. I don't really like to lift weights anymore. I used to lift weights to like build my muscular physique and get it going forward. But as far as weights, like I really quit weights. I just do straight calisthenics. I do pull-ups, push-ups, chin-ups. I like to punch this thing here. I'll show you guys some combos. So I'll go 1, 2, 3, and I'll show you how I do it really fast. So I'll go once again, right hand first, and then I'm gonna go left. So I'm gonna go right, heavy right, heavy right. If I hit someone with this, it's over. So I'm gonna go heavy right, then I'm gonna go left, and then I'm gonna go quick underhook. Okay, so the jab, this is really distraction jab. Okay, I'm going heavy on my right. Okay, 1, and I'm going quick left jab. After I go quick left jab, afterward, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go underhook. I'm gonna go underhook. Okay, so here's the combo quick. So I'm gonna go. Okay, and then I'm gonna swap it up. I'm gonna go left, left, heavy jab. I'm gonna go right, mop jab, and then I'm gonna go left underhook. Okay, so I'm gonna go. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, get everything intact. So, yeah, that's the combo I like to do. And then from there, I like to hit clap push-ups and stuff. I don't know if y'all do those or not, but clap push-ups are fire. You just like get down on the ground. You feel me? So yeah, do those. And then I'm gonna go weighted jump rope too. I go weighted jump rope, this right here. Oh yeah. You trying to get in shape and you're trying to get muscular. If you're trying to like get lean and get muscular at the same time, weighted jump rope. Y'all get into this. This right here, man. Oh yeah. This that thing right here. Oh yeah. All right. The workout was crazy. I won't lie. I hit it hard today. I'm gonna go shower, put on some drip. So let me take this off for y'all. So we're gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna show y'all some little fit. Some little shout out RSYP. But jeez, we're mogging shit. Rah, 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 rah. That's how you should feel after the gym. You should feel like a monster. You should feel proud of the fact that God even created us, that God even created you. Be proud of yourself, man. Man, I'm finna go get some drip on and stuff. I do need to hit the store though. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna open up to y'all about something, man. I'm done being fake on here. I'm just about to show y'all everything. I'm about to just show y'all me. I got nothing to restrict no more. I'm about to show y'all my lifestyle, how I be living. That wasn't correct English. That was Atlanta. Excuse me. How I live. I'm about to go. Well, I started the day off. Y'all know how I start the day off. I wake up, pray to God. We just hit the workout, John. Now, I need some Swiss Reliefs or some backwoods. Because it's time to smoke. I'm not gonna lie. It's time to smoke. I smoke, guys. I smoke. Cat's out the bag. All right, no point to cap to y'all. No point to lie. Okay. So when you're hitting your workout hard, afterward, like the amount of mental peace you'll be feeling afterward is really crazy. It's crazy. Like cortisol, literally zero. Yeah, cortisol, literally zero. Let me go up here. Show y'all what drip I got going on for the day. So now, like, say if you're running into like a syntax error, especially after your workout, you're not going to be upset because your cortisol is lower. So yeah. So let's see what drip we got on for the day. We got to clean this room. We got to clean this room. I can't even show y'all this. But I might go blouse. I got this little blouse here. You'll see me wear this a couple times. I'm gonna probably go blouse today. Blouse, and then we got some dress pants. Two blouse, dress pants. Let me get myself some socks real quick. And then we gonna do some of this. That was good. Okay, so let me go ahead and get myself some socks real quick. Okay. Oh, okay. Socks. We got these boots here too. These boots are fire. Thrifted these. I could go boots today, but I could go boots today. I'm kind of feeling like red bottoms. I don't know. I might bust these out. And then yeah, and shout out my mom for finding these too. I'm about to bust these out today. You see, my mom Dukes really take care of me. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, you'll see that. Ain't no fake stuff going on in here. They're a little dirty, but I'm trying to like, I don't think we rocking fake clothes over here. See that? Yeah, really. If you know, you know. You see that? Look at the indent. There we go. Oh, you see that? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. You know, you know. So yeah, real indent. That's how we coming, man. Real red bottoms. So yeah, God is good. All credit to God. I wouldn't have nothing without this right here. It's the most important thing in my room. There's a book right here. There's a book right here. And this rug right here. Without those two right there, I wouldn't have no red bottoms. I wouldn't have no weed. I wouldn't have nothing. Nothing. No. And we don't say the word weed. We say gumbo. So on the channel, we call it gumbo. Gumbo. So yeah, let me get on this drip. And then we're gonna pop out to the store. I think I went live with this site yesterday. I finished a client stuff. I was really happy to finish their project. So let me go ahead and show y'all this real quick. Oh, I was playing around too. Just playing around with some manual HTML code too. But let me go ahead and show you guys the company website. So it's the company website here. Crazy. Went ahead and just redid the whole thing. It's actually wild. It's pretty wild. Yeah, we got a whole interactive map here, whole new element, testimonial section. And yeah, I think I went pretty hard on this one. I'm not gonna lie. I think I went pretty hard on this one. Yeah, y'all just see this, man. A lot of interactive buttons. We got talk to distributor buttons, different sections as well too. Own training section. We got an event section. And yeah, really just crazy page. So just raw, real, transparent videos. That's really what I'm trying to base my channel off of, especially with AI. I just want to show you guys like what a day-to-day AI engineer, web developer, and investor / trader looks like. Hi, I'm Stackmode Chris, and this is the raw reality of everything. So yeah, I'm gonna go get this drip on. I'm gonna get back to you guys as soon as I finish, and then yeah, we're gonna. So yeah, we prayed, we worked out, said all of our dua. Now let's go cool down. Oh, we gotta go to the store first. I can't even smoke yet. All right, I gotta go to the store first. All right, I'm gonna catch you on 1 second.
I realize that most people's frustration literally comes from financial issues, and that's why it's important to master trading and build your business, especially with the way this economy is. At Stackmode.net, you can choose your path to financial freedom. I teach you how to trade and grow your business. And stop paying $5,000 for mentorship. I created the Stackmode Network, where I teach you how to build AI softwares, how to grow your business, and how to take that income and multiply it with trading. Let me go ahead and tell you guys why I started the Stackmode Network in the first place.
Stackmode, yo. I want to talk to you guys about why I started Stackmode in the first place and why I think I'm just way better than these other mentors out here. These other mentors out here, they want you guys day trading. They're giving you guys anxiety-driven strategies, and they're just straight up lying to y'all. They're leasing cars, telling you guys that they bought a $200,000 Porsche. Whole time it's on lease, they paying $5K a month, promoting to y'all. Selling y'all lies and dreams. Selling y'all scams. And at Stackmode, we don't do that. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys the story of why I started Stackmode in the first place. So I was married at the time and was just expecting a family. So I was like, okay, I got to go hard. I got to put in way more work than I'm putting in now. So I worked in the finance industry. I had a finance career for 4 years. I worked on credit card terminals, and I worked with credit card terminals and credit card processing. That's what helped me really get my foot in the door and helped me learn how to book meetings for you guys and stuff like that. I really just learned a lot of skills that are pretty useful. But outside of that, I started Stackmode because of the lies I keep seeing on YouTube. Pretty much just straight up, that's why. The lies that I keep seeing on YouTube, showing you guys anything on the block. A lot of you guys don't even know that the stock market is literally made to go up. There's laws in place such as the short sale restriction law, which prevents you from shorting the stock market. So when I see people trying to trade the stock market like Forex traders trade it, a much more sideways market, I'm like, yeah, these people don't even know what they're doing. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're teaching. Even when it comes to business, marketing, or ads and stuff like that, stuff is so cryptic and weird. And I just literally want to give you guys the most straight up, real content that I can give you. Because when you're running around trying to bait people, trying to sell people, and grasp people in based off of just an image, not your knowledge, results, or education. That's why at Stackmode.net I have all the reviews there for you guys. You guys can clearly see my clients texting me back and people making money. So it's way different with me, because you guys can actually see my actual results from my clients, my personal results, and I try and show you guys my actual numbers in P&L. These other mentors are just showing you guys cars, are just showing you guys cribs. It's not actual knowledge that you can grasp, implement into your own trading skills, implement into your own business, or create your own AI software, just whatever you want to do, right? Don't fall for the vanity traps. And this is why God is really important too. God is unseeable, okay? You cannot see God. God is the unseen, and he's the Lord of all worlds. And the fact that we still worship God without even seeing, because of just the knowledge that he's gifted us, with the earth that he's gifted us, with just everything, all the information and knowledge, is why we love God. And information and knowledge is love, because that's forever. You teach a man how to fish, he can feed his entire family and start selling the fishing rod too. Okay? You'll be loved forever. So even if you're trying to start your own network, your own ecosystem, make sure that your main priority is making sure that your clients are getting the most high quality information and education as possible. Okay? Or service or product. Make sure they're just getting high quality services, products, or education from you. Because then from there, you don't have to focus on your image your whole time. You don't have to bait people in or go lease a super expensive car just to get some views. Because that's what a lot of these people are doing. That's what a lot of these mentors are doing. And it's really, really sad, just trying to loop people in with a vanity trap instead of actually giving them the real knowledge that they need in order to succeed. Another reason why I started Stack Mode 2 is I don't want you guys sitting around and hoping. Stop sitting around and hoping like, I hope I'm going to pay this bill. I hope I'm going to do this. I hope this is going to get paid. Oh man, this debt is sitting here. Go chase some paper. Like, go get some money, man. Shout out Lou Graham. Lou Graham has one of my favorite rap lyrics. He says, instead of chasing paper, you just sit and hope. Do not just sit and hope. Chase some paper. Wake up, pray to Allah, hit the gym, and go forward on your business. Full-fledged. You don't got no time to be wasting. If you're not happy with your house right now, if you're not happy with your car, if you're not happy with your certain situation, pray to God and put in the work to change it. That's what Stack Mode is all about. I realized that I couldn't sit in my room just making money from the charts, working a normal IT job, making 5-6 figures a year. That just wasn't cutting it for me. You know, I want to give you guys big auditorium speeches, charging you guys up, showing you guys that you can get to this money, especially as life continues to get more expensive year after year after year after year after year. People are struggling. You know, the job market is not as stable as it used to be. Rent is getting significantly higher, and houses cost significantly more than they used to. And guess what doesn't scale with it? Job income. And in order to get more job income, you have to spend money. Pay for certifications, pay for courses, pay for a degree, pay for college, pay for this, and that. Money out, just to get right back on Indeed, apply for the job, wait for the email, all that waiting when you could have been getting money the whole time. It literally doesn't make sense. So it's waking up out of that mental trap. And I just want you guys to be free within this world, and I want you to own your life. I do not want you to be controlled by a man. The only thing that should control you is God. Listen to God. Listen to God's rules. And God says in order for you to have a marriage, especially if you're a man, you got to be protecting, providing food and shelter, and doing what you need to in order to succeed, in order to make sure that you can protect and provide for yourself and for your loved ones. Okay? I'm sitting in the coupe right now. My first car was an Audi A4, 2013. I woke up one day, walked outside, it was parked, chilling, boom, crashed, totaled. And the time before that, I had lost my car keys. So I had to take it to the Audi dealership, get it reprogrammed. Had to tow it like 3 different times. Stress, just for it to be destroyed. And guess what? I smiled at it. I trusted God. I walked back inside. And I ran it up again. And now I'm sitting in the Mustang coupe. And inshallah, when I get to the next level again, when I get to the Porsche, when I get to the Lamb, when I get to the next level, if God wills, through my discipline, consistency, and perseverance, you guys will see that, oh, wow, Chris literally wasn't lying. He was consistent every single day. He was disciplined every single day. Let me follow that pathway, dude. Let me follow that pathway too. I managed to work in a high-level finance position and get a raise and level up with no bachelor's degree. With no degree. Growing up, I failed school a lot. People telling me, oh, you're going to be bagging groceries. I've never worked a job in person ever one time in my entire life. I've lived across the country. My first crib was a high-rise. My first car was a foreign car. This is a coupe. I don't like to do normal basic things because my whole life, especially my childhood, was told that, oh, you're going to do this. You're going to be this. And you know what I said? Y'all aren't God. I don't got to listen to y'all. If you're not God, you do not got to listen to those people. Even if it's your parents, if they're telling you straight up wrong information and the idea that God put it in you is hungry, it's telling you, it's like, yo, you got to do this. You got to do this. You got to do this. But every day you're at work, you're frustrated, you're angry, wasting your time. Take that risk. Sometimes you got to take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Shout out Baby Mel. And that's one of the realest bars ever too. Like, sometimes you got to take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Because if you don't take that risk, you're literally going to stay in the same spot year after year after year after year after year. And then if you look back, I promise you're going to be upset. You're going to be like, whoa, I should have been grinding the whole time. And you guys will keep getting into the same situation. Let's say if you got evicted from your crib, or let's say if you lost your job. Why are you putting so much dependency? Why are you putting your whole life structure, whether you eat, whether you have a roof over your head, whether you could travel and put some gas in your car, why are you putting all of that in another person's hands? Stop doing that. Stop doing that. You need to trust God. Some of y'all are putting your faith in man more than God, and it's disgusting. And that's something I realized I didn't want to do at all. Putting my full faith in the Lord, full faith in God, so we can go forward. You should only fear God. When you only fear God, you're not going to be scared about losing your job. You're not going to be scared about going broke. You're not going to be scared about, oh, what if this doesn't work out? What if it does? Stop letting that evil infect your brain. Stop letting those weak people around you subsede your mindset. You know what you need to do to win? You know what you need to do to get to it? So why are you waiting? Don't waste your time. Do not waste your time anymore. We have to change our mental framework completely. Don't go sitting there. How are you going to apply for a job, but you won't go apply for stuff to start your business? I guess you want to go to work forever. And from what I've been seeing from people in real life, some people definitely want to go to work forever. Absolutely. Absolutely. People want to go to work forever. I genuinely do believe that. People say, oh, I want a mansion. I want a Lamborghini. No, you don't, bro. No, you don't. If you knew the amount of work, the grit, the effort, the discipline, the consistency that it took, and you're just a normal worker, you're not ready. You're not ready. But if you're trying to be in stack mode, if you're trying to be a CEO, you can be ready. You can get ready. And this is why you got to beg God for help, for discipline, for strength. I don't even pray for money all the time. Because as long as God gives me discipline, strength, and wisdom, if God wills, I'll put in the work. I'll put in the work. 12-hour days, 16-hour days. I'll put in the work. People don't want it how they think they want it. People want the things, but they don't want the things. You feel me? If you wanted the things, you wouldn't stop. You would be hungry for it. You would be relentless for it. Nothing can slow you down. Nothing can slow you down. Nothing but God. God is the only thing powerful enough to stop you. And that's who you pray to. So you're good. You're good. Get on those ideas today. Stop being scared when you enter that trade. Go code that software even if you've never coded before. Take a risk. Learn. Try something out. Get used to doing stuff. Change your mindset. Get in a different perspective. Level up. Boss up, man. I don't care if you're going through anxiety, depression, a breakup. I literally don't care what you're going through. Use all of that sadness, that energy, that anger, and transmute that into your business. Transmute that into your softwares that you're making. Keep grinding capital so you can put that in your stock account and buy the lows. Let's get to it. I want you guys to be looking good, feeling good. Feeling good. Big on the feeling good. Because people think feeling good comes from things like lust. No. That'll just leave you feeling guilt and shame and sadness. Think it comes from drugs. No. Could potentially leave you dead and lazy. Your love for God is going to determine how successful you'll be. Because if you love God, you'll completely trust Him. And if you completely trust God, you will not be held back by that job, by those peers, that relationship you're in, by your parents. How can anything hold you back when your love for God is that strong? And God wants you to win. God loves us for sure. God absolutely loves us. That's why in Quran he tells us to spend moderately. It's a reason. So we're not out here just wasting money for no reason. Not out here just buying DoorDash instead of buying groceries so you can have more money for ads and then your trading account. Some of you guys are literally just out here living sloppy, living undisciplined, and then you say you want to get to the next level, or you want to hate on a person who's grinding, putting in 12, 16 hours a day. Get out of here, man. Watch out. Watch out. And if you're getting hated on right now by anyone and you're grinding, it's because you're different. Because you walk in that room, your energy is just captivating. You walk in that room with your head held high. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. You walk in that room determined. And people could feel that, man. People could feel that. And don't be scared. Even if you're alone right now, don't be scared. There will be people on your path. Just stay focused. Don't go backwards trying to kick it with people who aren't grinding. Stay focused and go forward on your path. And one thing, too, that I had to learn myself, you can't save everybody at all. Don't think you could save everybody. Stop thinking that. Okay, if you think that, don't think that. Change your mindset, change the way you're thinking. And I want you guys to really get to the next level. And you can learn how to get to the next level at Stackmode.net, where you guys can join the Stackmode Network, where you guys can be successful, and where I can help you guys level up. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch y'all on the next one. Peace. I don't care if it's rain, sleet, or snow outside. You need to grind. Anxiety, depression, all that negativity around you, you don't have time for that. You need to wake up, stay focused, and go forward. Don't think backwards. Too many of you are held back by the fact that you think in the past. What are you thinking about the past for? Learn your lesson, take what you need from it, and go forward. There's no point to sit there and dwell and be sad over things that's already occurred. Why are you wasting your time? I want you to be at the point where you think and you understand that no matter what happens in your life, the only thing that you fear is God, and you should go forward. Your dreams can definitely be turned into reality. Whenever you're dreaming of driving yourself a nice Rolls Royce, driving yourself the latest Camry if that's what you're into, JDM cars, getting yourself that mansion you've been looking at for a while. You can get to it. You can get it. But how are you going to get it if you're in your mind too much? Sadness is one thing that's going to delay us as humans. And understand that sadness is completely evil. Sadness is straight darkness. You need to transmute that sadness. You need to put that pain into your craft. I don't care what it is. Put it into your business. Put it into your dreams, your art, your music. You need to develop an iron mindset. I don't care if you're outside in the cold right now. I don't care if you're going through hard times, if you can't pay your rent, if you can't pay your bills, if you think things aren't going to work out. I promise you, wake up, pray to God, and things will work out as long as you're putting in the work. Some of y'all think you're putting in the work, but you're not. Grind. Okay? Say, for instance, and here's an example of putting in the work and you're really not. I worked in the finance industry for 4 years straight, from 18 to 22. I'm 22 now. And thank God it taught me a lot. But I realized that if I wasn't focused on stack mode, I wasn't going to ever get to where I wanted to get. Even though I scaled through the positions, even though I scaled through the ranks of the company, right? I still wasn't going to be a multimillionaire. I still wasn't going to be in a certain position to buy properties outright. Because I want lump sums of income at once. That's what I'm looking for. So in order to do that, I had to focus completely on Stackmode, focus on teaching my clients, focus on building the Stackmode Network, focus on dropping the constant videos for you guys. And you guys can check all that out at stackmode.net. But I realized even through the hardest times, I stayed focused though. I stayed focused. I've lost a lot of friends. You know, and I've lost a couple to suicide. And that's why I come on here and I'm so passionate about keeping you guys focused, making sure you guys have an iron mindset, because I don't want you going down that dark spiral. I don't want you giving up. I want you to be happy. I want you to have your family. I want you to win and be successful. But it's not going to happen if you're letting that darkness consume your life. It's not going to happen if you're letting those negative people around you keep leeching all of your positive energy that you need to focus. Wake up, pray to God, work out, and start the day right. Every single day, every single day. Rain, sleet, or snow, you have to grind. It's 2026 as of the time of this video. No matter what year you're watching this video in, you have to stay focused. Your focus will equate to your happiness. I'm telling you, your focus will equate to your happiness. Because even if you do go through the worst thing, right? Say you go through divorce. I've gone through 2 divorces. Okay, been married twice. Okay? And you learn from certain situations. But I was focused on building a family. Okay? And even when you are focused, there's going to be ups and downs. Completely. There's going to be ups and downs. Ups and downs are going to be the basis of everything. Whether you buy a brand new Maybach and the check engine light turns on. Whether you start your business and then your page gets deleted, God forbid. You can't let that stop you though. You got to start another one. You got to go even harder on the new page. And you got to stay focused. You got to maintain a disciplined mindset. No matter what you're going through, you have to take that pain, that energy, and put it into your craft. Survival mode is also going to be something too. Don't panic. This is why I tell you guys to pray to God. The only thing you should fear is God. I don't care if you have no money in your bank account. I don't care if you're in the negatives right now. Don't panic. Maintain an iron mindset. Stay in stack mode. And don't give up. And I promise you, hard times will not last forever if you decide you don't want them to. It could be as freezing as it is outside. You could still have that warmth within your heart. That fire should be burning inside of you, that passion, in order to succeed, in order to get to the next level, in order to win. I don't want you guys to give up. If you're trying to lose weight right now, if you're trying to build your business, if you're trying to increase your income, focus on God and transmute your energy into your workouts, into your business, into your work. Your transmutation skills are really gonna determine whether or not you go through heavy depression cycles or not. We're all human. There's gonna be times, God forbid, where you might be sad. Someone might pass away, something like that. But you have to take that energy and you have to put it into something that's going to advance this world. Your product could help a child out there. Your business could motivate somebody. You could change a lot of stuff on the planet, but it's not going to happen if you keep those ideas inside of you. It's not going to happen if you're sitting playing video games, eating junk food. It's not going to happen if you're scrolling on Netflix. Get to work. I'm going to catch you guys at stackmode.net. At the Stackmode Network, you guys can join the group. Updated courses is going to be constantly updated year after year. And I just want you guys to succeed. You guys can get the Stack Finder tool, all the business softwares I'm working on as well. I teach you guys how to code, use AI. And I just want you guys to get this money. I don't want you to fall into depression. I want you to succeed. I really care about you guys. I'm going to catch you in the next one. Peace.
I created this using AI, and if you wanted to create your own animated series but don't have the drawing skills, let me show you guys exactly how you can make your own series. So if you want to start an animation series and turn that into a full store, a full brand, a full product, make sure you have your topic down packed. You're going to need to know what the series is going to need to be on. You're going to need to know how you want your characters to look, and make sure that you have some kind of story basis, or make the character experience like random different scenarios that kind of apply to real life too. The more that applies to real life, the easier it is going to be able to relate to certain people, and the easier it is going to be to market. Okay, so and the pros with this is that you don't have to show your face, and in order to create an animation brand, you pretty much just have to focus on your ideas. Your ideas is going to be way more important than presenting you, your personal tone, etc. Your ideas and your creativity is really what's going to go ahead and push you out there as far as just the whole digital space. Okay, and then from there, you're going to need to translate those views into a product. So a big mistake that a lot of people make is focusing purely only on views. Views are something that can slow up. Views can change over time. Okay. But when you have a brand, when you have something that sticks inside of people's heads the whole time, it's going to be a lot easier to put yourself in a scenario where it's like, okay, I can go ahead and just turn this brand into something forever. Then from there, you can make different chapters, different seasons, etc. And it's going to be really, really easy to scale and get to where you need to be. So scaling, okay, scaling and creating is going to be two things you have to be focused on. So focus on creating, okay, creating high quality stories. So first, before we even get into the characters or anything, let's talk about copy. Your copy is going to be extremely important. Okay, your copy is extremely, extremely important, and you have to make sure that your copy is precise. And what copy is the writing. It's the close, in-depth scenarios that determine if people want to watch or not. Okay. And one thing that's going to be pretty easy to market too, there's going to be different ways you can go about the animation series. You can make different kinds of animation series. Okay, you're going to have kid series. Okay, kid series have a lot of potential for income. Okay, think of different type of popular ones like Baby Shark, couple other ones too, just a couple of YouTube channels of just kids and their parents and stuff like that, and they turn them into animation series. A lot of different scenarios and examples. So kids is going to be something that you can focus on if you want to make a lot of income easily too. You can do horror. Horror animations are going to be fine too. You can make little scary stories and stuff like that. There's also a big community for that. And the horror animations, though, you can make them have good plots. So if you're doing animations about God and you want to show how the good character defeats evil, but it's a bit more horror filled, then that would be a high quality series too.
You got other ones like Vinland Saga or Berserk or Demon Slayer. You know, those are kind of like considered horror animes a little bit, but they have good plots, letting you know that God is more powerful than any evil, and they have a good resolution in showing how God and light and positivity is more powerful than any type of darkness. So when your series has emotional depth, it makes it a lot easier for people to come back to it. Okay. And remember it. Think about Dragon Ball Z. Okay, so Dragon Ball Z, for example, right? It's really, really popular. Okay, you got Krillin, you got weaker characters like Yamcha, and then you have extremely strong characters that motivate the whole world, where people make motivational edits to this day about them. Okay, think about how inspiring someone like Goku is. Okay, Goku's extremely, extremely inspiring. Okay, Goku pushes people all around the world in order to go harder, in order to stay consistent and get to the next level. Okay, and that's just an animation series. Literally just an idea that they animated that was able to put so much emotional depth into people, create friendships. Me personally, I met one of my best friends that I'm still best friends with to this day, my brother, because we were throwing Kamehamehas at each other in 3rd grade. Okay, so in animation series, you could literally develop relationships, develop friendships, develop human connection based off of your animation. And that's what's so cool about business and animation and just everything in general, is that your idea can establish human connections. People can watch it together. People can recommend it to each other. Okay, there's a lot of different avenues you can go ahead and take. So think about it. Okay, so your idea, it can really establish a lot of human connections. People can watch it together, people can recommend it to each other, and you're going to be able to make a lot of money with the fact off of your good idea. Okay, so make sure you write your stories out. Okay, so before we get into creating the images into animations, okay, before I show you how to do that, let's talk about how to organize this first. So it's important for us to think about certain things, right? So it's going to be extremely, extremely important for us to get to the point where we can put our ideas, right, and have the images right with us. Okay, have the images with the ideas and the correct parts of the story. Okay, I recommend using Claude. Okay, the Claude chatbot is extremely smart for writing copy. Okay, and it's really good for making stories. So it's really, really good for making stories. Let me go ahead and show you the Claude bot here. So let me go ahead and open it up. And then let me start a just brand new chat here. So Claude bot, it's really, really good. It's one of the best AIs that's going to be out there. And it really can help you do anything. Okay. So if I say, write me a story, I can go ahead and drag it over. And then here's going to go ahead and be the Claude bot. So I literally just asked it to do a simple thing. I just asked it to write me a story. That's it. And here we go. We got the lighthouse keeper's last light. It's telling me about the storm has been building for 3 days, and old Thomas could feel it in his bones. He climbed the spiral stairs of the Mercy Point Lighthouse for tens of thousands of times. Okay. So if you're going to go ahead and create an animation series, it's really, really important to organize it like this. Okay, organize your prompt. So when you have a piece of your story like this, you can go ahead and ask your Gemini, or if you want to use Higgsfield AI, there's going to be a lot of different image creation softwares. I'm going to show you the best ones here in a second. But you can go ahead and ask the AI to turn this scene into an image and be creative. Think about what type of style you want to use. 8-bit, anime style, retro style, cinematic style, okay? And there's going to be cartoon style. There's going to be a lot of different options you can go ahead and choose here when it comes to the type of scenarios that you want to go ahead and do. So let's say I go ahead and take this piece of copy here, right? So now I'm going to go ahead and open up my AI. So let me go ahead and open up my AI here. So I'm going to go ahead and go to I can use Google Gemini if I want to use it, or I could use Google AI Studio, but for this example here, I'll use my Higgsfield AI. Okay, Higgsfield AI is really, really good. And as you can see, I use it here to make tons of stuff personally for myself. So it's really, really good. And I show you guys only stuff that I actually use. I'm not here selling you guys fake information or selling you lies. I want to show you stuff that I actually use to create stuff that I use personally. Okay. By the time you're watching this, it might be changed, but if you want to try out different creative, different ideas, if you want to push your business to the next level, it's extremely important to push your ideas to the next level. It's extremely, extremely important. So for here, I'm going to go ahead and go back to my Claude. I'm going to go ahead and copy this piece here. And I'm going to go ahead and keep this prompt here. So now I'm going to go ahead and talk to the AI. You need to know how to talk to the AI. Talking to the AI is going to separate you from a lot of these other animators, or a lot of these other company creators from being who's the best and who's not the best. Whoever can talk to AI the best will succeed. I promise you. So if I wanted to just grab this part here, okay. Or honestly, I can grab like this. Yeah, actually, I'll keep this part here. Okay. Well, I'll grab this piece here, and then I'm going to ask Claude, I want to make a cartoon image based on this scenario. Organize it the best you can. And talk to the AI specifically. You have to know how to talk to the AI specifically. Okay, you have to talk to it right. You have to tell it what you're going to be using. So you have to say, okay, organize it the best you can. I'm going to be using a image to video software. So prepare the image for that. Make it cinematic and make it engaging. Use high quality lighting and really capture the depth of the image. Okay. And then from there, you can go and I like to just copy it just in case it crashes. And then boom, it's going to go ahead and give me I'm going to say, give me a prompt. Give me a prompt, not the image itself. I'm going to use another image generator. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and ask Claude to give me a prompt here, and it's going to go ahead and give me a great prompt. So if you're making a short form style video, then you're going to go ahead and use the 9:16 resolution. But if you want to just make a normal desktop or YouTube style animation, then you can go ahead and just use the 16:9. So I'm going to go ahead and take all of this here, and look at how smart Claude is. So it's going to go ahead and put the style and format. It's going to tell me the primary scene here. And it's going to go ahead and tell me about the lighting as well, too. It's extremely, extremely intuitive. It's very, very smart. Okay. Use Claude, man. Claude is slam. Shout out the people who coded this. And the background and environment. Okay. Spiral staircase extending both upward and downward, creating strong depth perspective. Iron railings with rust and patina showing age and use. Circular windows along the stairwell. Just a lot of high quality information here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy all of this here. And it's giving me colors and stuff, etc. Go ahead and copy all of this. It's even a quick version right here too. So I'm going to go ahead and keep this here. Boom. And then I'm going to go ahead and generate. So if I want to, I'm just going to go ahead and do 2 images here. So I use Higgsfield AI to generate my images as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just do batch size here too. So it'll go ahead and generate 2 images here. So I can go ahead and do 16:9. Make sure the image is on 16:9 if I want it to be a desktop style video. And then I'm also going to have it on Nano Banana Pro here too. So then it's going to give me an easy time in order to generate the images properly with the style I like. So I'm going to go ahead and just click generate here. And then while this is waiting, let's go ahead and let's talk about some organization. So once the image is done, what you're going to go ahead and do, once the image is done generating, then you're gonna go ahead and turn the image into a high quality video. Okay. So in order to do that, you're going to go ahead and talk to Claude again. Ask Claude to use the prompt you just gave it and give it the image you used to give you a new prompt that you can put into your image to video software. There's going to be multiple ones you can use. You can use Google Gemini or Google Gemini VO. You're going to have Higgsfield. There's going to be a lot of them. A lot of other AI softwares as well too that turn images into videos. So you're going to go ahead and do that and ask Claude to give you a prompt. Okay, your prompt is extremely important. Okay, you have to make sure that you're grinding your prompt. Okay, make sure what you tell the AI is exact. You only want to tell it exact stuff. Don't tell it wrong stuff. Do not tell it wrong stuff. Please do not tell it wrong stuff. Okay. So outside of that, still waiting on the images here. But once your images are done, organize your story. Okay. Organize your story hard. So if I go back up here, right? So I pretty much did just this part here where it stopped at the wife. Okay. After that, you want to just start like a new notepad. Okay. And organize it by sections. Then you want to go ahead and do the next section here. Okay. Organize it by sections and ask your Claude to give you a prompt each time. And then for each section, for each scenario, you go ahead, you generate an image. Okay. You go ahead and generate an image. So here's an example of the image that I have here. Okay. So boom, here's the prompt that I used before. Okay, so if I want to, I can go ahead and save the image here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on download. Okay. And I can either do that, I can either put it in the Claude, or I could just ask Claude. Claude is actually really, really smart. If you don't want to do that, you could just ask Claude itself to, okay, the image is made. Now give me a prompt to turn this image into a video. Okay. Ask Claude. Boom. Claude should be like your second-hand assistant. You can use Claude. You can use Gemini, ChatGPT, Grok, etc. And it's going to go ahead and give you a amazing video prompt here. So let me go ahead and copy all of this. Boom. It's giving me the color grading. It's going ahead and writing all of the stuff that I need. And then from there, I can go ahead and click on animate. So now that I have the image here, I can go ahead and click on animate. And then, yeah, here's another style of it too. But I like this one, honestly. He seems determined. He's getting up there. You know, even though his leg seems to be hurting, he's grinding. He's trying to make it up there. All right, he has stuff to get to. He has stuff to do. So I'm going to go ahead and click on animate here. Okay, and as you can see, you can go ahead and use this to make thumbnails and stuff, etc. Okay, use this to make your content. I'm not trying to hide anything from you guys. All of this stuff is fully accessible online. And I just want you guys to know how to use this. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just literally copy and paste the prompt that Claude gave me and put it right here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and boom, prompt the camera movement here. And then from here, I can go ahead and put audio too if I want to. And then I can go ahead and just use the Kling model. Google VO has a model too, but I'll just use the default Kling model. Can make this 5 seconds or 10 seconds. I'll make it 10 seconds. Might take a little longer. Aspect ratio will be automatic. And then I'll go ahead and I'll click generate. Okay, and if it tells you the prompt is too long, then that's why Claude is extremely, extremely smart. Claude prepares for stuff like this. Let me just grab the Claude prompt. Okay, and then from there, I can go ahead and show you here. Boom. Okay. So we just go ahead and put that Claude prompt in there. Go ahead and click on generate. And then it's going to go ahead and give us a nice little prompt here. So back to organizing. So keep working, keep working, keep working. Don't just sit there staring at the screen, waiting for images to generate. No, organize everything. Try and lay out your whole story. Okay. Create a Google Docs. Or you can use something like Notepad++ or sticky notes, etc. Discord. What doesn't matter. Just organize each chapter in each section in each scene. Do the prompt. Create the image. Then create the video. Okay, it's extremely simple. You're going to go ahead and create the story. Create the story / idea. Then you're going to go ahead and do the prompt with Claude. You're going to create the image with Nano Banana, Higgs Field, whatever you want to use. Okay. And then you can go ahead and create the video. Okay. Use AI to your advantage. Okay. So boom. After you've gone ahead and have this scene here. So we did this scene here. Okay. Then I would go ahead and grab the next piece. So again, I believe we have it here. Boom. Let me go ahead and just put some enters here just so we can see absolutely everything. Okay. Cool. So now we have the prompt here organized. And then I just want you to keep organizing it. Okay. So you can do like scene 2. And then I want you to do scene 3. Go back to your Claude. Don't copy all of it, of course. Grab the next part. Scene 3. Go down. Scene 4. Go back to your Claude. Grab all of it. Boom. Scene 5. Go to your Claude. Grab all of it. Boom. And do it just like that. Keep organizing each scene step by step by step. Okay. Boom. So now it's done here. Let me go ahead and show you exactly what it looks like. So now we have the image, and let's check out the video. Nice. Very dynamic. We can see the wobble. It's crazy. This is crazy, man. Absolutely insane. This is what we like to see. And this is why I just want to show you guys how you can do this. It's really simple to be successful within the animation industry, doing any business that you want to do, and just getting to the next level. It's crazy. Okay. It's really crazy. I want you to eat. I want you to win. And I want you to succeed. So now that you have this scene done, you can go ahead and download this scene, and you're going to go ahead and use your editors. Let's go and let's talk about editor softwares for a minute. Okay. After you have your scene, put it into a editor. You can use CapCut, Adobe, Clipchamp, etc. Whatever works for you. I personally like CapCut, honestly. It's honestly my favorite. Just because I like how simple it is. I like how intuitive it is. And I just like how it is. And be consistent. You have to make sure that you're putting in work and effort. You can't stop or get lazy. Okay. Even if you drop a animation that does millions of views, you still have to keep grinding. Don't get complacent. Just because AI does a lot of the work doesn't mean you can sit back and do nothing. You have to constantly be putting in work, thinking of new ideas, and innovating. Each season of your animation should flow. Each episode should be extremely engaging. Okay? Don't waste your time. You have to get to the next level. Okay? You have to get to the next level. So whatever animation series you've had in your head for the past couple of months, years, I just want you to know that it's going to be extremely possible for you to execute your plan. But in order for us to execute this said plan, okay, we need to make sure that we have a checklist, okay? And you need to go down and check each thing off before you get to the next task. Organization, organization, organization. So if you're feeling overwhelmed in certain scenarios, then you have to organize. That means that you're not organized. If you're feeling like your workload is too much, then you're not organized enough. Okay, because when you organize everything and then use AI with it in order to flow, it makes it a lot easier in order for you to progress, get to the next level, and you're able to just make some crazy, crazy stuff. Okay, but in order to do that, your ideas have to be flowing. Okay, so just wake up, make sure you're praying to God, make sure you're staying disciplined, make sure you're eating a healthy, clean diet. Okay, because fatigue. Don't let fatigue stop you, okay? Because honestly, creating the animation and stuff like that is really easy. Don't let fatigue stop you. And on YouTube, if you want to get monetized, you can't use AI voices. Make sure, even if you create the animation, with AI, make sure that you're doing voiceovers with your actual voice. Or mutual family members or friends can voice act for you too. Or your kids. A lot of people seem to do that. So a lot of people just seem to use their kids to voice act for them. So you can definitely do that too if you want to do that. If you need like a younger character voice and stuff like that, it could be like a family thing, and could really, really be fun, and you could just make a lot of money. But make sure that your series and ideas funnel to a product. Don't just post for views. Okay, if you're gonna create a series, think of something like Regular Show, for example. They got t-shirts, they got mugs, they got this, they got that. Your story plus animation series should be a whole brand. I'm not gonna lie, it should be a whole entire brand within itself. So that's gonna be something that you have to stay focused on. That's gonna be something that you have to remember, is that your story slash animation series should be a whole entire brand. Shirts, hats, mugs, cups, pants, etc. Okay, your animation series can channel itself into many asset rivers. I talk about the asset river all the time. Okay, but in order to do that, you got to be dropping high quality stuff. Okay, and if you can, try to add funny, sad, learning, and all types of emotional aspects to your animation, because it should really represent life. Okay, so even if it is an animation, it should still represent life. Okay, it should still represent life. Take SpongeBob, for example, right? For example, SpongeBob characters. You got Patrick. Patrick represented nice, low IQ people. Okay, you got someone like Patrick. Then you got someone like Squidward. Mad at the world because he didn't pursue his dreams. And he doesn't like work. He doesn't like his job. Okay, he's only happy when he plays the clarinet. So that's why I want you guys to go for your dreams too. You have to absolutely channel everything that's in your head. Every creative idea that's in your head, you have to put it out there into the world. You do not want to be like Squidward. Okay, he's only happy when he's playing the clarinet, when he's playing the instrument, and that's his passion. Okay, that's literally the only time he's happy, is when he's playing the instrument. Like, that's it. Otherwise, Squidward is upset. He's drawn. He's not having a good time. Okay. And then you got Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs represents greed. Okay, he represents greed. And then you got a couple other characters too. Plankton. Plankton represents haters. There's going to be a lot of haters, especially when you're trying to be a CEO. Okay, that's why it's really important to just be a positive figure. Okay, so you don't have to deal with as much haters and stuff like that. But Plankton definitely represents haters, people who are going to try to steal your sauce, steal your ideas. And that's why I'm really comfortable just showing you guys stuff. Because at the end of the day, I'm Stackmode Chris, and I'm the one doing it. So you can't think, oh, what if there's competition? What if there's this and that? No competition. You are you. You're the CEO. And you got ideas in your head that no one else has. And it's time to put them to work. It's time to get to the next level. Okay? And in order to do that, we have to make sure that we're being patient. Okay? We have to make sure that we're waiting. Okay? And now let me go ahead and open up CapCut here for you guys. So if I want to go ahead and take this here, I can go ahead and download this here. So let's go and let's check it out again. Fire. So let me go ahead and download this. Boom. It's going to go ahead and go to my downloads. Let me open up my CapCut for you guys. Show you guys a brand new CapCut window. I can go ahead and just take my animation, drag it right in my CapCut, plop it down. Boom. And now I got the animation inside of my CapCut. And let me go ahead and show you some fire. So it really, really helps. And now the animation is loaded inside of my CapCut. I can go ahead and edit the video. Boom, ratio. I can put it on 16:9, make sure, just to make sure. Boom. And if you have little black bars and stuff like that, you can extend it up a little bit like that on the top. And nice, this is actually really, really good. So you could use this scene here. You could use the next scene, make him walk inside of a door and stuff like that. Then he can go inside of his room and just make it extremely, extremely intuitive. On CapCut 2, a reason why I really like it, you can also do auto captions. YouTube likes to do their own captions. I see a lot of social media softwares are also getting really smart caption detecting software technology. So when it comes to that, you don't really have to worry about captions too much if you didn't want to do that. I actually just recommend just letting the platform do the captions itself. Okay, so just let it do its thing there. And it's extremely, extremely easy. I'm not going to lie. It's just about using your resources. You have to use your resources. Literally, these websites are everywhere. That's why I just want to give you guys the information. And that's why in the Stackmode Network, I just break down the easiest ways possible in order to get to the next level. I want you guys to succeed. I want you to win. And I just wanted to make it the best group in the entire world and the best network in the world. Okay, so you guys can even communicate with each other and drop ideas, talk about certain things, network with each other, hire each other. And I just want it to be one of the strongest networks for just CEOs in general. Okay. So your story, right? Your story can really, really represent a lot. And when your story or your characters have a lot of emotional depth, it's a lot easier to make some money based off of shirts, other things like that too. Okay. Then from there, you can go ahead and in your description links, okay, so how to market. Drop the 16:9 long form videos on YouTube. Okay, you're gonna go ahead and drop the long form videos on YouTube, and I think I'm not and you can drop long form on TikTok too, but there's a max length, and Twitter, etc. Okay, so you can go ahead and try that out and just start posting long form on other sections too, and other social media sites, because they're trying to compete with YouTube when it comes to long form watching and stuff like that too. So you can put that, but keep in mind that they're gonna have minute durations and stuff. So you determine how long you want each episode to be. Okay, try to make each episode. Okay, if you're doing a show, then try to make each episode max 15 minutes. Okay, if you're doing a movie, max 2 hours. Max. Okay, keep in mind, a movie might take you a little while, but it'll be worth it, because by the time you do get it done, you know, you'll be able to be where you want to be, really, because by the time you drop it, it should do a lot of views. So it's just about really staying consistent, though. You gotta stay consistent with this stuff. Okay, it's really, really important to just make sure that you're not losing focus. Okay, losing focus is going to be like the easiest way to lose. Okay, it's going to be one of the easiest ways to just straight up lose. I don't want you losing. Okay, I want you guys to be winning and dominating at like everything that you do, no matter what. So yeah, marketing your stuff properly is going to be extremely, extremely important. So make sure you're just paying attention to what you need. Okay, market your stuff properly and create a logo too. Let's go ahead and let's cover that before we go ahead and end. Create a logo. A logo is going to be important, or yeah, either a logo or a strong, memorable profile picture that has the main character in it. Okay. So let's say if I looked up Bleach, right? So I'm gonna go and look up Bleach social media. So we're gonna go ahead and put this into AI here. Okay, we're gonna have AI check it out. That's exactly why we use AI. Bleach social media. Okay. Give me all the links that they use to promote this anime. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and give it a second here. Okay, it's gonna go ahead and search everything I need. All right, cool. And here's the actual animation accounts. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and open the official Twitter. Bleach, boom, as you can see the logo here. So this is something that Funimation, I believe Funimation owns Bleach, if I'm not mistaken. That's what they use. A lot of followers on their account. Let's go and let's check out their YouTube. So same thing here too. Focus on your banner and stuff like that, and just use AI to help you. Use AI to help you. Don't run away from AI. Use it to scan what you need. Use it to get to where you want. Because Google, as you can see here, if I look up Bleach social media, it'll give me links and stuff like that, but it's not giving me the exact information. So AI is a lot smarter than just Googling stuff normally. I'm telling you. Okay. So stay consistent, stay disciplined, and that's going to be how you can make a whole animation series. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. You guys can also head over to Stackmode.net here, teach you guys how to trade, teach you guys how to grow your business, and you guys can learn all of this inside the Stackmode Network. And you can also book a free call. And here's some reviews here with people who work for me. Got some books on Amazon, and I just want you guys to be successful. Catch you guys in the next one. Master trading and build your business with me. Catch you guys at Stackmode.net. Peace.
investing, trading, all of it is forever, guys. So I want you guys to think about plants for an example. What do plants need? Water, sun, good soil, consistency, 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 and you'll get the plant that you want. Whether it be a beautiful rose bush, a giant oak tree, a blueberry bush, whatever you want. It comes through consistency. Investing is forever. It's forever. Don't think you're going to hop in this game, run up a couple of...
While you're working a 9 to 5, others are building 7-figure incomes. And they're not smarter than you. They're not working harder than you. They just know something that you don't. And let me tell you the secrets. I don't want you guys to be wasting your time in this world. While you're working at 9 to 5, others are building 7-figure incomes. And I want you to be a part of that. So let's talk about the great economic divergence. So as far as the reality check, while you're commuting, sitting in meetings and waiting for 5 p.m. to strike, there's going to be a whole another section of people who are grinding their business, waking up early in the morning, running ads, and selling the day-to-day products that we use. And those are going to be the millionaires and the billionaires, as well as the people who invest into the houses that we live in. So let's say if you rent your house, somebody bought that house and they're making money off of the fact that you need a place to live. So I want you guys to start owning your life and change your entire mindset. Stop being just a 9 to 5 casual worker and change your whole framework.
We all need to get money, I understand, but your health needs to be a priority. If you guys aren't in shape, how can we even innovate or think of the next business idea that we have to keep up? So, just want to go ahead and talk to you guys the importance of health and fitness when it comes to running a business, when it comes to...
Yo, Stackmode Chris here. AI engineers, coders, web developers, traders, we spend a lot of time at the computer, a lot of time at the PC. Just because you're spending a lot of time at the PC doesn't mean you got to be fat, lazy, and disgusting. Take care of yourself. God put us here on earth for a reason. So let's cherish the bodies that God has blessed us with. Let's take care of ourselves. Let's be healthy. Let's understand that without health, how are we even going to succeed in the first place? How are you going to think of the next big SaaS or the next big product or the next big idea when you're worrying about high blood pressure or cholesterol, or you're sick in the hospital bed, God forbid? Goofy stuff. Goofy stuff. So make sure we're working out, man. I just hit the workout hard. I want to show you guys some combos real quick. You know what I'm saying? It's the physique right now. I'm trying to get back in shape. This is a 5. Shout out my mom. She got this for me a couple Christmases ago. I think it's like a 10-pound weighted vest. I don't know how many pounds it is. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know. I'm gonna find it though. But yeah, the weighted vest. I don't really like to lift weights anymore. I used to lift weights to like build my muscular physique and get it going forward. But as far as weights, like I really quit weights. I just do straight calisthenics. I do pull-ups, push-ups, chin-ups. I like to punch this thing here. I'll show you guys some combos. So I'll go 1, 2, 3, and I'll show you how I do it really fast. So I'll go once again, right hand first, and then I'm gonna go left. So I'm gonna go right, heavy right, heavy right. If I hit someone with this, it's over. So I'm gonna go heavy right, then I'm gonna go left, and then I'm gonna go quick underhook. Okay, so the jab, this is really distraction jab. Okay, I'm going heavy on my right. Okay, 1, and I'm going quick left jab. After I go quick left jab, afterward, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go underhook. I'm gonna go underhook. Okay, so here's the combo quick. So I'm gonna go. Okay, and then I'm gonna swap it up. I'm gonna go left, left, heavy jab. I'm gonna go right, mop jab, and then I'm gonna go left underhook. Okay, so I'm gonna go. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, get everything intact. So, yeah, that's the combo I like to do. And then from there, I like to hit clap push-ups and stuff. I don't know if y'all do those or not, but clap push-ups are fire. You just like get down on the ground. feel me? So yeah, do those. And then I'm gonna go weighted jump rope too. I go weighted jump rope, this right here. Oh yeah. You trying to get in shape and you're trying to get muscular. If you're trying to like get lean and get muscular at the same time, weighted jump rope. Y'all get into this. This right here, man. Oh yeah. This that thing right here. Oh yeah. All right. The workout was crazy. I won't lie. I hit it hard today. I'm gonna go shower, put on some drip. So let me take this off for y'all. So we're gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna show y'all some little fit. Some little fit. Shout out RSYP. But jeez, we're mogging shit. Rah, 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 rah. That's how you should feel after the gym. You should feel like a monster. You should feel proud of the fact that God even created us, that God even created you. Be proud of yourself, man. Man, I'm finna go get some drip on and stuff. I do need to hit the store though. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna open up to y'all about something, man. I'm done being fake on here. I'm just about to show y'all everything. I'm about to just show y'all me. I got nothing to restrict no more. I'm about to show y'all my lifestyle, how I be living. That wasn't correct English. That was Atlanta. Excuse me. How I live. I'm about to go. Well, I started the day off. Y'all know how I start the day off. I wake up, pray to God. We just hit the workout, John. Now, I need some Swiss Reliefs or some backwoods. Because it's time to smoke. I'm not gonna lie. It's time to smoke. I smoke, guys. I smoke. Cat's out the bag. All right, no point to cap to y'all. No point to lie. Okay. So when you're hitting your workout hard, afterward, like the amount of mental peace you'll be feeling afterward is really crazy. It's crazy. Like cortisol, literally zero. Yeah, cortisol, literally zero. So let me go up here. Show y'all what drip I got going on for the day. So now, like, say if you're running into like a syntax error, especially after your workout, you're not going to be upset because your cortisol is lower. So yeah. So let's see what drip we got on for the day. We got to clean this room. I can't even show y'all this. But I might go blouse. I got this little blouse here. Y'all seen me wear this a couple times. I'm gonna probably go blouse today. Blouse, and then we got some dress pants. Two blouse, dress pants. Let me get myself some socks real quick. And then we gonna do some of this. That was good. Okay, so let me go ahead and get myself some socks real quick. Okay. Oh, okay. Socks. We got these boots here too. These boots are fire. Thrifted these. I could go boots today, but I could go boots today. I'm kind of feeling like red bottoms, I don't know. I might bust these out. And then yeah, and shout out my mom for finding these two. I'm about to bust these out today. You see, my mom Dukes really take care of me. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, you'll see that. Ain't no fake stuff going on in here. They're a little dirty, but I'm trying to like, I don't think we rocking fake clothes over here. See that? Yeah, really. If you know, you know. You see that? Look at the indent. There we go. Oh, you see that? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. You know, you know. So yeah, real indent. That's how we coming, man. Real red bottoms. So yeah, God is good. All credit to God. I wouldn't have nothing without this right here. It's the most important thing in my room. There's a book right here. There's a book right here. And this rug right here. Without those two right there, I won't have no red bottoms. I won't have no weed. I won't have nothing. Nothing. No. And we don't say the word weed. We say gumbo. So on the channel, we call it gumbo. Gumbo. So yeah, let me get on this drip. And then we're gonna pop out to the store. I think I went live with this site yesterday. I finished a client stuff. I was really happy to finish their project. So let me go ahead and show y'all this real quick. Oh, I was playing around too. Just playing around with some manual HTML code too. But let me go ahead and show you guys the company website. So it's the company website here. Crazy. Went ahead and just redid the whole thing. It's actually wild. It's pretty wild. Yeah, we got a whole interactive map here, whole new element, testimonial section. And yeah, I think I went pretty hard on this one. I'm not gonna lie. I think I went pretty hard on this one. Yeah, y'all just see this, man. A lot of interactive buttons. We got talk to distributor buttons, different sections as well too. Own training section. We got an event section. And yeah, really just crazy page. So just raw, real, transparent videos. It's really what I'm trying to base my channel off of, especially with AI. I just want to show you guys like what a day-to-day AI engineer, web developer, and investor / trader looks like. Hi, I'm Stackmode Chris, and this is the raw reality of everything. So yeah, I'm gonna go get this drip on. I'm gonna get back to you guys as soon as I finish, and then yeah, we're gonna. So yeah, we prayed, we worked out, said all of our dua. Now let's go cool down. Oh, we gotta go to the store first. I can't even smoke yet. All right, I gotta go to the store first. All right, I'm gonna catch you on 1 second.
Been using AI for the past couple of months, and I just want to let you know that AI will not automatically make you rich. Okay? It would definitely not automatically make you rich. You still have to be consistent, disciplined, and know how to grasp humans to buy your product, book your service, buy a piece of art or something from you, whatever you do. If you sell music, if you sell art pieces, if you sell gym memberships, no matter what you do, understand that it's still gonna have to come from a place of genuineness. Because genuineness will always win over what's perceived as the most organized or structured way possible. Genuineness, whatever touches in here, the human's heart, is your business, is your service, is your product touching the human's heart. You have to touch their heart and their brains before you just touch their wallets. All AI is trying to do is touch the human's wallets. Okay, it's going to give you the best perspective on how to touch the human's wallets. But we have to think of a raw perspective. Psychology can only come from what's happening around us. Psychology is just the study of the human anatomy, okay? The human brain. So we have to understand that in order to get the real psychology and the most updated psychology, because also humans evolve, just as diseases do, just as animals do. Humans evolve, business evolves, technology evolves, everything evolves. So in order to get the rawest perspective of psychology, you have to be actively A, doing, and B, talk to people, ask people questions, get people's perspectives, see how people perceive modern changes before you just completely implement and go forward with certain things. Because you might run into an issue down the line to where your business doesn't have a raw value, or your business is just thrown into a pool of other businesses that everyone else is doing too. Why do you think certain food stores and restaurants succeed so often? This is due to the fact that people's birthdays are held at those restaurants. If someone was having a sad day, I know for me, for example, one of my favorite restaurants, El Ranchero, for example, okay? One of my favorite restaurants, I would always pull up there and get me something to eat if I was feeling sad. Now I pull up on halal restaurants, okay? I only eat halal meat now, okay? I evolved. I progressed. My mindset changed. If you guys don't know what halal meat is, it's meat that's only prayed over, okay? Making sure that the animals are taken care of, prayed over before that they're killed, and making sure that they're respected, okay? I evolved. So business will always evolve. Human perspective will always evolve. How can you still have your business, your service, your teachings in a perspective that's in place with the modern day society? And AI will never be, because AI doesn't know that a lot of people are already tired of it. AI doesn't know that it gets flagged when it comes to certain posts. I believe YouTube just wiped a bunch of channels that are purely AI off of as well too. Run off of purely AI. Voice, images, text, everything. Okay? So you have to understand. You have to get into the perspective. And of course, AI will be used for things like movies and stuff like that. But a lot of times too, those are real voice actors behind it. Okay? So I just want you guys to get into the real perspective. You know, I used AI for a couple of months. Used it to drop some products, some certain things. But after using it, I realized that it's strong at certain things like organization, but it's never going to have that raw human feel, connection, or emotion. Okay? And that is what's going to separate between someone just seeing your post or someone just seeing your product and scrolling past it or walking past it if it's in stores and actually buying that product. Okay? Actually investing in that product or service. Actually listening to your mentorship and trusting you as their teacher. Trusting you to do their hair if you're a hair lady or a hair guy. Trusting you to do their nails. Trusting you to get their hair cut. Okay? Trusting you to wear their brand because your brand represents high quality luxury. Giving them a good feeling when they put on your clothes or brand. Understand that business is purely psychology and we have to get into the hearts. We have to get into the hearts of the people. Okay? Get into the hearts of the people first before you try and jump into their wallets. Even when you guys are sending emails, for example, SMS text messages, understand that we have to be sending them organically. Once again, I used AI for a couple of months. Use it to drop some products. Use it to help me out with some organization. But now I'm evolving into the next stage of business. I gained all the psychology that I just used from using AI. And now I'm getting into a perspective where I'm turning back away from it. Okay? I realized I dabbled into it. Didn't want to be quote unquote left behind like a lot of people might think. Okay? And instead of just running away from it, I decided to take my time to learn it, jump into it. I understand its strong suits, its advantages, and I understand its disadvantages. So now I have a modern day advantage over the modern day business scalers, for example, since I jumped into actually coding on VS Studio Code using Copilot and putting everything together with the terminal and shipping to Vercel and Netlify and making sure that the code errors are fixed and making sure that the right files are organized in the right place, etc. So I have a real perspective over using AI. I have a lot of videos using presentations where I used AI to organize them as well too, and just put some of the topics behind them that I wanted to teach about. Okay, and then was able to give my own perspective as well too. Figured out certain things, how you could drop HTML coding presentations as well too. So understand that everyone has the same access to the same resources at the moment, but how are you going to tap into the people's hearts? Whoever can tap into the people's hearts, that is going to be the winner. That is going to be who succeeds. That is going to be who gets to the next level. And if you want to get to the next level, I should see you at Stackmode.net. For example, we got this digital business card here. Okay, can't rip, cannot break, cannot be destroyed easily. Okay, digital business card. You can get it at Stackmode.net. We got a whole shop. You can go up to somebody's phone, tap it. They got all your social media links, your website right there. And you're going to be able to get some psychology baked in from there. So understand that technology is not bad. Artificial intelligence has also been around for a very, very long time. It's just the way that things are marketed nowadays. Understand that a lot of this stuff is old. Streaming has been around for a long time. Technology has been just advancing in different ways. I'm sure when the car first dropped, people were still on the horse carriage. You know what I'm saying? And now people value horse carriage rides as a valuable experience. So you see how things change? So understand that when you go backwards and we do things genuinely, that's going to give the raw perspective. Now, if you use AI, don't go back and just delete a whole bunch of stuff. You don't have time for that. Go forward, come with a brand new perspective. You tried something. If you notice that the results didn't work, come different. That's going to be business. That's going to be music. Don't go emo mode and deleting everything. You don't have time for that. You have to go forward, come different with a new perspective, leave all those posts up. If you have AI posts or AI generated content, AI products, leave all of it up. Okay, leave all of it up. You put the prompt engineering behind it. It didn't just automatically make it for you. So leave all that stuff up. But if you notice that it's not bringing you sales, if you notice that it's not making you happy, if you notice that your engagement is not as genuine as it should be, then you need to go ahead and go back to raw cold emails, raw cold leads, raw cold texting and messaging, and understand that you need to get to the next perspective and understand that people don't really like AI. People don't really like AI stuff. They don't really trust AI stuff, and they want a genuine community. Genuineness is going to be at all-time highs, especially as AI tries to innovate, okay? So I just want you guys to win. I want you to be successful. I don't want you to fail. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
So I want to talk to you guys about trading with the trend. Understand that trading with the trend is going to be trading with where the money is flowing. You have to trade with where the money is flowing. Think of the market like a river. If you're trading against the current or you're swimming against the current, what's there going to be? Counter resistance. It's going to be hard. So if the market's going in a heavy uptrend, lots of buying is happening. Lots of liquidity, lots of money is flowing into the upwards direction. And you put in a short and you notice market still keeps going in an upwards direction, you're swimming against the current. Stop swimming against the current. If you're doing that right now, stop doing it. If you see market going in an upwards direction, you need to be buying in an upwards direction. If you see market shorting, okay, then you need to trade with the trend and take shorts. Stop trading against the market. Stop trying to see market go in an upwards direction and be like, market's going to short exactly right here. And then try and plant something that's not even going to happen. Next thing you know, buyers are still in place. The breakout happens. And then price continues in an upwards direction. Why? Because the trend is so heavy. The buyers have stepped in. If it's an upwards trend on the higher time frame and it's real, it's going to be a heavy trend. Okay. Trading. It's the art of reading human psychology through price. Most traders fail because they look at the reflection and not the source. When price is the only really thing that matters. Where's price going? Is price going up or down? Price can literally only go up or down. Trading is quite simple when you think about it. Okay, everything else is pretty much a derivative. So any type of indicators, things like that, all delayed, not things you need. So let's talk about the cycle of money. So accumulation, right? Professional buying. Accumulation is going to be people loading up on things, people loading up on shares, people loading up on crypto. When people are accumulating large amounts of an asset, such as the government, many governments buying hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin, for example. Okay. Accumulation is going to be when an investor or an investing class, such as a government, a hedge fund, and the hedge fund is pretty much just a bunch of people with a lot of money coming together investing, and they buy. Okay. And markup is going to be letting you know that there's a visible trend. Okay. And professional selling as well too. Distribution coming into play. Okay. Is market going in a downtrend? That's all it is distributing going on. Okay. And accumulation is just a bunch of buying. People loading up on shares, cryptocurrency, whatever. Okay. And the markup. So as far as certain things, you can wait for pullbacks, wait for support to confirm, and you could see breakouts, such as breakouts into new all-time highs, to confirm the markup phase.
Okay, a lot of the time that's going to be where the easy money lives, and risk is going to be the lowest. Okay, so if market is continuously breaking areas of resistances, okay, you can wait for market to pull back and buy each pullback until market comes back to the area of resistance. And you can continue to hold your contracts for a breakout if possible too, because you have to understand that market, in order to continue an uptrend, for example, has to break areas of resistances above current price or areas of support above current price. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. So the anatomy of an uptrend. So higher highs plus higher lows equals a trend. So higher highs equals exactly what I talked about on the last slide. Areas of resistances, which is just going to be areas where market decided to sell off at. That's all an area of resistance is. And then you're going to have areas of support, which is going to be areas where market decides to buy at. And that's going to be where buyers are stepping in. Yeah. So sellers resistance, buying at areas of support. And you see higher highs, which means areas of resistances are getting broken into higher areas of resistances. Okay. See these areas of resistances, see how each one of these are higher, and then you're going to have the higher low. So look at this low, this area of support where buyers are stepped in. Then this low, buyers are stepped in. And this low is higher than this low. This low is higher than this low. This low is higher than this low. Okay, so whenever you see higher lows getting put in and higher highs getting put in, then you know price is trending in upwards direction, inshallah. So certain things matter. Resistances getting broken out into new highs, and higher lows being maintained so price doesn't keep dumping down to the same areas of support over and over again. So it can actually trend in a staircase. So identify the last higher low. Higher lows are going to be good areas to enter, and that's going to be a really good pullback entry. And some people do find success in breakouts as well too. Find your bread and butter, find what you like to play, and play that. And as long as that low holds, then the trend is going to go ahead and be intact. And risk versus reward. So you might see certain things like on the risk reward tool, like 1 to 4, or you might hear terms like 1 to 2. So what this means is, let's say the 1, let's say you're risking $100. So if you're risking $100, then the 4 is going to be a multiple of that. So that means you made $400. So if your risk is $100, you made $400, your overall profit would be $300. Okay. So you always want to try and make double at least whatever you're risking. Okay. So if you're risking $50, try and at least make 100. If you're risking 70, try and make it at least 140. Okay. If you're risking 1,000, try and at least make 2,000. And that's going to be a 1 to 2 whenever you're just catching the double multiple like that. And the strategy is only as good as the exit. So remember, as higher lows and higher highs are getting put into place, let's say you are trading in an uptrend. Let's say you caught a higher low entry, such as right here. You want to make sure you're closing at the area of resistance, most of your contracts at least. Okay. And then if you want to play a breakout, let's say you have 3 contracts, then maybe hold 1 contract for a breakout and see if price will continue. Okay. But don't be greedy and take profit. Target the next major horizontal resistance or area of support above current price. And that's going to be a trouble area where a lot of orders are going to be sitting. Okay. People are going to have what's called limit orders and bracket orders, which are automatic orders when price comes in contact with a certain area. Either price is going to sell or buy, because people know price is waiting to react at that certain heavy area. So if market falls down heavily from a certain place, people might have limit orders placed at that area of resistance if they're in buys, so price will automatically close. Or some people, which you, depending on the market, could affect you, could be good and sometimes not. Some people might have sell orders at the area of resistance too, expecting price to fall downwards. Okay. And structural protection. So your stop loss. It's an invalidation point. Okay. And if price hits it, your thesis was wrong. Accept it and move on to the next trade. Don't break your account structure and everything you've been working hard for because you want to have an emotional moment. It's not worth it, I'm telling you. Okay. Stay focused, stay disciplined, and stay prayed up to God, and just keep working on your craft. Don't give up. It's really important to not give up. Okay, let's do it. Indicators. Just trash. Okay. All of them. All of them, in my opinion, are trash. Okay. Everything you need to see is baked into the candlestick chart, which I'm going to cover right after we get over these slides. Okay. But all these RSI, MACD, stochastics, EMAs, barf. Okay. Trash can. And we take the indicators and we put them in the trash can. That's what we do. Okay. We grab the indicators. You get on your trading view. You get on your broker. You click the trash can on them. And you delete them. Everything you need is baked into the chart. Why are you looking at lagging indicators? It's not worth it. They tell you what already happened. Just look at the chart. Look at the chart and look at your higher time frames. Stay prayed up to God and focus on your wisdom. Focus on how you're analyzing the charts. Focus on how you're feeling the charts. Okay. So the lag. Late data is going to kill your edge because you're relying on something that's already in your face. So stop it. A lot of people do that in life. A lot of people look instead of just doing and reacting. And it can cause analysis paralysis. Clutter clouds judgment. Instead of just being confident in the candlestick chart analysis mixed in with the economics with whatever you're playing, you're waiting for an indicator. Stop it. I used to be there. It's not worth it, I'm telling you. So, naked charts. Okay, just straight up candlestick charts, all you need. Indicators suggest reversal, and price action proves it. Stick to the source data. Stick to the actual candlesticks that are moving in your face, not lines that react off of the candlesticks later. Please don't do that. Don't destroy your account like that. Don't destroy your future's family profit like that. You got this. You're the breadwinner. You can't fail. Okay? And if you do, get up, scrape your knees off, and pray to God and keep winning. Don't let these indicators hold you back. Let's go. Simplicity wins. I'm going to show you guys how to read the chart with just candlesticks. No indicators, no squiggly lines on the candlestick chart. It's not making sense. Turn it off. Turn everything off. Okay, trade price, not the derivative. Follow institutional footprints. You can see it all. A lot of it's going to be baked into the higher time frames. Okay, stick to your weekly, daily, your 4 hour, okay, and lowest maybe your 1 hour. Okay, stick to your higher time frames. It's really going to help you get that good edge and break everything down strategically. Remove the clutter, use your higher time frames, and use horizontal lines. Let's go ahead, continue on to the charts. So we're on the charts with it. Let's go ahead and analyze Bitcoin. So I'm going to show you guys two examples. I'm going to show you guys how to read an uptrend. And then after this, I'm going to show you guys how to read the downtrend. So a lot of the times the United States markets and cryptocurrency are meant to go in upwards directions. So US stock markets are meant to go in upwards directions due to the fact that the more successful that these worldwide companies are, the more taxes they're going to be able to pay to the US government, whether via business taxes or the more employees they're going to be able to hire since their company's on the stock market. And the whole reason companies list themselves on the stock market is so they can generate more income, which causes them to build more buildings, which needs more people to maintain. The more people, which means more taxes can be taken out of their wages, the richer that the US government gets. So it's really imperative that US stocks go up year after year after year, especially the big important ones that help the whole world. And cryptocurrency is meant to go in an upwards direction because the creators of them, especially Bitcoin, is going to be finite, which means that there's a limited amount. Okay, so people are trying to buy it up, and there's a lot of imperative value to owning cryptocurrency and buying and holding. So let's talk about how to read the uptrend. So a lot of the times you want to be starting on your higher time frames first. Make sure you're not trading when price is already at all-time highs, okay, because then you're just going to go ahead and get pulled back on. It's not worth it. You don't want to get pulled back on. It can really just destroy your account buying at all-time highs. Buying after all the hype is done, you want to buy at pullback areas and then catch the sweep upwards, okay, back to the area of resistance above current price. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to analyze the trend. So I'd like to go ahead and zoom all the way from the beginning. I don't like trading trash personally. I like to make sure I'm trading a trending asset, and I like to ask myself, does this asset go up year over year? Okay, if it doesn't go up year over year, I'm not even worried about the uptrend. I'm worried about if I'm trading something decent or not. Okay, Bitcoin, for example, I can see has gone up year after year after year after year after year. Okay, so in my opinion, this is going to be a good asset for me to trade and catch an uptrend on. If it doesn't go up year after year after year, if it's sideways, like if price action was like this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then price was over here today, it's not something I'll be looking forward to uptrending on personally. Okay, but I could see price starts from here and decides to progress over time, and I like that a lot. Okay, I can see a lot of upwards projection value in this since year after year data is showing me that it likes to uptrend. So I can see price decides to burst up. So we started here from the beginning of time, price came up and it bursted up here. So buying started happening. So when you start seeing price heading up in an upwards direction, multiple green candlesticks, a lot of times is what I like to look for. Multiple green candlesticks on my higher time frames in a row. Okay, it's going to signal a lot of the buying. Okay, a lot of buying happening here. The price decided to top out right here. And then it fell down. Price decided to fall down and create an area of support. So let me go ahead and show you guys here. When price decides to fall down from an area, that's going to be called an area of resistance. And when price decides to bounce upward from an area, that's going to be called an area of support. Okay, resistance is going to be an area where price falls down from. Support is an area where price decides to bounce upward from. Okay. Then we could see this area of support. Price decides to bounce in an upwards direction here. Price decides to bounce up and stop again. So whenever I'm looking at an uptrend, I like to think of price moving in a V. V meaning that the top left of the V is going to signal the resistance. Okay. And the bottom of the V,
power off,
is going to go ahead and signal the area of support. So I'm going to have the left side of the V, which is going to signal area of resistance. And the bottom of the V is going to signal the area of support. Our goal, if we're catching an uptrend, is to catch the right side of the V. So on my higher time frames, I like to wait for price to make an area of support first. And if I get multiple green candlesticks heading in an upwards direction after price has already fell down, because that's going to let me know that sellers are selling. And then if I see price making a bottom and then buyers start buying, that's going to let me know that price is done selling and buyers have stepped in. Okay, price is not going to sell forever. And there's also going to be a lot of laws, especially on the stock market, such as the short sale restriction, which prevents a lot of things from just flash crashing to zero. So you can see here, price decided to create resistance all the way from here. And price decided to fill in and even break the area of resistance right here. Okay. And price decided to make a new high from here. Price decided to come up here and make an area of resistance up here. From there, price decided to make the left side of the V again, come down, bottom out, and make the bottom of the V. Right here. And then we see multiple green candlesticks going up in a row on the higher time frames, and the right side of the V being filled. Okay, we got the left side of the V, bottom, and then our job is to catch the right side of the V. Okay, so the later you enter on the V, let's say you entered like right here where that black line is, The later you enter in the V, the more confirmed. The earlier you enter, the more profit you're going to be able to make, but more of a chance that you could potentially get burned. So it's going to be depending on the certain setups you take. So if you would enter like right here on the black line, and if you're trying to close at this area of resistance, it's like not a lot of money left. But if you enter like right here, like that would be fine, or even right here, that would be fine too. Try and enter like halfway of the V, and then go ahead and close at the resistance. Yeah. And then you can see price decided to make a low right here. Price decided to come back up to the resistance. Didn't quite break it. It said, nope, gonna go ahead and reject again. We came down. And then we bounced at this low here. So this low is higher than this low. And then this low is higher than this low. And then we can see the V right here being filled in. Again, just like the V here filled in, V here filled in. Okay, and price will continuously do that. And you can also use your daily time frame to go ahead and plot out trades too. So even if I delete something here, and I just see this trend, I have the bottom area of support right here. We got another area of support right here. Then we got another one right here too, see being generated. Price making higher lows. Price is making higher lows. See price uptrending. Okay. It's going to be a really, really important thing to look at. And you can see these V structures being filled in. So top left of the V, price started here, area of resistance was formed, price came down, bottomed out. Then the right side of the V got formed, resistance area got broke, price came down, did the same thing again. Price bursted up towards this area of resistance here. Came all the way down, made this area of support, and did the same thing once again. Okay, could see price deciding to progress over and over again. Okay, and we're coming down here. Looks like it's trying to hold a new low, and we could potentially see over time if this low will remain higher than this low here. Okay, and if so, that's going to be another verified area of support. I like the multiple green candlesticks here on the daily. On the weekly here, we do have some sideways weekly candlesticks that are green. So we'll see about another week here too. Okay. So higher lows and higher highs are going to be something to look at whenever you're reading your uptrend. Let's over to the downtrend. All right, let's go ahead and talk about analyzing the downtrend. So when you're analyzing a downtrend, you want to be looking for lower lows and lower highs. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's talk about it. So let's say price decided to super top out right here. You know, it had a good run. It's been uptrending for a while, but since then, it's been trying to head down to the graveyard. So let's analyze and break down how you can catch trades when price is heading in a downward cycle. So you can see price here created an ultimate area of resistance. And resistance is just going to be an ultimate area where sellers are coming in. Okay, sellers are coming in to this area since price is falling down. Then you're going to have price making bottoms. Okay. Once again, that's going to go ahead and be areas of support. Support is going to be an area where buyers are going to be stepping in. Okay, you're going to have support and then you're going to have resistance. They both correlate. And the cool thing about them is resistance sometimes can be broken and turn into support. And a lot of times support can be broken and turn into resistance. Just as resistance can mirror another area of resistance, even if price decided to previously break it. Say, for example, price decided to create an area of resistance here. Price broke it, came down. Price could still come up and short at that resistance again. Same thing with an area of support. Price decided to come up, break below the support. Price could come above the support and pull back at the same support again. Okay, price is very reflective over what happened in the past. Okay. So let's go and let's keep analyzing. So you're going to have the area of resistance where price decides to fall downwards from. And then you're going to have the area of support where price decides to bounce in an upwards direction from. Okay. Both important areas to look at. So resistance, just like I said, can sometimes be broken and turn into support. Support can sometimes be broken and turn into resistance. Okay. Keep all that in mind. And put it all together on the charts. So a lot of times when I'm downtrend shorting, I'm looking for two things. I'm either waiting for an area of resistance. I don't even care if it's in the past. To meet up with an area of resistance and I'm taking it again. Okay. Or I'm going to wait for an area of support to be broken and turn into resistance. Okay. So let's find an example here. So let's say price decided to make this area of support right here. Could see price decided to make this mini bounce after a heavy downtrend from a while. Okay. After that, price decided to hunt back up to this area. So look at this support zone right here. Price decided to bounce up for a little bit here. Okay. To this area of resistance here. Okay. And even this area of resistance right here. All right. Sometimes you'll be able to look to the left and be like, okay, I see why resistance was created here. Okay. So for instance, if I drag it all the way over here, we can look to the left and we could try and piece things together and see, okay, was there any price action that reflected? So I could see this area of resistance here. And if I zoom in close, I could see another area of resistance right here. Okay, so stuff doesn't just happen for no reason. You could see the two areas of resistance. Both cause price to fall downwards for a while. Okay, very, very reactive market. So stuff even from years, months ago, okay, could be reactive. And even right here, price decided to create support. Price broke it and turned it into resistance. Support right here got broken, turned it into resistance. And then price headed in a downtrend. That's going to be one of my favorite ways to downtrend. Is going to be waiting for support to get broken and then waiting for price to run back up to it and turn it into resistance. A lot of the times if you see that, it's going to be a really, really good short or a good time to short. And even if you see two areas of resistances meeting up with each other, it's going to be a good area to short at as well too a lot of the times. Okay, but be careful with that, especially during uptrends. You don't want to get caught trying to short something that's not meant to be shorted. That's in a clear uptrend because you're just hunting for something. Okay, so that's why I like to wait for support to get broken and turn into resistance cleanly, whether it be it on my daily. A lot of the times I'm gonna wait for it on my daily because that's gonna give me the cleanest structure and what I'm actually looking for, making sure it's confirmed, because I don't want to be taking any type of nonsense trades. Okay, you don't want to be wasting your funds. You don't want to be wasting your time. You want to try and take the trades you know are going to be making you good money. Okay, and waiting for confirmation is also going to be really, really important too. So just as you're waiting for, let's say, an uptrend, I like to wait for 2 to 6 daily candlesticks going in an upwards direction to the right. If I'm waiting for a downtrend, I'll wait for 2 to 6 red candlesticks going down just to make sure. Okay, I don't buy the first immediate reaction a lot of times because I don't know if it's going to be completely true. So let me go ahead and pull up an example here on natural gas. Okay. So even here on natural gas, we could see price farming this downtrend here extremely, extremely heavily. Okay. And certain trades can be found by just being patient, okay, analyzing the market, and really just taking your time. So even right here, take this area of support. That was very important. I like to look at very important areas of support, especially on my higher time frames. You can see price decided to break below it. We can see a daily wick right here. After that, I got one red candlestick, 2, 3, and then we got price heading in a downwards direction. Okay, from there. Okay, and you could have did take profit at like this support here, or even this support right here. Okay, and caught that good trade down. Could have entered down here, take profit here, and that would give you about a 1 to 2. Yeah. So taking your time with the setups and analyzing everything, it's really going to be important. And when you're downtrending, a lot of the times your take profit is going to be either an area of support above current price or below current price, not above, an area of support below current price, or an area of resistance below current price too. Because just like I talked about, resistance can turn into support. So when you're shorting, your take profit can either be resistance or support. Same thing if you're uptrending too. So yeah. So say here, price decided to create a little buy zone right here. Price bounced in the same area 3 different times. Price broke it, and then price hunted all the way up to it, shorted, and then gave us 1 red candlestick, 2, 3. I like that a lot. You could have did take profit at like this support right here, and you could have went ahead and caught your trade. Okay. Boom. Could even take profit down here. And then the amount of days this would have took, you can use your ruler tool on trading view. And start on the resistance, drag it to the support. It took about 90 days, but that would have been a real account flipper. Okay. A lot of the times it's not about getting a trade over and over and over and over again. It's about just taking a couple of good trades. Okay, a month, a week, or even a year sometimes. Even if you did right here, this resistance to the support took about 14 days. So if you did a smaller take profit, it would take less time. So yeah, so cool. That's gonna go ahead and be that. So I pray to God, keep grinding. Catch you guys in the next one. And I pray this helped. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. Peace.
While you're working a 9 to 5, others are building 7-figure incomes, and they're not smarter than you, they're not working harder than you, they just know something that you don't. And let me tell you the secrets. I don't want you guys to be wasting your time in this world. While you're working a 9 to 5, others are building 7-figure incomes, and I want you to be a part of that. So let's talk about the great economic divergence. So as far as the reality check, while you're commuting, sitting in meetings, and waiting for 5 p.m. to strike, there's going to be a whole nother section of people who are grinding their business, waking up early in their morning, running ads, and selling the day-to-day products that we use. And those are going to be the millionaires and the billionaires, as well as the people who invest into the houses that we live in. So let's say if you rent your house, somebody bought that house and they're making money off of the fact that you need a place to live. So I want you guys to start owning your life and change your entire mindset. Stop being just a 9 to 5 casual worker and change your whole framework in order to be a boss and a CEO and get into stack mode. This economy does not trade time for money. It trades value for leverage. And as far as a critical question, if you stopped working today, right, ask yourself, how long could you survive? If the answer is less than 6 months, then that means that you're not free. And the way that these job markets have been looking, especially as AI decides to continue to progress and innovate year after year after year, there's going to be less need for less workers. So don't put yourself in a position to where you and your family can't eat and survive due to the fact that you don't want to prepare yourself or set something up. Build today. So if the answer is less than 6 months, that means that you're not free. And that means that you're a well-paid prisoner. And today, I'm going to teach you how to break the bars and how to actually start progressing. So the mathematical impossibility of wealth via wages. So the ceiling problem. Most people view their income as hours worked by times the hourly rate. And this equation has a fatal flaw. You run out of hours, literally. Even if you're a doctor making $500 an hour, you're capped by your physical presence.
You cannot scale yourself. You cannot clone yourself. If you get sick, your income then goes to zero. You need to be making money while you sleep. Until you start making money while you sleep, you're going to forever be broke. I'm going to keep it straight up. Okay, and let's talk about inflation. So inflation, all right, if your salary increases by 3% a year, real inflation is often 7 to 10% a year, which means you're becoming poor by working the same amount of hours. Let's say, for example, at the time of this recording, 4 years ago, a house that was worth $200,000 is now worth about almost $500,000. About from 4 years difference, the house gained that much equity difference. You have to be making more money because the dollar is only being worth less every single day. And that's why I teach you guys about freedom money, about Bitcoin and stuff like that, in order to counter what's happening within the world. And let's talk about taxes. Okay. Earned income on W-2 is going to be the highest taxed income bracket. Okay. Business income allows for deductions before taxes. So work income, they're literally able to take majority of your wages away just because you're going to work. And I don't want you guys to be screwed in that scenario or in a position to where you can't feed your family because of what someone else's rules are. And the scenario, right? I don't want you to be in the infinite 30-year loop grind, just paying your bills, still living paycheck to paycheck, not driving what you want, not traveling to where you want, and not doing what you want. And let's say person A, all right? Let's say if they save $500 a month for 30 years, right? And interest, we're not even going to be worrying about that, okay? Interest is something that God tells us is bad, and interest is the reason why a lot of people are still in the heavy debt cycles. So don't focus on interest, no interest. Okay. So person A, let's say they save $500 a month for 30 years. All right. Your purchasing power is literally getting destroyed. If you keep your money inside of the bank account, your purchasing power is getting destroyed. You're destroying your purchasing power. I'm just letting you know that. And as far as person B, right, let's say they build a digital asset. Once then you sell it 10,000 times while you're sleeping, exponential growth. And then you'll only get more popular as you get more views, as you get more exposure, especially as you start building a brand, or even if you're doing a personal brand. The bigger you are, the more exposure you get, the more people see you. Okay, the more then you're going to be able to profit off of your store and make an infinite amount versus just consistently sticking to that hourly rate. Even if you make $500 an hour, you're still going to be capped income wise. And the secret weapon to everything is going to be leverage. So the 7-figure earners aren't working 100 times harder than you. They're using 100 times more leverage. And leverage is the ability to move massive objects with minimal effort. And let's talk about the 4 types of leverage. Okay, labor. Labor means that you hire people to work for you. Okay, very old school and very expensive. That's why the leverage that you need to be utilizing now in order to be profitable is you need to be using AI. Okay, don't focus on hiring people. You can, but I would focus on learning the skills. If somebody could teach you, which I teach you guys at Stackmode.net and in the Stackmode Academy, how to use AI instead of hiring people, you're going to be able to save a lot of time, mental health, and you're going to be able to run your company the way you need to. And as far as the capital, using money to make more money, you have to do that. And it requires you to kind of already have some income coming in, and requires you to already be pretty much substantially fine. And capital is going to be really used more once you get to the real estate. So once you do get rich off of content creation and investing into the markets, then from there you'll be able to deploy your money and use that money to make more money and get into the real estate market. And code, software that runs 24/7. Okay, it's the great equalizer. It works while you sleep and it never complains at all. And then media, content, YouTube, blogs, courses, Twitter. Okay, once you have this stuff on the internet, once again, it'll sell forever. You could drop a video 10 years ago, and if people still come and see that video and your website link is in your description, you're going to be able to get traffic from the video that you dropped all those years ago still and be able to progress. And code and media are permissionless leverage. They're the leverage behind the newly rich. And what are they actually doing? So while you are in a Zoom meeting, the new rich are deploying specific business models that utilize code, AI, and media leverage. And these models have low overhead and infinite upside. So let's talk about the digital product. So packaging knowledge into ebooks, courses, or certain templates, it really wins, and it's a really easy way to gain some traction and gain even free leads as well too. And why it wins in the first place. Okay, zero shipping cost. People are going to be able to just instantly download it or access it on a website. Zero inventory needed, 100% margin, and you just create it once, and then the computer can deliver it 1,000 times a day. Or let's say even if you're a rapper, if you drop one hot mixtape and people listen to that for years, you're going to be getting paid for years. So all you have to do is set up a system to where you can drop one thing and people can come to it for the rest of time. And the audience monetization. Building a niche audience, right? The newsletter, YouTube, and curating solutions for them. Curate solutions for your audience, or create something that garners a lot of attention, whether it be an animation series that has emotional depth factors into it, teaches people about friendship and family or whatever. You can create a whole brand off of that. Take The Simpsons, for example, or Regular Show, or Family Guy. There's going to be a lot of examples of people creating shows and then turning those shows into whole big brands that make people laugh, bring people together, and make people closer. Honestly, you know, think about the times you've sat down and watched TV with your family or your loved ones or whatever, watching a show, and somebody had to animate that show. And the fact that they animated that show, they were able to bring people closer together. Okay. So you never know what your business could do for people in the world. Just keep grinding. I promise. Keep grinding and go hard. And the contrast, right? In a 9 to 5, you build your boss's asset. You're coming to work every single day, grinding hard, putting in work for the company to get bigger. And then guess what? As soon as numbers start getting low, what are they going to do? Drop you. They're going to drop you as soon as numbers start getting low. Please love yourself more than that. Love your family more than that. And most importantly, love God more than that. God says, especially if you're a person who is in charge of the wealth, if you are blessed with the gifts needed in order to succeed, then you got to protect and provide for your family. Okay. And in these models, every hour of work adds a brick to your castle that then stands forever. So this is why I want you guys to focus on your models. Okay. When you're building your boss's assets, even if you increase their income, the second they don't want you anymore, gone. Okay. But the more hours you put into your own product, the more hours you put into building your own ecosystem, you're going to be able to sit down and chill one day if God wills. I'm telling you. And consumer versus producer mindset, right? We have to change everything. So the consumer, right? They come home tired, about to hop on the game, do nothing. Okay, watches Netflix, picking up their phone, scrolling, and doing absolutely nothing. Okay, buys products just to feel better, complains about the economy, sits there and does nothing. That's work mode. Okay, work mode. People in work mode are doing this. Okay, and the result, they're literally the fuel for someone else's fire. And the producer, the 1%, you have to change your whole mindset. They come home and they build. Or if you have a work from home job, they build while they're working at their job. Okay, and that's what I did. When I worked from home, I was building my business. I worked from home for 4 years. I've never worked an in-person job because I knew that I wanted to continuously build my business while I was putting in work. And by the time I did that, I was able to quit and exit. And I want you guys to be able to do the same thing too and still feed yourself and get paid. So you create content, analyzes ads instead of clicking them, studies the markets, solves the problems. And the result, after doing all of that and putting all that effort and energy into building something for you, you own your fire. Okay, you're the fuel for your own fire. How hard you go determines how much you get paid. Okay, how hard you go determines how hard your paycheck is going to hit. Okay, and entertainers get paid by the poor, educators get paid by the rich, producers get paid by absolutely everyone. Okay, think about that. And how to escape, right? The transition plan. You do not quit your job tomorrow. That is reckless. You use your 9 to 5 as your investor. Okay, so from 5 to 9 p.m. you got to be grinding. As soon as you're off for work, if that's your schedule, if you work 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., that's fine. As soon as 5 p.m. hits to around 5 to 10 p.m., grind. You need to put in your second shift. I don't recommend you guys do a second job. I recommend you build something for yourself so you can escape the work in the first place. Okay, and this is going to be where you build your freedom. And audit your time. Cut the video games, cut the drinking, cut the aimless scrolling, and you need to reclaim at least 20 hours a week to focus on yourself and your business. Also, you need to learn high value skills. I teach you how to do that at Stackmode.net. Copywriting, sales, coding, content creation. These are going to be the tools of the modern wealthy, and you're going to be able to help people as well too once you know how to do these skills yourself. And as far as the ship daily, right? Perfectionism. Only God is perfect. Perfectionism is the procrastination disguised as quality control. Launch your product, okay, and make sure that it's quality, but just launch and go. Keep posting, grind, organize your business structure how you need to. Okay, book a free call with me if you want to learn how to organize your business structure, and let's go. And the challenge for the next 90 days, you can commit to producing one piece of value. Okay, a blog, a video, a code commit, a product page every single day. Build your brand. Don't look at the results, follow the habits, be consistent, and go forward. And the choice is going to be absolutely yours. I'm going to be honest. The door to the cage is open. The internet has democratized wealth creation, and permission is no longer required. You can continue to trade your life for an hourly wage, hoping for a comfortable retirement at 65, or you can start building assets today that will pay you for the rest of your life. So it's time to stop watching, start building, and you can learn how to do that at Stackmode.net. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed to God, keep grinding, and let's get out of the rat race so we can start living our life comfortably. Peace.
The real danger in the options trading space isn't the market, it's the people jumping into it with zero understanding. And options can either be one of the smartest tools in your trading toolkit or one of the fastest ways to blow up an account. And the difference comes down to one thing: knowing what game you're actually playing. Most people think that options are some get rich quick button. They might see a clip on TikTok, hear someone brag about a 300% gain, or see something on Twitter, and suddenly they're buying weekly calls or puts like it's a lottery ticket. And that's exactly why they lose. Options aren't risky by nature, but they're risky when you don't respect how they work. Let's go and let's talk about and see if options are too risky. And let's talk about the difference between a gambler and a proper trader. Inshallah. All right, let's go and let's talk about the truth. So is options trading truly too risky? Options, you make money based off of time. So there's going to be two directions you can either buy based off of. You're either going to buy calls, which is when you're waiting for a price to go in an upwards direction, or you can go ahead and purchase some puts, which is when you're going to be waiting for a price to go in a downwards direction. Okay. Now on options, you get paid based off of predictions. So let's say for current example, a share price is at $50, right? So let's say you opened a stock and it's at $50 right now. If you think it's going to go up to, let's say, $55, okay, then you would go ahead and purchase a calls contract since you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Let's say the share price is $50 and you think price is going to go down to $40. In that instance, you would go ahead and play a puts contract since you think price is going to be going in a downwards direction. Okay, so speculation is what they're mainly going to be used for. When speculation means that you're getting paid based off of directional bias. Okay, also hedging too. So since options contracts aren't pure ownership, you're getting paid based off time, and if your time prediction is right within a certain time period, then you'll get paid depending based off of that. So on options, you want to a lot of the times too have some time on your contracts. Once again, that's going to be one of the most important things that separates it from gambling versus actual trading. Okay, so your time matters a lot. There's going to be things called Greeks. You're going to have your delta, gamma, theta, and those determine how your profit moves. Okay, the more time that you have on your options contract, the more it's going to kind of pseudo play as a actual real investment. Okay, but if you have your options contract expiring tomorrow, the chances of a certain number hitting could be very, very skeptical. But if you have your options contract expiring in a couple of years, the chances of it hitting could be very, very likely. So it can be gambling if you make it, but it can also be a really, really good way to keep your money, let your money flow within the market and dominate the instrument by just taking advantage of the time on your contracts. So let's talk about if there are insurance policies on your portfolio, and let's go ahead and explore the mechanics of risk versus reward on options. Also, one thing on options too, options you can make infinite profit. Okay, so your profit that you can make is infinite, but your risk is going to be set. So if you pay $200 for an options contract, the max you could lose is going to be $200. Okay, but the max you could win is going to be infinite. Okay, so that's the big advantage of options too. So let's go. So just like we talked about in the last slide, what is an option in the first place? An option is a contract, not an asset itself. It derives its value from an underlying asset, stock, ETF, or index. So a call option, right? It gives you the right, but not the obligation, to buy shares at a specific price by a specific date. Okay, so if you think price is going to go in an upwards direction, then you're going to go ahead and purchase a call options contract. Okay,
Calls, think of picking up the phone. What do you do when you pick up the phone? Okay, you call. Okay, and then we're gonna have the puts to the right. Think of putting the phone down. Okay, so call, pick the phone up. Puts, put the phone down. Okay, so puts give you the right, but not the obligation, to sell shares at a specific price by a specific date. So calls is if you're betting on the price going in an upwards direction, and puts is going to be if you think price is going to go within a downwards direction. Okay. The United States stock market, though, is made to go up year after year after year after year. There's also laws in place such as the short sale restriction law, which kind of prevents and helps things from crashing down to zero very, very quickly. So a lot of the times on options, you might be better off playing calls, since it's going to go ahead and be on the actual investor side as well too. And the double-edged sword, let's go and talk about leverage. So options provide leverage, and one standard contract controls 100 shares of stock. And this is where the risk and reward are amplified. So scenario, right? Let's say stock XYZ is at $100. So the stock investor, let's say they buy 100 shares, right? So if the stock price is at $100, in order to buy 100 shares, that would cost $10,000, okay? And an options trader, let's say they buy one call contract, okay, with the $5 premium. So let's talk about the decimal numbers on options too. So if you ever see an options contract, let's say 2.50, you always want to multiply every options contract by 100 to get the real dollar value. Okay, so 2.50 times 100 is going to go ahead and be 250. If an options contract is 14.20, okay, we're going to multiply that by 100. That's going to equal 1420. Okay, just make it super easy. Okay, whatever you guys see, you multiply that by 100. So let's say the stock price is, or let's say the options contract is 5.70. Okay, then multiply that by 100. It's going to go ahead and be 570. And that's how you're going to go ahead and get the share price for that. Okay, so if the stock goes to $110 and you have a calls contract, then that would be a 200% return. Okay, but if you have it on shares, then that would be a 10% return. Okay, let's just say that for example. So if the stock stays at $100, the stock investor loses nothing, and the options trader would lose 100% of their $500 because the contract expires worthless. Okay, so if your contract doesn't move the amount of ticks that you think it's going to move within that time period, then the options contract could very, very easily expire worthless, and you would see it at a negative 100%. But when you're buying things like shares, you're actually having the actual investment, and you have the ownership power within your account forever until you decide to close. And why is it risky in the first place? So options aren't inherently risky. So gambling behavior is risky, and most retail traders fail due to two specific factors, right? Let's talk about time decay, data. So options have an expiration date. Every day that passes, the contract loses value if the stock doesn't move, and stock owners can wait forever. Option owners are also fighting the clock. So a good way to counter this though, if you do want to play some options or you see some good plays, try and play what's called leaps if possible. Okay, leaps are going to be contracts that you're holding for like 1 to 2 years out. Okay, try to stay away from like 0 DTEs and things like that, and use your options as a seed to plant for the future. Okay, if you're buying contracts like 1 to 2 years out, and let's say the share price is at $50, right? Once again, so if share price is at $50 and your take profit, you think it's going to go up to $60, okay, the best contract to buy would be a $51 call. Okay, and you might ask me, Chris, why would we not buy the $60 call if that's our take profit? Because on options, once again, you get paid based off of prediction, and there's going to be bonus points on option. So if the share price is at 50 and you buy a $51 call, but your take profit's at 60, that's going to be a lot of bonus points versus just buying the take profit 60 contract, because then your contract wouldn't really start juicing and making good money until it gets hit. So if you buy a number before your take profit, you're going to get a bunch of extra bonus points, and it's going to hit really, really hard. Now let's talk about buying out the money, right? Try not to do that. Try not to buy cheap contracts. Also, don't forget that it's called trading. When you're winning, somebody else is losing. When you're losing, somebody else is winning. So beginners buy cheap, unrealistic contracts hoping for a lottery win, and these have a low probability of profit. And consistent losses of small amounts add up to account blowups for sure. So don't just buy any random contract thinking it's going to hit. Try and buy 1 to 2 years out, and whatever the current price is, try and buy one above if you're going to purchase a call. Okay, so if the share price is at $50, try and buy a $51 call contract. Okay, if the share price is at $50, you think price is going to go down, try and buy a $49 put contract. Okay, play it like that, buy 1 to 2 years out. The chances of you losing is going to be really, really low. And using options for safety. So professional traders use options to reduce risk, not just to speculate. So the cover call income. So let's say you own 100 shares, right? You sell a call option against them and you collect the cash premium instantly. This lowers your break-even price on the stock, and this is safer than just owning the stock. Okay. So whenever you have enough shares of a certain stock, you're going to be able to actually sell the options contracts. Okay. And then you're going to have protective puts as insurance. Let's say you own 100 shares and you're worried about a crash, then you would buy a put option. If the stock crashes to 0, which most of the time, if it's a half decent investment, it won't, then you have the right to sell it at the strike price, and you've capped your maximum loss, protecting you on really both sides and just giving you a lot more leverage on your account to manage and maneuver your money exactly how you just want. So covered calls and selling options is something you can also look into. Going to be dropping a video on that very, very soon as well, inshallah. But before that, let's talk about it. So let's talk about selling versus buying the premium. So the house usually wins in options, and the house is going to be the options contract seller. So the options contract seller is pretty much wanting you to do some insane decision. Okay, they want you to make the most dumb decision of all time, and then they're going to get paid off of it. So that's not what you want. You don't want to get taken advantage of, so you need to outplay them. Okay, so the statistical edge. So approximately 70 to 80% of options expire worthless. Therefore, buyers have unlimited profit potential, but a low probability of success. But if you want to see a lot more successful wins within your options trading portfolio, I recommend you guys focus on contracts 1 to 2 years out. And once again, wherever the current strike price is, buy one above or below that number in order to have that consistent value. Okay, that way you're pretty much gonna trick it into almost a shares type of play. Okay, but you're getting the options profit. Okay, focus on time and stay near the current price. And sellers have capped profit potential, but have a high probability of success. Okay, due to the fact that they know people are going to make some uneducated, silly decisions and destroy their account. So don't let it happen to you, inshallah. So conclusion. So risky trading usually involves buying short-term options, right? Like 0 DTEs, weeklies, etc. And conservative trading involves selling options or using spreads or buying contracts within 1 to 2 years out to define your risk in every single scenario. Really just protect your money, okay? You're not on this earth working hard for no reason. Don't go burn your money down to the ground making dumb decisions, okay? You got it. So if you're not focused on your take profit, options can definitely be a problem. If you get reversed on certain areas, the Greeks are going to really hit you extremely hard. And it's things that's happened to me. There's been times where I've been up at almost $1,000 in a day, come back later on due to the fact that I was playing 0 DTEs, come back to negatives, okay? So it's not things like that I want you guys to go through. It's extremely toll taxing on your mental when you guys are trading, and it can bring a lot of anxiety on your next trade, and I don't want you guys to go through that. So understand that they're going to be too risky if they're going to be treated like lottery tickets. So if you're buying weekly out the money calls, 0 DTE without risk management, expect those results. But they're not too risky if they're used for hedging, income generation, or if you're buying leaps, which are going to be contracts that are 1 to 2 years out. Okay, so the danger really lies in the trader, not the trade. Okay, so control your flesh, be disciplined, don't make dumb decisions, stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, protect and provide for your family, and catch y'all on the next one.
I worked in finance for 4 years, from 18 to 22 years old, and it wasn't a complete waste of time, but I wish I would have just focused on, well, I was trading the whole time, but I wish I would have just focused on building my business as well. Before doing stack mode, I ran a faceless section of the channel. I privated all the videos now, but the videos have hundreds of thousands plus views. I used to do Fortnite settings videos, and I would just post content online just to get money. I wasn't worried about building a business. I wasn't worried about building a brand. I was just focused on the company, putting my heart and soul into the company for absolutely no reason. And here's why it was for no reason. I'm actually going to say this. Due to the fact that if you put your heart and soul into the company, you have to understand that the company is still going to do what it wants to do. If they decide to fire you, they're going to fire you. If they decide to change your pay, they're going to change your pay. If they want to change your hours, they're going to do that. The company is going to do what's in best interest of the company. I try not to run my companies like this, but a lot of these companies that just hire the day-to-day people think of employees as pawns. They don't think, oh, these are families or these are people who are working to provide for multiple people. They don't care. That's why they'll drop you as soon as numbers get low. They'll drop you as soon as the company starts struggling. Because you have to understand, just like trading, when you win, somebody's losing. And when you're losing, somebody's winning. It's the same kind of thing in life. So you want to make sure that you put yourself at a status to where you're not losing. Don't let anyone take away your status or your ability to go forward. Don't let anyone take away your ability or your mindset. Thinking that, oh, I need this job. Oh, I need this check to hit. And if you do right now, that's fine. Take that check and invest. Build a skill. Learn something. Gain some experience. Try something out. Go for your dreams. I've seen a lot of adults give their whole life to work. Never achieve any type of financial freedom. Never make money automatically. They're always the one making money. This should be on automation. And at Stackmode.net, that's what I try and teach you guys. So your money is always making you money, if God wills. And so your business is always making you money. I literally do not want you guys to struggle anymore for no reason. It's way too many things going on in this world. You got relationship issues. During the time of this video, I'm going through a breakup. Divorce, actually. Okay? But am I going to sit around and be sad and mope? Absolutely not. If you're going through emotional issues, you're struggling with depression, you're struggling with things like your skin, fix those things. Okay? But one thing that you are in full control of is your finances. You cannot change how you were born. You cannot change if a person wants to do something to you. But you can fully change if you're undisciplined. If your income is not where you want it to be, it's because you're being undisciplined. It's time for us to get to the next level. It's time for us to go harder than ever. We don't have any more time to waste. You have to understand that all of these mind frames and thinkings that you've been raised upon don't really apply to modern day society. As far as just work the 9 to 5, buy your house, you're going to be able to get the house on the lowest percentage loan, be paying the maximum pretty much in a pool of debt forever. Never actually owning the home until you have subsequent income. A job is not going to get you subsequent income. Stop trying to rely on that job like it's reliable. If your bills rely on that check coming in, you can't do that. Put yourself in position to go harder. So regardless of what anyone has to do, or what anyone has to, whether they have to fire you, whether they have to tell you something, whether they have to change your pay, regardless of what anyone has to do to you, you're still going to be okay. You're still going to be able to thrive. You're still going to be able to eat. You're still going to be able to drive what you want, to go where you want, and get to where you want. And guess what? There's going to be people who won't listen to you too. There's going to be people who won't listen to you. You can yell at people all you want, but if people aren't understanding your program, you have to get away from them and start just hanging out with people on your program. Life is a lot more beautiful when we just hang out with people on our program. Do not try and force yourself to hang out with people who are not on your program. It's not going to work out. It will not be subsequent. And I want you guys to go forward. I want you guys to succeed. But how is this going to happen if we're not growing? How is this going to happen if we're not grinding? You have to understand that certain things come into play. Your mindset is everything. This car that I'm sitting in, it was just an idea. And that person decided to cultivate a whole entire infrastructure that I'm sitting in right now based off of an idea. And their mindset helped them channel that idea into reality. Whatever's in your mind, you can put it to reality. We're sitting inside of innovations and ideas. But all of these innovations and ideas that we live upon, whether it be cars, houses, stairs, rugs, these people did not give up. They had the idea in their head and they're thriving and taking care of many other people due to the fact that they did not let their idea in their head go to waste. Your idea in your head is extremely subsequent. It's important to channel the good ideas in your head into reality. You never know who you could help. You could have the best piece of content. You could have the best business. You could put down the best trade. If you invest in a certain stock, you could be helping a company that's helping save kids' lives from some kind of disease. Do not waste any more time. Wasting time is not stack mode. Hanging out with people who are not on your program is not stack mode. Lying to yourself so you can have the comfort of others around you who don't have the same goals, visions, dreams, and aspirations as you is not stack mode. Things got to change. I'm telling you, things have to change. And I want you guys to boss up. I want you guys to be CEOs. But this isn't going to happen if we're giving up. This isn't going to happen if we're falling short. We need to be charging each other up and going hard every single day. Investing as much as we can. Invest every dollar. Believe in yourself. I don't keep any money in my checking account because there's no reason. Every dollar's invested into what I believe in. And I believe in God. And God is the one who put these ideas in me. So I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to run away from what God put in my brain. It's not for no reason. So I'm going to stick to that and I'm going to go forward. I know what's right and I know what's wrong, and you do too. Don't do the wrong things anymore. It's going to feel wrong. Go forward. Okay? Go forward. Have some mercy on yourself too. Try and forgive yourself for certain things. For certain people, you let yourself be around. Some situations, though, some things might just happen. But don't let that throw you off. I quit the job because they weren't on my vision. They're not where I'm trying to go. You can't keep me in the same, yes, I did scale through the company, but you can't keep me in the same position locked to that income. For what? For what? Don't let anyone lock you down and make you feel like you're a rat. Oh, you can only make this. This is what I'm going to pay you. Bro, if you don't go hustle and get to it, man, like, get out of here, bro. If you don't hustle and get to it, if you don't go get that house you want, if you don't go get that car you want, because you don't got time to waste waiting on that check. Even if you think it's a good check, are you a slave? Go hustle. Go get to it. Instead of me taking calls for them, I could be hustling, dropping content, and taking calls for Stack Mode. And that's what I had to realize. When Stack Mode started getting too big, once I started getting too many appointments, too many calls, and it's a blessing, alhamdulillah, this is what I prayed for. All credit to God. But I'm at the point now where I feel like my community is something I have to focus on. I don't want to fail you guys. I don't want to give you guys lackluster content. I want to show you guys results. We're up crazy right now. Thank God. This was a great month on the stock market. Intel's been paying crazy. So many other plays at the lows. Let's get to this bread. We don't have time to wait. You don't have time for darkness, all the sadness, all the people not listening. Just listen to what God has to tell you. If God is putting in your soul that job is not for you, why are you there? You could have one of the best creations in the entire world needed out here, man. Some kids can need your product. Some seniors can need your product. Could put a smile on somebody's face because of the content you're dropping. Don't stop. And don't give up. Be genuine. Getting a call right now. But be genuine. And don't be afraid to tell people, yo, I'm grinding right now. Okay? If you got people in your life, they should understand. Yo, I'm grinding right now. I can't talk. Yo, I'm grinding right now. I'm trying to get to where I want to be right now. I can't be on that. You have to hustle. Stop letting that job make you comfy. Hang out with people you shouldn't be hanging out with. Doing things you shouldn't be doing because you think that you know that 2 weeks check is coming. Until there's a day where that company gets tired of it. Until there's a day where there's a company who cannot pay you out anymore. They're like, we're not making enough profit. Drop them all. As you guys can see with the government shutdown, they're dropping people for no reason who've been working 30 plus years. Dropped. You cannot rely on your career. I'm telling you, you will literally live a life of misery and starve. Houses are getting so expensive. Stuff is getting way more expensive than it used to be. And guess what's not changing very much? The job hourly pay rate. And even if so, it's just enough to pay rent, pay your mortgage, your insurances, get some groceries, and that's it. Where's the room for you to invest? Where's the room for you to grow? Where's the room for you to break out of that? You have to be a CEO. You have to invest your money. You have to live smart. Especially with these certain events. Think of how much it costs to fix your car when things go wrong. They start throwing thousands of dollars at you for the bill. Your job check could be slashed. It's like if you spend your whole life waiting for your job check, you're going to be frustrated. I don't want you guys to be drug addicts or alcoholics or frustrated with the people around you or your family because your finances and your mindset is messed up. Break free. Break free. Any poor mindsets or negativity around you, cut it off. You gotta let it go. You gotta cut it off. If you're about to quit your job, you're about to go CEO mode, don't think it's about to be comfy and chill. No, you gotta hustle and grind. And the thing about it though, you're gonna love it because you're going hard for you. You're going hard for you. You might even gotta get used to it at first. Go hard for you. Don't give up. Put in 4 years for a company, man. And they would leave me on red. My manager. I work for a credit card processor. And the one that I use for my business is Stripe. Stripe is awesome. It's really, really fast, really, really efficient, great layout, not horrible fees, automatic taxes. And I would see Stripe's innovations and try to bring it to I'm not going to say R because I don't work there no more. I got to disattach myself. But I tried to bring Stripe's innovations that I saw were working way better than what they were doing. Not wanting to listen. Strategy meetings, still doing old strategies, not growing. And what did they keep doing? I had a team member that was just fired for no reason. Okay? And they fired a whole slew of hardworking people since the company wasn't making good profit. How are you going to make good profit in your company if you're not innovating? And it's like, they don't listen. They're going to probably not go as far as they want to go. May God bless them. I pray that they do. But the company is not moving as quick as I want to move in stack mode. I'm trying to turn y'all up. I'm trying to get to it. And I want you guys to be in a whole different lane. Okay? I love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Head over to stackmode.net. Get your free course, free ebook, catch my trades with me, and book a free trading and mentorship call. Peace.
It's 2026. What's going on? We're back in the Stackmode community, and first week, I just wanted to go ahead and recap and let you guys know what the business is. So we're up about 6% so far in the first week of 2026. I'm going to start doing a recap kind of once a month, just updating you guys on my P&L. Sometimes twice a month, showing you guys like the first week what my plan is, and then showing you guys like the end of the month result and showing you guys progression on how to start an account from nothing and grow it into something. So here, focusing a lot on AI stocks, tech stocks, and stocks that really have stuff to do with the future is really what I'm going to be going forward with this year. So a lot of people like to invest in stocks that have been around for decades and years and stuff like that. Me personally, I like to invest aggressively. This year, I'm going to be really focused on shares as well too, pretty heavily compared to options and futures like I have in the past. I'm really going to be just trying to go hard on shares this year, scouting out good companies, finding good buys, purchasing them, and just holding and sitting on my trades. That's noticing it's been working out for me really well. Been able to grow my account at a relatively fast pace. Been really happy with the profit. And one thing I really like about swing trading shares compared to options trading or futures trading is whenever you're swing trading shares, you can just sit back and chill on your trades. You don't have to worry about time, no expirations, no getting margin called. You could just buy your shares, sit and hold, and that's it. That's all you absolutely have to do. And taking your time on shares, trades, and scouting out the companies that are going to be making the most ample progression within our societies, getting rewarded for that, getting rewarded for your research, for your knowledge, for knowing to not buy at all-time highs and to buy at certain low areas. The reward that you get from shares compiled with the risk factor that's pretty much taken off, because say options, for example, I've changed my whole mental mindset. When it comes to options, people can pretty much sign a death contract. Your contract is pretty much locked in. It has to hit or it's going to miss. Okay, that's 100% just what it is with options. With shares, as soon as you buy, your money will fluctuate over time. But one thing about it is that you 100% do own. If your options is not going towards your directions, you're going to be losing. Okay, even with shares, if it's sideways or moving slowly towards your direction,
you're still going to have all your capital. If you put down an options trade with not enough time and it's moving slowly towards your price direction, but it's still moving, okay, either A, your price is going to go negative on the contract due to theta and time decay, or your profit's going to be moving extremely slow and not how you want it. Also, another reason why I'm focusing on shares instead of options this year too is that at a certain point when you get too rich, you can buy all the options contracts for most stocks that you're looking at. Okay, so that's why billionaires have to play shares. So I'm trying to get to the financial point to where I'm one of the best traders. Okay, so personally this year I'm going to be focusing really, really heavily on shares. Got Bitcoin, of course, and in order to generate income, maybe later down the line towards this year, first couple months within the year, I look forward to playing some futures as well too. Okay, so I look forward to playing some futures within that, and I'm just going to be fully transparent with you guys at all times. I want to just show you guys stats, show you guys what I'm holding, and show you guys how I plan to continue to go forward. So let's go and let's jump into some performance, inshallah. So jumping into the stats here. So compiling an account, guys, okay, I want to show you guys what it looks like starting an account from 0 to 4 to 5, 6, 7 figures. I want to just be fully transparent with you guys and show you guys how it's done. So starting here, you could see just have this account here, kind of restarted it in July 2025-ish. Okay, started growing it throughout this time, just reinvesting income from business, winning trades, adding over a single time. Okay, and as you can see, P&L is just heading in an upwards direction month after month after month after month. Okay, so your work income, your business income, or even your options and futures income should be funneled back into your account. Funnel it back into your account. Say your business, for example, if you're doing 5K a month in your business, okay, try and take 4K a month of that, okay, and invest it. Okay, you could put maybe 2K in the crypto, 2K in the stocks. Just try and break it down and invest what you're making. So your P&L is always going in an upwards curve. Okay, every time you guys get some money, try and invest. And then as you win trades, okay, there's going to be times where you may lose, okay, but then you're going to win more trades, get in different seasons, and continue to uptrend. Okay, if you feel like you have to invest every single time you get some money, then do that. Do that. Okay, I'm absolutely addicted to investing. I'm going to keep it 100%. Okay, shares is not something that I played past 2-3 years. Yeah, shares is not something that I've played or really looked at. It's really just been a lot of options in futures. I played options on Robinhood, TradeStation as well too. So I have some stats just spread across everywhere. But as far as Webull, I want to just use it for my shares portfolio. And I just want to be just fully transparent with my portfolio and how I plan to upscale it. Okay. So when you guys are growing your account, right, patience is going to be the number one thing. Okay. It's going to take time for you to know how to identify the setups you need to take. I recommend you guys go to Stackmode.net so you guys can get with my trading mentorship, so it doesn't have to take you a long time in order for you to understand what a decent setup looks like. But I went through a lot of unnecessary losses early on within my trading career due to the fact that I was just being uneducated and being impatient and being stubborn. Okay, so completely my fault while I was struggling in the beginning, but once I started getting my foot, I was able to go ahead and progressively increase my P&L year after year after year after year. Okay, so all your business income, all your work income, okay, after your bills are paid, of course, and make sure you guys are reinvesting the profits from the trades that you win. So your income vehicle generating skills are going to either be your options or your futures. Personally, I'm going to go with futures this year. I've played options for a few years and I like just the stability of futures and how you can just turn dirt into diamonds. Same thing on options too, but the time decay factor and stuff. But I don't know. I'll see even this year if I'll even touch futures or options at all, honestly. I might just stick 100% on shares, find little small caps, and just really try and turn up like that. And just continuously do my research on these stocks and these companies and try and catch some stuff at the lows. I'm really having fun doing that. finding the best companies, and playing shares. Just really been having a blast. Options, it's really funky with options. Options has a lot of derivatives built into it. Price could be going in your direction and you could still be down due to multiple factors, due to like how much volume a contract has, etc. And all of that stuff is just really ghetto, especially when I'm trying to protect and provide for my family. I don't really want little random factors determining whether or not I'm going to get paid. So I like shares a lot, even when if I, inshallah, if God wills, if I cross into like the 10 million plus range, 50 million plus range, I can comfortably trade I can comfortably trade shares even as a 100 millionaire into billions of dollars. Okay, due to the fact that shares are going to be pretty much always available for the most part. So shares are really just my favorite instrument. This year I'm focusing completely on shares. 2023 I played a lot of futures. 2024 was a lot of options. Um, Same with 2025 was a lot of options as well too. 2026, let's swap up the game. Going to be focusing on shares. I've been finding some success recently in just investing in little tech stocks and stuff like that. And just I want to just break down and give you guys full guides on what I do to find the stock that I want to play, why I'm getting in said stock, and what I see in said stock within their future, right? So is this stock even going to be half decent in the first place? And as you guys can see, this is completely live. P&L, you can see it moving up here. Market is closed right now though. So yeah, that's going to go ahead and be that. So keep all of that in mind. And let me head over to the positions here. So this is what I'm currently holding. Okay. We got some Path right here. Path is a stock that is been in the works in the limelight recently. I bought some more at like 16, but I sold some a couple of days ago. So we got Path. That's one thing that I am holding. Once again, bought it at around 17.75. Let me get on my higher time frames here. So on my higher time frame, I could see we IPO'd all the way up here at around 90. So I liked that a lot. So I can see a lot of upside room, at least to this 30 area here. They've been getting a lot of funding. I see higher lows being put in. So Path, really, 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 really happy there. Excited to go ahead and take that up as well. Let me go ahead and open up NVTS. So we got NVTS here as well too. NVTS, this is one I'm really, really excited for. So we're currently at 10.31 right now. We got price trying to head up. I bought around 9.89 right here. Okay, and once again, we got price heading in upwards direction. We IPO'd. IPO stands for initial public offering, which is where the stock decided to open at. So we IPO'd at around 22.19, and it looks like price just made this high resistance at around 17.82. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wait here, and wait for price to go ahead and catch up, do its thing, and then we should be able to make some good profit on this as well too. So I like this a lot. Big fan of NVTS here. They collabed with NVIDIA, and that NVIDIA collaboration, of course, helped it a whole bunch. Whenever we're collabing with NVIDIA on certain things, of course, that's going to be, pretty successful for us to be looking forward for the most part. So NVIDIA is going to be one of the biggest stocks, and I personally sometimes like to look at stocks that NVIDIA is collaborating with, or say Apple or something like that. Any big world-leading stock, if they're making collaborations with other stocks, I like to look into those too, and then I like to see if profit can be made. So EOS as well too. This is an energy enterprise stock, about around 14.22. Price is trying to push up here. Let me get on my monthly time frame here. So I could see price decided to IPO at this 31 area up here, 0.95. And we just recently created this area of resistance here at this 19.91 area up there. Yeah. So just waiting for price to go ahead and go up. Fill in this area here. And I could see here, even on the weekly, I could see higher lows being put in constantly. Okay, constantly. We got constant higher lows being put in. Okay. And it's really just taking heed, noticing price how it goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, and continues to just spam that. Goes up, goes down, comes up, comes down, and it'll just continue to spam that over and over and over again. Inshallah, especially since this seems like a half decent stock that people will care about. And once again, this is an energy enterprise stock, so I like this one a lot too. Price looking to swoop up. Let me head over to IONQ. Big dog right here. So IONQ, one of the leading quantum stocks. We just had a burst to this area of resistance at this 84 here. So as soon as I saw this higher low get put in, I was like, oh yeah, let me go ahead and hop in those. So that higher low, I loved it a lot. Was a big fan that it put in right here at this area. So as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, price is looking to progress. And even after that, it came up, made new resistance, it came down, and then made some new support. So I like that a lot. Even if I head over to my 4-hour here, let me turn off the poo-poo time frames. Get on my 4-hour here. So even if I hop on the 4-hour here, boom. Could see price decided to come all the way up here, fall all the way down here, bounce up, create a new resistance wall here. As you guys can see, we have one push down here, another push down here, and then we got price falling down, making a higher low here. So this low is higher than this low. I like that a lot. Super big fan. And then from there, we can go ahead and wait for price to come up, smash past this area of resistance, and then after that, inshallah, we should be able to go ahead and catch price upwards right after that. Okay, so it's really just about taking your time, being patient, and waiting for the setup. Okay, remember, you want your gap to be filled to the right. You want market to make the left side of the V, let it fall down, let market make the bottom of the V, and then we catch the right side of the V. Okay, we catch the empty right side of the V. Okay, that's what I want you guys to be doing. Catching the empty right side of the V. Okay, like this. Okay, this is what we're catching. All of this whole empty space between this resistance and this area of support, right? This whole area is nothing but profit. Right? Nothing but profit. All up here. Okay, so 40 plus 40 points left between this area of support and this area of resistance up here. So a very, 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 very long way to go. Intel, check this out, up crazy on this one here. All right, Intel, I got it at around this 35 area. I'm going to go ahead and hop on my higher time frame here just to show you guys why I got in here on Intel. So Intel, I decided to get in this area. Kind of the same reason, even if I'm on monthly here. I could still see price making upwards progression for the most part. Yes, we did fall down and make this low here. Although after this low, I put that into combination with some fundamentals. Since all the tariff stuff was going on, the United States needed their own AI chip making company to make AI chips for them, and Intel decided to partner up with other companies. I believe NVIDIA is included. And as you can see, we're starting to get a lot of bullish reaction looking to fill in this V. So we first had price falling down from this resistance here on the weekly. And then we could see price deciding to come up and fill in this gap area up here. Okay, so just go ahead and let price do its thing. Let it fill up. Okay, and just give it its space, give it its time. Okay, let market do its thing. So that's going to go ahead and be that as far as Intel. This trade was super duper simple here, and I bought after this little higher low area here too. After I analyzed this higher low area, I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, super duper bullish after this. Check on the daily here too. Even after this resistance, we came down, made another higher low. After this higher low here, saw 1, 2, 3, 4 green candlesticks, bought in. So you can see you're getting a nice V fill here. And on my monthly time frame, we can go ahead and head up to this resistance up here and head up to this 40 area up here to all-time highs. I'm praying. Okay. So that's going to go ahead and be a flip from, let's see, I opened here. So it's about 28 points here. Very great flip. And then Webull here. You know what I'm saying? Webull, they're hating on Webull. We're waiting on this. I'm not going to lie. Waiting on some Webull here. I just keep adding into this. This is going to be a huge play. Webull is my favorite broker. I'm using this right now. If you guys are wondering what I'm looking at to look at the charts and do all this at once and see the price right here. Webull. Webull is going to be my favorite thing to analyze my stocks on. Well, I use TradingView, but honestly, I might just use Webull itself from now on because I think it's a cooler interface and you guys can actually see some specifics of everything too, which I really like. So yeah, that's going to go ahead and be that. I pray it helped. That's how I'm opening this year. All the stocks I'm watching, that's the profit I'm up. And yeah, I'm just going to be fully transparent going forward. Just want to show you guys absolutely everything. Not going to be one of these mentors being cringe, making things uncomfortable, and just not trying to be truthful. I always want to show you guys the truth. All right, love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
I realize that most people's frustration literally comes from financial issues, and that's why it's important to master trading and build your business, especially with the way this economy is. At Stackmode.net, you can choose your path to financial freedom. I teach you how to trade and grow your business, and stop paying $5,000 for mentorship. I created the Stackmode Network, where I teach you how to build AI softwares, how to grow your business, and how to take that income and multiply it with trading. Let me go ahead and tell you guys why I started the Stackmode Network in the first place.
Stackmode, yo. I want to talk to you guys about why I started Stackmode in the first place and why I think I'm just way better than these other mentors out here. These other mentors out here, they want you guys day trading. They're giving you guys anxiety-driven strategies, and they're just straight up lying to y'all. They're leasing cars, telling you guys that they bought a $200,000 Porsche. Whole time it's on lease, they paying $5K a month, promoting to y'all. Selling y'all lies and dreams. Selling y'all scams. And at Stackmode, we don't do that. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys the story of why I started Stackmode in the first place. So I was married at the time and was just expecting a family. So I was like, okay, I got to go hard. I got to put in way more work than I'm putting in now. So I worked in the finance industry. I had a finance career for 4 years. I worked on credit card terminals, and I worked with credit card terminals and credit card processing. That's what helped me really get my foot in the door and helped me learn how to book meetings for you guys and stuff like that. I really just learned a lot of skills that are pretty useful. But outside of that, I started Stackmode because of the lies I keep seeing on YouTube. Pretty much just straight up, that's why. The lies that I keep seeing on YouTube, showing you guys anything on the block. A lot of you guys don't even know that the stock market is literally made to go up. There's laws in place such as the short sale restriction law, which prevents you from shorting the stock market. So when I see people trying to trade the stock market like Forex traders trade it, a much more sideways market, I'm like, yeah, these people don't even know what they're doing. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're teaching. Even when it comes to business, marketing, or ads and stuff like that, stuff is so cryptic and weird. And I just literally want to give you guys the most straight up, real content that I can give you. Because when you're running around trying to bait people, trying to sell people, and grasp people in based off of just an image, not your knowledge, results, or education. That's why at Stackmode.net I have all the reviews there for you guys. You guys can clearly see my clients texting me back and people making money. So it's way different with me because you guys can actually see my actual results from my clients, my personal results, and I try and show you guys my actual numbers in P&L. These other mentors are just showing you guys cars, are just showing you guys cribs. It's not actual knowledge that you can grasp, implement into your own trading skills, implement into your own business, or create your own AI software, just whatever you want to do, right? Don't fall for the vanity traps. And this is why God is really, really important too. God is unseeable, okay? You cannot see God. God is the unseen, and he's the Lord of all worlds. And the fact that we still worship God without even seeing, because of just the knowledge that he's gifted us, with the earth that he's gifted us, with just everything, all the information and knowledge, is why we love God. And information and knowledge is love, because that's forever. You teach a man how to fish, he can feed his entire family and start selling the fishing rod too. Okay? You'll be loved forever. So even if you're trying to start your own network, your own ecosystem, make sure that your main priority is making sure that your clients are getting the most high quality information and education as possible. Okay? Or service or product. Make sure they're just getting high quality services, products, or education from you. Because then from there, you don't have to focus on your image your whole time. You don't have to bait people in or go lease a super expensive car just to get some views. Because that's what a lot of these people are doing. That's what a lot of these mentors are doing. And it's really, really sad, just trying to loop people in with the vanity trap instead of actually giving them the real knowledge that they need in order to succeed. Another reason why I started Stackmode too is I don't want you guys sitting around and hoping. Stop sitting around and hoping like, I hope I'm going to pay this bill. I hope I'm going to do this. I hope this is going to get paid. Oh man, this debt is sitting here. Go chase some paper. Like, go get some money, man. Shout out Lou Graham. Lou Graham has one of my favorite rap lyrics. He says, instead of chasing paper, you just sit and hope. Do not just sit and hope. Chase some paper. Wake up, pray to Allah, hit the gym, and go forward on your business. Full-fledged. You don't got no time to be wasting. If you're not happy with your house right now, if you're not happy with your car, if you're not happy with your certain situation, pray to God and put in the work to change it. That's what Stackmode is all about. I realized that I couldn't sit in my room just making money from the charts, working a normal IT job, making 5-6 figures a year. That just wasn't cutting it for me. You know, I want to give you guys big auditorium speeches, charging you guys up, showing you guys that you can get to this money, especially as life continues to get more expensive, year after year after year after year after year. People are struggling. You know, the job market is not as stable as it used to be. Rent is getting significantly higher, and houses cost significantly more than they used to. And guess what doesn't scale with it? Job income. And in order to get more job income, you have to spend money. Pay for certifications, pay for courses, pay for a degree, pay for college, pay for this, and that. Money out, just to get right back on Indeed, apply for the job, wait for the email, all that waiting when you could have been getting money the whole time. It literally doesn't make sense. So it's waking up out of that mental trap. And I just want you guys to be free within this world, and I want you to own your life. I do not want you to be controlled by a man. The only thing that should control you is God. Listen to God. Listen to God's rules. And God says in order for you to have a marriage, especially if you're a man, you got to be protecting, providing food and shelter, and doing what you need to in order to succeed, in order to make sure that you can protect and provide for yourself and for your loved ones. Okay? I'm sitting in the coupe right now. My first car was an Audi A4, 2013. I woke up one day, walked outside, it was parked, chilling, boom, crashed, totaled. And the time before that, I had lost my car keys. So I had to take it to the Audi dealership, get it reprogrammed. Had to tow it like 3 different times. Stress, just for it to be destroyed. And guess what? I smiled at it. I trusted God. I walked back inside. And I ran it up again. And now I'm sitting in the Mustang coupe. And inshallah, when I get to the next level again, when I get to the Porsche, when I get to the Lamb, when I get to the next level, if God wills, through my discipline, consistency, and perseverance, you guys will see that, oh, wow, Chris literally wasn't lying. He was consistent every single day. He was disciplined every single day. Let me follow that pathway, dude. Let me follow that pathway too. I managed to work in a high-level finance position and get a raise and level up with no bachelor's degree. With no degree. Growing up, I failed school a lot. People telling me, oh, you're going to be bagging groceries. I've never worked a job in person ever one time in my entire life. I've lived across the country. My first crib was a high-rise. My first car was a foreign car. This is a coupe. I don't like to do normal basic things because my whole life, especially my childhood, was told that, oh, you're going to do this. You're going to be this. And you know what I said? Y'all aren't God. I don't got to listen to y'all. If you're not God, you do not got to listen to those people. Even if it's your parents, if they're telling you straight up wrong information and the idea that God put it in you is hungry, it's telling you, it's like, yo, you got to do this. You got to do this. You got to do this. But every day you're at work, you're frustrated, you're angry, wasting your time. Take that risk. Sometimes you got to take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Shout out Baby Mel. And that's one of the realest bars ever too. Like, sometimes you got to take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Because if you don't take that risk, you're literally going to stay in the same spot year after year after year after year after year. And then if you look back, I promise you're going to be upset. You're going to be like, whoa, I should have been grinding the whole time. And you guys will keep getting into the same situation. Let's say if you got evicted from your crib, or let's say if you lost your job. Why are you putting so much dependency? Why are you putting your whole life structure, whether you eat, whether you have a roof over your head, whether you could travel and put some gas in your car, why are you putting all of that in another person's hands? Stop doing that. Stop doing that. You need to trust God. Some of y'all are putting your faith in man more than God, and it's disgusting. And that's where something I realized I didn't want to do at all. Putting my full faith in the Lord, full faith in God, so we can go forward. You should only fear God. When you only fear God, you're not going to be scared about losing your job. You're not going to be scared about going broke. You're not going to be scared about, oh, what if this doesn't work out? What if it does? Stop letting that evil infect your brain. Stop letting those weak people around you subsede your mindset. You know what you need to do to win? You know what you need to do to get to it? So why are you waiting? Don't waste your time. Do not waste your time anymore. We have to change our mental framework completely. Don't go sit there. How are you going to apply for a job, but you won't go apply for stuff to start your business? I guess you want to go to work forever. And from what I've been seeing in some people definitely want to go to work forever. Absolutely. Absolutely. People want to go to work forever. I genuinely do believe that. People say, oh, I want a mansion. I want a Lamborghini. No, you don't, bro. No, you don't. If you knew the amount of work